Day of the Gaza Tribunal. Welcome everyone, and today the main topic is the complicity, international system, resistance, and solidarity. We will be discussing this and analyzing, and at the end of the day, we will make a conclusion. As a first, we will start with the opening statements of conscience. And Mr. Tamim Al-Barghouti will be speaking to us. Tamim, do you hear us?
Me?
Good. Mr. Tamim, you can start. The time is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, and thank you for your moral stand that is essential for our collective survival as humans, like every moral stand in our joint history. People who speak truth to power are the very engine of our survival. Evil, as anyone who studies law would tell you, if left unchecked, can bring down the entire human civilization. And while one should avoid simplistic dichotomies of good and evil, there are moments in human history where such dichotomies present themselves and are undeniable. What has happened in Palestine and what has been happening for the past 77 years is simply an act of armed robbery and an act of apartheid and discrimination. Discriminating among human beings based on elements that they did not choose, on how they were born, where they were born, the color of their skin, any attribute that is unchangeable cannot be the basis for punishing human beings. And Palestinians are being punished only for being born, the most common attribute of all humans. They were just born there, and they were not of the ethnic or religious group that the settlers and invaders and their backers favored. If Palestinian refugees or the people of Gaza or the people of the West Bank were to have a different religion tomorrow by an act of magic, theoretically, they would be granted all the rights that they are now denied. They would be granted Israeli citizenship. In fact, Israel is the only state in the world that grants citizenship based on inherited religion. Hence, Israel is constitutionally racist, is constitutionally discriminatory, and therefore constitutionally wrong as an idea. It elevates one religious narrative over all others in a land that is holy to all those religious narratives. It also engineers a majority by force of arms, an unnatural majority. Today, for the past 2 years, Israel has been trying to effect a new Nakba, a new ethnic cleansing of Palestine. The very fact that after 77 years Israel finds itself in need of a new Nakba is evidence that the first Nakba has failed. And if the first Nakba failed, it is very likely that any later attempt to do the same would fail also, because it's much more difficult to displace 7 million Palestinians from mandatory Palestine, whether in Gaza, the West Bank, or in the land that was occupied in 1948. It's much more difficult to displace that number today than displacing 1/10 of that number 77 years ago. It was easier 77 years ago to do so in the aftermath of World War II and all the atrocities that happened then. And it was easier to displace them to countries that at the time were in all but name British and French colonies, with smaller populations, weaker governments, and a situation of regional flux. So the displacement, the transfer, the ethnic cleansing the genocide today has failed and will fail. The Palestinian people have endured extreme pain, unprecedented in the history of this conflict. Yet they have not been defeated. The people coming back to the ruins of their homes to pitch their tents on them were more in number than the people who were forced to leave their ruined homes 77 years ago. And that scene in and by itself speaks to the entire world that the project of displacing and replacing the people of Palestine with foreign settlers, that act of armed robbery has failed and will continue to fail. The violence that we have been experiencing is just, in my view, a historical reaction to the realization that the project of occupying Palestine, of creating this entity, this foreign entity in Palestine, has failed and has no future. And the more people realize this and try to find ways that save human lives of every faith, to bring this atrocity to an end, the better for everyone. I want to end by saying that the meaning of Palestine, the millennial meaning of Palestine, is what you are standing for. See, Palestine is a narrow strip of land between the sea and the desert, surrounded by two river-fed lands in Iraq and Egypt that historically supported larger populations and were the bases of ancient empires. Palestine was close enough to those empires to be controlled by them, but not close enough to be assimilated in them. And those ancient empires had kings who claimed divinity, impunity. And therefore, it is not by coincidence that the idea of monotheism found grounds in Palestine. The political implication of monotheism is the denial of the divinity of kings. By stating that the divine is not of this world, all kings are stripped of divine power. It's a revolutionary idea. And Palestine, therefore, has an anti-imperialistic meaning ingrained in its geography and in its history. Whoever is faithful to this idea of opposing tyranny and impunity belongs to Palestine. That would make you all Palestinians today. And whoever betrays this and becomes a pawn of empire, a pawn of might against right, or believes that might makes right, that he has the power of gods to give and take life and to say, according to his own whims, what is right and wrong, is the antithesis of Palestine. And therefore, the history of Palestine, the Jewish, Christian, and Muslim history bears witness, like you do, against Israel and against Zionism and against genocide and against ethnic cleansing. When the people of Palestine decided to, when some of the people of Palestine decided to attribute divinity to a human, he was not an emperor. He was the rebel against the emperor. His throne was the cross. His crown was made of thorns. The crown of thorns is now worn by the people of Palestine. Palestine being their cross, but also their throne. And this pain is the sign of their victory. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Alberguti. And now we will be hearing Mr. Tiago Avila in his statement of conscience. Mr. Avila, do you hear me?
Yes, I hear you very well. Can you hear me?
Good, we can hear you too. Good morning one more time, and the time is yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning to all of the participants of the Gaza Tribunal. This is a very, very important initiative. I'm sending you my kind regards here from the Global South. I'm in Brazil right now with my baby daughter, and we are here after we were part of the Global Sumut Flotilla. I'm a member of the steering committee. You have also another member of our steering committee at the event who speak today, Yasmin Ajar. And we were part of a mission of a solidarity, non-violent humanitarian mission to break the illegal siege of Gaza and an attempt to create a perennial humanitarian corridor not under control by the occupying entity that is occupying Palestine. I've been dedicated to the Palestinian cause for over 20 years now. And over 20 years, I had the same shock that I see a lot of people having for the last 2 years. Back then, I was watching the deoccupying plan, the reallocation plan of Gaza, when Ariel Sharon was removing the Zionist colonies from Gaza. And I could not understand that. I said, why is that happening? Because as far as I know, they are trying to take over the land. So how come they are taking away these colonies? And the next year I understood when they escalated the genocide in 2006, and then bombed Gaza, and they bombed and tried to invade Lebanon once again and were defeated. And the year after, in 2007, when they established this illegal siege by land, by sea, and by air. And then I understood that they removed the colonies of Gaza because the plan they had for Gaza was even more cruel than the plan they had for the West Bank. Was not only by taking over, doing the land grabs and taking over settlement by settlement, colony by colony, but was turning Gaza into the world's biggest concentration camp and now extermination camp. So it was very sad to see that. And once I understood that, I knew that I had to be there in support for these people. I was not that aware at the beginning, 20 years ago, of how was the inside, how was the mentality, the mindset, how was the understanding of the Palestinian people of the resistance. I knew that I was understanding and I was seeing there a colonization project. And now we can say very clearly there's been 8 decades of genocide and ethnic cleansing, which structured itself into an apartheid colonial state, and which is led not by a religion, like I always thought in my young days, but by an ideology, a racist and supremacist ideology called Zionism. To understand this is to decipher the real meaning of the messages and to understand why we are dealing with a rogue state that really has no regard by international law. 20 years ago, I was so frustrating. I would say, how come they don't respect the Resolution 194 of the right of return? How come, since Resolution 181 in 1947, they didn't respect, they were already taking and stealing 53%, almost 54% of the Palestinian land by then. And only 2 years later, in 1949, they were already stealing 78% of the Palestinian territory of historical Palestine. And they were never satisfied because this colonization project is very expansionist. It's very, very harmful for the world, not only for the Palestinian people. So I was so frustrated to see that they really had no respect and no regard by anything. The same frustration that I see in millions of young people today when they see the Zionist entity bombing hospitals, schools, shelters, starving children to death, when they see that never before so many UN workers have been killed. Never before so many medical workers have been killed. Never before so many civil defense, so many journalists have been killed. Because this colonization project has no limits at all on its greed, not only to take over and dominate Palestine, but also to establish not only there on the region, but all around the world, its horrific racist and supremacist ideology. So when we see an initiative like the Gaza Tribunal, we understand that is the most important thing that we can do right now. Because for 20 years, I've been listening the same accusations, the correct accusations of what happens in Palestine. When I was in Palestine in person, I've seen that myself. The checkpoints, the racist laws, the national Jewish law, the national basic law that says that there is an ethnic state for the Jewish people. Therefore, racial and religious discrimination regime there, where children of 14 years were imprisoned in administrative detention without any rights, and when they were judged by military courts, and because depending on your ethnic group or your religion or your nationality, you didn't have the same rights in this horrific apartheid state. So we've seen so many violations. But what changed is that for 2 years now, not only Palestine remained being the moral compass of the world, but the world began a global uprising. An uprising that started by denouncing the genocide and in full solidarity with the Palestinian people against this genocide, but also escalated into a way of understanding and a way of denouncing not only the genocide, but the system that enables genocide. This system that exploits, oppresses, and destroys nature in a systemic way, not only in Palestine, but in Sudan, in Congo, that creates ecocides in the Amazon forest, right where I am, that exploits the entire 99% of the workers of the world. So this system is now at stake. And when Trump had to give up on his total ethnic cleansing that he was defending 1 month ago only, to say that Netanyahu cannot fight the whole world alone, is because he understood that the people of the world can never be defeated because they are inspired and they are mobilized and they are answering a call to action by the most resilient, steadfast, and amazing people of the world, which is the Palestinian people. The Palestinian people who are not there to be saved by anyone. They're actually the ones saving the world by giving back the world their humanity, by giving a lens to see society as it really is. So exposing the corrupt and crumbling system where they had for so long told us that they were the beacons of liberty, the beacons of democracy, the beacons of human rights, when they are terrible and cruel dictatorship of the capital and of this imperialist system. So the Palestinian gave us the lenses, but also gave us the map, that in order to live in a different society, that someday we will be able to build a society of social justice, a society where people have real happiness, real dignity, where children does not need to know the sound of an F-35 fighter jet or the sound of a quadcopter drone that may kill you or the sound of a surveillance drone or the effects of starvation in your organism, in your body. We need to be like the Palestinian people. We need to be steadfast. We need to remain. We need to make sure that no evil, no hegemonic power, no military industrial complex can defeat you. So we are here to learn from the Palestinian people, to be inspired by them. And thank you so much for the Gaza Tribunal for being a tool to show us the way. International law has pretty much collapsed right now, but the Palestinian people in this global uprising are rebuilding international law based on what is really right, what is really just, and there's no peace without true justice, and that's what we need to build right now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Avila. Thank you for your statement of conscience. We will continue now with the first topic this morning, media, states, university, and corporate complicity. And the first speaker for this morning is Ms. Katie Halper. Katie will be speaking about media complicity. And after her speech, we will also see a video.
"15,000 Palestinians have been killed in Israeli
Hello, everybody. And thank you so much to the jury for having me here. My name is Katie Helper. I'm a journalist, filmmaker, and the host of YouTube shows, podcasts, and a radio show. And I'm here to speak in my capacity as an analyst of Western corporate media. I'm also here as someone who personally experienced Western corporate media censorship and cancellation. In 2020, while working as a co-host of Hill TV's show Rising, I prepared a daily monologue in which I argued that Israel was an apartheid state. The producers refused to air my segment, and when I urged them to do so, they responded by letting me go from a show I had been on for over 2 years. That was 5 years ago. In the last 2 years since October 7th, American media coverage of the war in Gaza has not only remained biased, but, along with Western corporate media, I will argue, has been complicit in genocide. Western corporate media's complicity is so pervasive and in some cases quantifiable. It often uses passive voice and non-attribution in headlines to describe Israel's killing of Palestinians. It uses emotive language to describe the deaths of Israelis. In November 2023, the New York Times sent a memo to its reporters telling them not to use the words genocide, ethnic cleansing, or occupied territory. It even cautioned against the use of refugee camp. In late October and early November, CNN emailed its reporters to, quote, remind our audiences of the immediate cause of this current conflict, namely the Hamas attack and mass murder and kidnap of Israeli civilians. It also said, Hamas representatives are engaging in inflammatory rhetoric and propaganda. Most of it has been said many times before and is not newsworthy. We should be careful not to give it a platform. Because of time limits, I will focus in particular on the way Western corporate media manufactured consent for genocide through its selective and dishonest coverage of rape and sexual assault, which didn't merely misrepresent reality, but inverted it in order to dehumanize Palestinians. The corporate Western media spread the lie that Hamas engaged in mass systematic campaign of rape and sexual assault on October 7th. This same media ignored the documented mass systematic campaign of rape and sexual assault engaged in by Israel against Palestinians. Through its rape coverage, Western media parrots Israeli lies, which are then parroted by Western politicians. This lie was based in large part on a New York Times piece called Screams Without Words: How Hamas Weaponized Sexual Violence on October 7th. It reported that a New York Times investigation, quote, uncovered new details showing a pattern of rape, mutilation, and extreme brutality against women in the attacks on Israel. But the article was so shoddy that the editors canceled the podcast episode they had planned to do on it when New York Times staff rebelled. The family of one of the subjects of the piece didn't just push back on the journalist's claims that their relative had been raped, but said he had misrepresented himself. Every single witness who came forward has been discredited. On CNN, Dana Bash spent an entire segment asking Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal to condemn Hamas's rape of Israeli women. I'm going to actually show a clip of this because I think it perfectly captures how Western media uses atrocity propaganda to justify actual propagandas. Please play the video.
15,000 Palestinians have been killed in Israeli airstrikes, 3/4 of whom are women and children.
And it's horrible, but you don't see Israeli soldiers raping
well, Dana, I
Palestinian
think
women.
Okay, so just to reiterate what happened there, Pramila Jayapal, after having been asked to condemn Hamas rape several times during an interview with Dana Bash, did condemn Hamas's alleged rape. Of course, the word alleged was not used. But then Pramila Jayapal had the gall to encourage Dana Bash to show some bias and talk about the outrages committed against Palestinians and mention the death of 15,000 civilians. And Dana Bash's response was, and it's horrible, but you don't see Israeli soldiers raping Palestinian women. And this is a quintessential example of how atrocity propaganda is being used to launder and justify actual atrocities. It brings up the rape to downplay Israel's actions. It implies that Israelis are enlightened and evolved humans who do not and would not engage in sexual violence. Palestinians, however, are savage rapists, or, as Israel's then Defense Minister Yoav Gallant put it on October 9, 2023, we are fighting human animals and we act accordingly. The Israeli government, Israeli media, Western corporate media, and Western politicians engage in a mutually reinforcing feedback loop of propaganda. For example, Hillary Clinton, Facebook CEO Sheryl Sandberg, and a group of scholars joined together to speak about the use of sexual violence as a weapon of war, invoking Hamas as an example. Sheryl Sandberg made a documentary on this. During the vice presidential debate, Kamala Harris used the rape hoax, much like Bashhead, to justify Israel's actions, saying, on October 7th, women were horribly raped, and so absolutely, I said then and I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. And while this mass campaign of rape was concocted to rally hate, media and political elites ignored the actual rape perpetuated by Israelis against Palestinians. And I also want to acknowledge Sahar Francis for her excellent presentation yesterday, where she actually relayed the testimony of raped and sexually abused and tortured Palestinians, and this testimony is utterly absent from Western media's coverage. I will focus on one instance of sexual violence in which Israeli soldiers literally, and excuse my language here, but gang raped a Palestinian prisoner on video at the notorious Stay Teman detention facility in the Negev desert. And unlike the alleged Hamas rapes, this was also documented. The systematic sexual abuse of Palestinians by Israelis has been documented by human rights organizations and, as we'll see, Israeli society and video. So in this video, we see a prisoner dragged behind the soldier's shields. But it was so obvious that he was sexually assaulted that the Israeli media reported it as such. He was then hospitalized, by the way, and unable to walk. When Israeli police detained some of the alleged rapists, Israelis rioted, not against the rape or the rapist, but against the arrest of the rapists in protests that have been dubbed right to rape protests. These protests were attended by members of the government. Nobody denied it. A member of the Knesset even said that, quote, inserting sticks into people's rectums was, quote unquote, legitimate. There's video of a rabbi blessing a rapist, and one of the rapists became a star and celebrity. And yet neither Kamala Harris nor Dana Bash mentioned this. The New York Times did cover this incident very briefly in an article called Israeli Military Prosecutor Charges 5 Reservists with Abuse of Detainees. And you can obviously contrast that language with the extremely inflammatory language used in the headline about the screams without words, the Hamas rape. Okay, the article read, at one point, one of the soldiers stabbed him with a sharp object, causing a tear in his rectal wall. This did not appear until the 7th paragraph, and there was no use of the word rape or sexual violence. So the US media and Western media and US political elites are still talking about the rape that didn't happen, yet have been silent on a campaign of sexual violence that has been recorded. In fact, we have a UNN report that says that rape is being used as a method of war by Israel. We have also documentation by B'Tselem and countless Palestinian human rights organizations. B'Tselem wrote that prisoners are subject to repeated use of sexual violence by soldiers or prison guards. Western corporate media has abandoned journalistic principles and practice to win public support for the Gaza genocide. Human rights lawyer Craig McIver directs us to the historical precedents for holding Western media responsible for their role. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights guarantees, quote, the right to freedom of opinion and expression. This right includes freedom to hold opinions without interference and to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas through any media, regardless of frontiers. But the same document warns, nothing in this declaration may be interpreted as implying for any state, group, or person any right to engage in any activity or to perform any act aimed at the destruction of any of the rights and freedoms set forth herein. The United Nations Convention on the Prevention and Crime of Genocide doesn't merely make genocide punishable, but also public incitement to commit genocide and complicity in genocide. Even before the founding of the United Nations Convention on the Prevention and crime of genocide, the Nuremberg trial found newspaper publisher Julius Streicher guilty of incitement to genocide. One of the things, by the way, his newspaper pushed was the idea that Jewish men were violating German women's bodies, interestingly enough. Decades later, the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda convicted 3 media figures of incitement to genocide. As scurrilous as the conduct of the Western corporate press has been over the last 2 years, we have had a shining example of what journalism can look like in the work and voices of Palestinian journalists, over 200 of whom have been killed for doing their work in these last 2 years. The targeted murdering of Palestinian colleagues makes Western corporate journalists complicit in these crimes all the worse. So I urge the jury to hold the media accountable for their complicity in genocide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Halper. And now I'm inviting Ms. Maura Finkelstein to speak about university complicity.
Thank you for having me here. My name is Maura Finkelstein, and until May 2024, I was a tenured professor of anthropology at Muhlenberg College in Allentown, Pennsylvania. I'm here in my capacity as an expert in university complicity and genocide, and in the 10 minutes I have, I will show how colleges and universities in the United States have actively supported Israel's US-backed genocide in Gaza through 3 features of university complicity. First, university investments. Second, university partnerships, and third, university silencing of dissent. Before I begin, I note that my testimony is drawn from the US context, which is probably the worst context, where my expertise lies. However, I would argue that across the world, every institution that hasn't expressly divested from Israel clearly condemned the genocide and scholasticide and unequivocally supported students, faculty, and staff who are supporting Palestinian liberation is complicit in this genocide. The jury should also be aware that this work of silencing speech and action in support of Palestinian liberation and in opposition to this genocide is part of a much larger and longer assault on our campuses because they offer a space of solidarity, radical possibility, organizing, and community care despite and because of the university's evolution towards corporate and authoritarian structures. It's against this backdrop that we've watched the last 2 years of violent repression unfold. Feature 1, university investments. Most college and universities are not transparent about their economic partnerships. So students use the slogan, disclose, divest, to demand that administrators, boards of trustees, and boards of regents first disclose their investments and then unload these investments in companies that are directly aiding in the dispossession, ethnic cleansing, and genocide in Gaza. Acknowledging the general refusal of university administrators to disclose, a vast majority of American colleges and universities, on one hand, directly support genocide through investments in Israel and weapons manufacturers, and, on the other, indirectly support genocide through investments in companies as revealed in Special Rapporteur Francesca Albanese's report, From Economy of Occupation to Economy of Genocide. So this includes Google and Amazon, which provide technological services for Israel's military, Airbnb, which allows for rental listings in illegal Israeli settlements in the West Bank, and Caterpillar, whose equipment Israel's military uses to destroy homes and crush Palestinians and their allies. We must also take into account philanthropic support. US universities depend on corporate funding and billionaire donors, which result in stakeholders who have the power to determine the educational policy and ideological brand of these institutions, as well as where these institutions invest their funds. And we've seen that many of these are explicitly Zionist. Feature 2, university partnerships. Colleges and universities in the US consistently partner with those in Israel to build and cement ties through study abroad and student exchange programs. As Maya Wynn's research has revealed, these are all institutions that serve the State of Israel's project of apartheid, occupation, and settler colonial genocide. Additionally, organizations like Hillel International not only host and organize such exchanges, they also facilitate birthright trips and Hasbara fellowships for students, and most egregiously, 65 colleges and universities across the US take part in the Israel Fellows program, which brings former Israeli soldiers to campus to forge deeper ties between American students and Israel. These fellows also aid in the harassment, surveillance, and intimidation of Palestinian and anti-Zionist students, faculty, and staff. Of further concern are research collaborations. As just one example, since World War II and solidifying and expanding during the Cold War, US universities have collaborated with the military and aerospace sectors, or what we call the military-industrial academic complex, including what the Department of Defense calls University-Affiliated Research Centers, or UARCs, a program developed in 1996 to develop essential engineering and technological capabilities. There are 15 UARC schools in the US, and one of them, the University of Southern California, was also recently revealed to provide human cadavers to the US and Israeli military for trauma surgery training for Israeli soldiers. Feature 3, University Silencing Dissent. In order to protect their investments and partnerships in Israel and its genocide, colleges and universities have been actively and violently silencing dissent and foreclosing spaces of solidarity. An example of this is university overreach. Columbia University has infamously led the way in normalizing repression and silencing dissent on college and university campuses. We've seen this with President Manoush Shafiq's congressional hearing in spring 2024, where she revealed that she dismissed or removed 5 faculty members from the classroom and suspended 15 students and 2 student groups, Students for Justice in Palestine and Jewish Voices for Peace, from campus. She then incorrectly categorized both From the River to the Sea and globalized the Intifada as hate speech. Across the US, college and university administrators following Columbia are now partnering with Zionist organizations like Hillel International, the Anti-Defamation League, and AIPAC to run campus anti-Semitism trainings, which, drawing on the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, or IHRA, definition of anti-Semitism, categorizes advocating for Palestinian liberation and condemning Israel's genocide in Gaza as hate speech. Another example is how university administrations are silencing and endangering students. The Gaza Solidarity encampments are the most explicit demonstration. As part of the steady neoliberal shift over the past 40 years, college and university administrators across the US have worked hand in glove with the police to dismantle student encampments and brutalize and incarcerate students and some faculty and staff who have been part of the encampment movements. Some of the worst violences occurred at, once again, Columbia University, with the administrative sanctioned police attacks on Hind Hall, and UCLA, where administrators and police stood back as Zionist and white supremacist mobs brutalized students in the middle of the night. Across the US, every single one of these violent acts of repression occurred under the direction and oversight of college and university leadership. This silencing of dissent by college and university administrators has led to collaborations with ICE and the Trump administration, and these violences have only escalated. As of May 2025, the Middle East Studies Association's Academic Freedom Initiative has tracked 1,708 cases involving visa relocations and terminations of immigration records, entry denials, deportations, and detentions of university students, faculty, and staff. While the most well-known case is that of Mahmoud Khalil, I want to draw attention to 2 political prisoners, Leka Kordia and Casey Gunan, who are still in detention because of their anti-genocide activism and support for Palestinian liberation. Free Leka, free Casey, free all political prisoners. Lastly, I would like to draw attention to the jury's attention to how administrators are suspending and terminating faculty and staff. Over the past 2 years, the Department of Education has released over 100 schools, a list of over 100 schools, under investigation by the Office of Civil Rights for potential violations of Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Numerous university administrators, famously among them Harvard University, Columbia University, and my former employer, Muhlenberg College, have responded to and exacerbated the situation by conflating political criticism of Israel and Zionism with anti-Semitism and using this to suspend and fire faculty and staff. Once again, drawing on the Middle East Studies Association's research, the Academic Freedom Initiative has created a database that tracks all adverse employment outcomes for university employees who have advocated for Palestine since October 2023. Thus far, and this is just based on people who are willing to disclose their information, they've recorded 61 cases of retaliation, including suspension, termination, forced resignation, rescinded offers, and removal from service positions across 37 colleges and universities. I am one of those faculty members. The number of faculty and staff who are targets continues to grow. These ongoing repressive measures by college and university administrators have created a chilling effect across higher education, as many academics are now choosing to self-censor, cancel classes, refrain from publishing and posting on social media, and omit materials about Palestine from their classes in order to avoid investigation. So in conclusion, I've thus far talked about how institutions of higher education across the United States have directly defended and justified Israel's genocide in Gaza. More insidiously, within academic spaces, many university workers have elided the real stakes of settler colonial genocide, ethnic cleansing, and land dispossession by fabricating, circulating, and normalizing both sides' rhetoric on our campuses. These institutions cannot bring back the dead, nor can they undo the damage of Israel's destruction. But at a minimum, and echoing Rania Muhareb's call on Thursday, we must demand that these institutions completely divest from weapons manufacturers, all militaries, and companies aiding and abetting genocide, as well as the Israeli state. Additionally, US institutions of higher education must dissolve partnerships and exchanges with Israeli institutions and ban Zionist watchdog organizations like Hillel International and the ADL from spaces of influence on campuses. But this is not enough. Every institution with financial ties to the Israeli state should pledge that money number and more to Gaza as Palestinians rebuild the world we in the West have been so active in destroying. While these reparations are not enough, they are at least a start. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maura Finkelstein. And we will proceed with the next topic. That will be a government complicity. And we will be watching a video from a witness, Lily Greenberg.
May 2024, I served as a special advisor to the Chief of Staff at the U.S. Department of the Interior. I was a political appointee in the Biden administration. My name is Lily Greenberg Call. I'm honored to be here with you all today virtually. I wish I could be there in person. Thank you for allowing me to speak today, members of the Tribunal, distinguished observers, and fellow witnesses. Again, it's an honor to be here with you and to be a part of this important process. My name is Lily Greenberg Call. Until May 2024, I served as a special advisor to the Chief of Staff at the U.S. Department of the Interior. I was a political appointee in the Biden administration. I'm here to testify to the complicity of the United States government in what the world now recognizes as the genocide of the Palestinian people in Gaza. I speak in my personal capacity as a Jewish American, as a former government official, and as a human being who decided that I could no longer be a part of an administration that was enabling mass death. I joined the Biden administration in January 2023 after working on the campaigns. I am a part of a generation of young public servants who believed that we were restoring moral leadership after the first Trump administration. And my work at the Department of Interior focused on climate, environmental policy, and protecting our natural resources. Although I was not in a national security agency, I witnessed through internal communications, appointee briefings, interagency coordination, and my interactions with senior White House officials how the administration responded to events following October 7th, 2023. And I also witnessed the internal environment of fear, censorship, and moral paralysis that defined the administration's position towards Israel's assault on Gaza. My testimony draws from those experiences, from communications among colleagues, and from the public record that is now overwhelmingly demonstrates U.S. knowledge of and participation in Israel's genocidal campaign. After the attack on October 7, 2023, which killed 1,200 Israelis and took hostages, there was widespread grief throughout the administration. And I will add that that attack was something that hit me personally and my community very hard. I grew up in a very close and tight-knit Jewish community with friends and family in the United States and in Israel, and many people I know lost family members and loved ones on October 7th. The grief that I felt and that everyone felt after that was legitimate and deeply felt. And that grief was recognized very clearly by my colleagues in the administration. But almost immediately, it felt like grief was replaced with a directive for total political alignment with the Israeli government, regardless of its actions. There was an almost immediate cloud that kind of came over everyone working in government. Colleagues who had been in service much longer than me compared it to post 9/11, and some even to the Vietnam era, where it felt like they could not express any disagreement with U.S. policy. Especially as an appointee, I served at the pleasure of the president. So those of us who were political appointees, I think, felt even more pressure to echo the president's public statements that emphasize Israel's right to defend itself, omit any knowledge or acknowledgement of international law or civilian protection. And when internal questions arose about proportionality, aid access, or the scope of military support, they were met with silence or reprimand. To me, this was the beginning, at least in the post-October 7th landscape, of the United States' active complicity in the genocide, the deliberate decision to subordinate moral, legal, and humanitarian obligations in favor of political loyalty. Of course, I acknowledge and recognize that U.S. complicity in the genocide of the Palestinian people has been happening for many, many years. And I often echoed this statement to senior White House officials. When I was asked about my opinions on what was happening, I spoke as a Jewish American who was deeply impacted by October 7th, and often told people that I did not feel unsafe as a Jew because of Hamas's attack, and I did not feel unsafe because of anything that the Palestinian people or any rhetoric I was experiencing from Arab or Muslim colleagues in the administration or fellow Americans. What made me feel unsafe was the United States support and enabling of Israel's system of apartheid and inequality and occupation that created the conditions for October 7th to happen. So it felt like by mid-October, I was hearing from other colleagues about intelligence and humanitarian briefings from across agencies that documented the scale of the destruction in Gaza, that thousands of civilians were killed in weeks, that entire neighborhoods were bombed, that warnings from aid organizations of imminent collapse of medical and food systems were going ignored. And these reports circulated internally, and they circulated informally in signal group chats and among conversation. I know senior officials were aware of them, and I and others received updates confirming that the U.S. government knew in real time that the continued arms transfers and diplomatic cover were facilitating war crimes. By November, thousands of U.S. officials across multiple agencies had signed internal dissent cables or open letters calling for a ceasefire, and none of these warnings changed policy. The president continued to approve weapons shipments. The administration vetoed multiple UN Security Council resolutions calling for a ceasefire. And the justification, often repeated internally, was that halting support would undermine U.S. credibility and embolden our adversaries. In truth, there was acknowledgement among government officials that this was not a policy problem. This was a political problem. This was about maintaining political control and avoiding confrontation with the pro-Israel lobby here in America. A pro-Israel lobby that, I might add, has become increasingly co-opted by Christian nationalists and Christian Zionists who have no interest in the safety of American Jews or Israeli Jews or any minority community, and have enabled and propped up the Trump administration, the MAGA regime, and the Christian nationalist, alt-right, authoritarian leadership that we are seeing currently. So from my understanding, and again, I was not part of any agency that was responsible for these acts of complicity, but I believe that the US government's complicity in the Gaza genocide took several concrete forms: material support, bombs, missiles, artillery shells, diplomatic protection, the US using its veto power at the United Nations to block international ceasefire efforts and investigations and shield Israel from accountability under international law, rhetorical cover. Senior officials consistently repeated Israel's false narratives, calling hospitals terrorist command centers or claiming that there were no credible alternative to military operations, which we knew was false, and especially displayed by the November 2023 deal that brought back many, many more hostages than any military operation. And then, of course, censorship and retaliation. So within the administration, the culture of silence meant that employees who spoke out faced professional isolation and threats to their careers, something that I experienced personally before I even resigned publicly. So this culture of fear ensured a continued silence and bureaucratic obedience. Inside my department, many people spoke about Gaza. It was not spoken about publicly, but privately, this dominated conversations among staff. I knew people, both inside my department and across government, were grieving and horrified and desperate for guidance. Sometimes within my agency, we were told that foreign policy is not our lane, to which I was very frustrated because this administration, the Biden administration, had made a concrete effort to hire appointees who were younger and more diverse than ever before. And I know that many of my Muslim and Arab colleagues expressed their frustration to senior officials, especially when their families were telling them that they should resign, that the administration was complicit in genocide and committing war crimes. And this sentiment was often expressed to senior White House leadership of, why did you hire us if you're not interested in what we actually have to bring to the table and what our communities have to say? I observed colleagues from across the administration express a quiet despair. They knew that what Israel was doing in Gaza was morally indefensible. They knew that it was terrible not just for Palestinians, but for Israelis as well, and also for Americans to be associated with and known as the enablers of these crimes. Senior officials in defense and military agencies knew that the US supplied weapons were being used in civilian areas, in indiscriminate bombings of civilian areas. And so in December, when the International Court of Justice began considering South Africa's genocide case against Israel, the internal reaction in the administration was one of contempt, not reflection. It was mocked as political theater, and no one really questioned at a high level, I believe, what it meant for our own legal exposure. Ultimately, by early 2024, it became impossible for me to reconcile my service with my conscience. And I felt that I was doing everything I could from inside, whether that was organizing people across government to participate in vigils, to sign on to anonymous letters that got thousands of signatories, to have one-on-one conversations with their bosses, to see what levers of power we could pull internally. And ultimately, it felt like I had done everything I could. And there was no change that was being made. So I decided to resign in May of 2024, stating publicly that I could no longer represent a president that enabled the killing, starvation, and displacement of millions of Palestinians. I was the first Jewish political appointee, and unfortunately the only, to resign publicly over the genocide. I know that there were many others, Jewish appointees, who left the administration in large part because of Gaza, but did not do so publicly. I resigned also very close to the holiday of Passover, which is a holiday that is about liberation from oppression. And I remember in 2024, when I was celebrating Passover, knowing deep in my heart that the lesson to take from that holiday was to speak truth to power, to be like Moses in Pharaoh's kingdom, even when it means going against your community or the people who raised you, or the power that you've benefited from. My resignation was not in opposition to my Jewishness, right? It was because of it. Everything I've ever learned about what it means to be Jewish is that human life is of infinite value, and that to remain silent in the face of injustice is to participate in it. And I want to underscore that my resignation was not a heroic act. It was an act of moral survival. It was an acknowledgement of an understanding with myself that this was the biggest and most important thing I could do in the moment to potentially save lives. And that if I did not do that, I would be failing myself spiritually, morally, and I would not be the person that I want to be in this world. Remaining in that position would have meant accepting the destruction of an entire people as collateral damage, and in particular, the destruction of an entire people in the name of my people's supposed safety, with a president who was repeating that rhetoric consistently. By the end of 2024, the official record was that over 40,000 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza, and I am certain, and we know, that the real number is much, much more. Independent investigations have confirmed that Israel deliberately targeted civilian infrastructure, hospitals, schools, aid convoys. Famine has spread as Israel blocked fuel and food. Tent camps in Rafah were bombed, and all of this was done with U.S. weapons funded by U.S. taxpayers and defended by U.S. diplomats. The administration could not claim ignorance. Every major humanitarian organization warned of the unfolding genocide. And yet the president continued to say Israel was acting within the bounds of international law, while also, regardless of international law, Israel was explicitly breaking the U.S.'s own laws, the Leahy laws, about military aid. This was not mere negligence, it was a conscious political choice. And I know why this happens, in part because of my own experience with the Israel lobby in the United States. Decades of unconditional military aid, political lobbying, and the normalization of Palestinian dehumanization in our politics. Lobbying groups like AIPAC and CUFI, Christians United for Israel, exert enormous influence on U.S. policy, shaping foreign aid and the boundaries of public speech, and elected officials often fear being labeled anti-Semitic if they even question Israeli actions or bring up conditioning aid, while Palestinians and their allies are criminalized for demanding freedom. This structural corruption makes accountability nearly impossible. What I think needs to happen, one of the many things that I think needs to happen, are more than acknowledgement. There needs to be an immediate suspension of all U.S. military aid and arms transfers to Israel, full cooperation with internal investigations into genocide and war crimes, reparations, humanitarian reconstructions for Gaza, protections for whistleblowers and dissenters, and structural reforms to end the influence of militarized and foreign lobbying on American policy. And only through such measures can the U.S. begin to atone for its role in this atrocity and prevent future ones. Thank you.
Thank you, Lily. That was Lily Grimberg, a witness. And now we'll talk about corporate weapons complicity. We will have an online session, and with us is Shad Humuri. Mr. Humuri, do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Humuri. Please, the time is yours.
Thank you. Dear esteemed members of the jury, I apologize for not being able to be here in person. I will start by noting that the genocide in Gaza is a context of extremity that has shed power relations bare. It exemplifies the centrality of the interest of capital to the international order. The rules of the free market are the unspoken religion of the status quo that we live in. The accumulation of wealth is only sustainable with the expansion of warfare. The productive capacity of economically advanced states has been deteriorating, and the only means of sustaining dominance is through militarization. Israel is a militarized settler colony. Its economy is built around the sustenance of warfare in the service of the globalized market. It's an open market for militarization and a leading producer of weapons and technologies. Israeli investors are leading actors in some of the bloodiest supply chains that start in the global south, including blood diamonds, cobalt, copper, and gold in the DRC, Central African Republic, Zimbabwe, and Sudan. Israeli military experts have trained US-backed authoritarian militias and regimes across the world in South Sudan, Nicaragua, Colombia, Nigeria, and Kenya. The State of Israel is openly funded by the United States of America, which manipulates the dollar and maintains economic supremacy through coercive means, facilitated by its economic superiority. Those who fund the State of Israel, as we've heard from the other testimonies, predominantly believe in racial supremacy and endorse an apocalyptic vision of the future. In this context, the sustenance of the genocide was an effect of the current dynamics of the globalized market economy. In this short intervention, I seek to bring to your attention some of the relations in the global value chains sustaining the genocide in the weapons, technology, energy, logistics, finance, media, and humanitarian and stabilization industries. First and foremost, and the biggest industry here has been the weapons industry. In the past decade, the weapons industry has been highly privatized, the trade of weapons deregulated, and war commodified. During the genocide in Gaza, Israel used over hundreds of thousands of tons of explosives, flattening the whole city to the ground. Israel tested new weapons in Gaza, highly explosive weapons and outdated weapons. Residents reported evaporating chemicals, bone-cutting shrapnel, excessive use of suicide drones, among so many other bloody observations that we've heard so far in this tribunal. Israel used the most advanced technology available to mankind in order to destroy on purpose one of the most densely populated areas on Earth. It collected intelligence with the support of the leading states in this field, including the United Kingdom, from where I speak to you now. In this regard, the states of the United States of America, the United Kingdom, Germany, Italy, France, Australia, India, Romania, and the Netherlands, among others, openly traded weapons with Israel in violation of their obligations under international law. The steady flow of weapons import is paralleled with the flow of export. Many states, such as the UAE and Saudi Arabia, heavily purchase weapons from Israel, financing its military industry and facilitating its war effort. The genocide offered an apt marketing and testing opportunity for the Israeli military corporation, as we saw in multiple affairs this year. For example, the system has benefited from increased exports and extensively expanded its marketing. The exporting corporations include Boeing, General Dynamics, Leonardo, Lockheed Martin, RTX, formerly Raytheon, BAE Systems, Rheinmetall, and Rolls-Royce, among many others. The operations of such corporations are financed by giant banks like Barclays, Lloyds, Santander, Deutsche Bank, and HSBC, among many others. Many of the leading universities of the world, as we heard, and pension funds hold considerable investments in these corporations. Aside from the rapid demand on rockets, bombs, and warplanes, Israel has also purchased guns and rifles designated for settlers and attack dogs from Wind Canine in the Netherlands to brutalize prisoners of war, among many other uses. Aerial bombardment is a symbol of an unequal battleground. Technologically advanced states can deploy weapons from the sky with minimal risk to their own personnel. A proportion of the warplanes dropping bombs on Palestine, Lebanon, Syria, Iran, and Yemen are supplied through the NATO F-35 program. Activists have sought to challenge the role of the UK and the Netherlands in the supply of warplane components to Israel, but these efforts were completely met with political reluctance, where NATO obligations were prioritized over international legal obligations. Logistic services were provided by corporations all across the world. Most recently, evidence demonstrates extensive services provided by the Indian corporation Tata. The jet fuel used to power these warplanes is transported via a long supply chain where the American corporation Valerio plays a significant role. The supply chain of crude oil that can be refined for this purpose spans across the US, Azerbaijan, Angola, Nigeria, and Brazil. Meanwhile, in the technology industry, technologies which facilitate the collection and storage of data are powerful tools of control. Israel is a leading actor in the global surveillance and cybersecurity industry. It is notorious for its use of physical surveillance technologies and spyware to further entrench its control over the Palestinian people. Such technologies are further monetized in the global market, facilitating control by other repressive regimes. And as it obsessively collected endless amounts of data about the Palestinians, Israel needed cloud storage. In 2021, Israel signed a deal with Amazon and Google in what's known as Project Nimbus to provide cloud storage space. Similarly, Microsoft provides software services to Israel as well as cloud storage to facilitate its management of the Palestinian population. Israel's assertion of control through the use of technology gained a new dimension during the ongoing genocide with the use of artificial intelligence, notably used for the creation of kill lists with the well-known program Lavender. The US-based corporation Palantir has heavily profited from the supply of AI services to the US, leveraging thereby its marketing opportunity to attract clients such as the NHS in the UK. While discussion regarding the use of AI in warfare has been going for years, this is one of the first cases where it's been used on such a mass scale. It's estimated that Lavender guided the murder of tens of thousands of Palestinians. Meanwhile, in the energy industry, energy has a very different role in the supply chain, and it is in some part incentivizing the genocide and facilitating its sustenance. States have the duty to undertake measures within their capacity to end the genocide as clearly established thus far. However, states like Turkey maintain the supply of energy through the BTC pipeline in collaboration with SOCAR and BP, among others. Meanwhile, when we look at the incentivization of genocide, Gaza is the last Palestinian city by the sea. As you all very much well know, so many Palestinians have never even seen the sea, and only those who live in Gaza are the last ones who are capable of seeing the last part of our heritage across the Mediterranean Sea. Thereby, it poses a threat and a limitation to Israel's energy aspirations, as well as its trade aspirations. Israel's gas fields are not safe in a war zone. At the start of the genocide, Israel assured its prospective investors, including BP and ENI, that they are in safe hands. Similarly, strong evidence has been presented against Chevron for its unlawful exploitation of Palestinian resources. Of course, the seizure of Gaza would mean opening the potential of exploiting its untapped gas fields, which exist off its shores. On the logistics industry's level, energy and weapons are transferred to Israel with the help of shipping companies like Maersk and Zim. Transit lines offer apt opportunity for disruption of the supply chain. However, many states, and most states, particularly around the Mediterranean, openly facilitated the transfer of weapons and technology to Israel, with very limited instances of stopping that, despite clear positions by activists as well as international lawyers. The genocide created great opportunities, unparalleled, for the cargo and transit businesses in neighboring countries. Notably, the corporation Hala in Egypt reaped millions of dollars through fees imposed on Gazans seeking refuge. Meanwhile, transit corporations in Jordan, like Petra, Karim, and Salam, profited from business opportunities created by this genocide. When it comes to the finance industry, Israel's war economy is facilitated by the giant banks of the world. Notably, Citibank has played a major role in financing the Israeli war economy and arms corporations feeding into it. Meanwhile, and most egregiously, the Central Bank of Ireland facilitated transactions surrounding Israel bonds, openly marketed as tools to fund the Israeli war efforts. Ireland recently transferred the processing of these bonds to Luxembourg, which hasn't responded to letters and objections by international lawyers as to its complicity in a genocide through the facilitating of the prospectus for Israeli bonds. As noted previously, media as well has played an important role in facilitating and maintaining its genocide. And at the end of the day, these are corporations that themselves are complicit in the selling of the narrative that doesn't speak truth to profit. Last but not least, and most importantly at this juncture that we speak in, is the day after. As we speak, the US is planning to openly occupy Gaza, using the shield of business and investment by controlling the reconstruction of Gaza. It conducted a trial run with the so-called Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, a corporation that is responsible for the killing of over 2,600 Palestinians. The situation demonstrates that accountability for Palestinians must start with the confrontation of local and global economic reality. and to refuse the weaponization of the public-private divide and the normalization of coercion by the threat of genocide as means of enforcing alien domination and subjugation on the Palestinian people. We are indeed at the most dangerous juncture where business and investment will take hold in a manner of an indirect occupation. And this, of course, has been and is supported by the precedents of the Iraq War and the likes. And indeed, it seems that the US has recycled its plan for economic domination in Iraq and even forgot some of the details by hiring Tony Blair, again recycling him for this purpose. Thank you very much for taking the time to look at this very short and brief illustration of how this war economy has looked like. Indeed, this can be a subject of discussion for hours, and indeed it is quite important to note that the liberation of Palestine also requires a rethinking of the international legal system, a move towards a people's international law that enshrines the new international economic order and ways forward towards economic justice, where in a place where such extensive supply chains of greed and atrocity will not be tolerated. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any further questions.
Thank you, Dr. Hammouri. And the next topic is cloud and artificial intelligence and bombs and bullets of the 21st century. Ms. Ibtihal Abu Saad will be speaking. Ms. Abu Saad, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear.
The time is yours, please.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Ibtihal Abu Saad, and I am a technologist and a labor organizer who has witnessed how global tech infrastructures have become, or honestly have been, complicit in genocide and apartheid from inside the industry. I was a software engineer at Microsoft AI for 4 years who was then fired for exposing and denouncing their complicity in the current genocide in Gaza at the hands of Israel. So in the 15 minutes that I have, I will specifically address first just how the tech industry as a whole underwrites and sustains the machinery of Israel's genocide and apartheid. And then I will briefly delve into the key mechanisms and explanations of this complicity, which are cloud infrastructure services, AI surveillance, and propaganda. And then lastly, I will affirm why the jury must see tech not as some neutral actor, but as a central, more than complicit, as a central actor in the material architecture of this genocide, and also what accountability must look like. So first, in terms of laying out the tech industry's role in this genocide, the jury should be mindful that today what has been enabling this genocide is not only the bombs and the sort of physical weapons, but also tech infrastructure, which represents this more invisible backbone that allows Israel to watch and to predict and to kill at scale. And right now, the genocide in Gaza is the most digitized and tech-reliant campaign of mass violence and ethnic cleansing in modern history. Because every airstrike by Israel and every displacement order in Gaza and every assassination of a journalist or a doctor, they all get guided by data to some extent. And so we have location tracking, we have biometric profiling, we have machine learning models that have all enabled Israel, and this is in the words of actual Israeli soldiers, they've enabled them to reach the scale of the genocide that we've seen today, and they've been essential in identifying targets and ranking civilians as targets. And so behind these systems are some of the largest tech corporations in the world. So whether they're cloud providers, whether they're surveillance firms, whether they provide networking and semiconductors, and even data analytics companies. So all these different companies across the world have been supplying the computational capacity and the tools and the engineering talent and support engineers that make this algorithmic genocide possible. And I want to affirm to the jury that none of these complicity facts are speculative because we have investigations from several outlets like The Guardian, Al Jazeera, Plus 972 magazine, and even from independent technologists who have all documented the integration of commercial AI tools and cloud services into Israel's military apparatus. And this has been possible through billion-dollar contracts like Project Nimbus with Google and Amazon, and through corporate partnerships such as the one with Microsoft and OpenAI that provide AI infrastructure to the Israeli Defense Forces. And most recently, in her recent report, Francesca Albanese also built on this evidence and these investigations to describe how some of these private technology companies form part of what she calls an economy of genocide. And this report honestly just confirms what many technologists and what many Palestinian rights advocates have been warning us about for years from before the genocide, which is that tech has militarized itself and prioritized profit over people in maintaining the system of apartheid in Palestine. And so now we will just delve into a quick explanation of how these tech contracts do accelerate and power Israel's genocide in Gaza. So when we talk about the cloud infrastructure, the cloud is essentially the main piece here and the oxygen of modern genocide mechanisms, because it provides the servers and the data storage that allow for all the surveillance and all of the targeting by Israel. And so when these companies sell cloud capacity to like a military like the IDF, they're not just hosting its data, they're providing the compute power for genocide, because it is impossible for human soldiers to process such massive troves of data to be able to annihilate entire families and neighborhoods within seconds. And in Gaza, this infrastructure underpins Israel's automated targeted systems, such as Lavender, such as Where's Daddy, which was mentioned in the talk right before, which rely on machine learning models to essentially decide who lives and who dies, and to maximize human deaths without any necessary human supervision. And so these systems that are built on artificial intelligence, they've added nearly 40,000 residents to kill lists, again with no or minimal human oversight, and only within the span of the first year of this genocide, nearly 40,000. And so again, this automation would quite literally not be possible without these cloud storage capacity that are provided by Western tech giants. And so I ask that the jury recognize that these infrastructure, which is often marketed as neutral innovation, is now directly and willingly implicated in mass targeting and mass deaths. And the second mechanism here is surveillance. And so the Israeli state has long treated Palestinian populations as a testing ground for many control technologies, from facial recognition to drones to automated checkpoints. And so what we have now is companies like Palantir that supply software to militaries and to police departments around the world are included in Israel in providing these abilities for data analysis and target selection. We have Intel and NVIDIA, which provide the processors that power all these AI systems, like the hardware. We have Cisco, we have Elbit Systems, many others that build the networking and sensor technologies that feed into these systems. And as mentioned before, Microsoft and OpenAI provide some AI models, but the most dangerous ones right now are speech-to-text models that allow Israel to spy on Palestinians' phone calls and synthesize them to generate target lists and maximize civilian damage. And so all these AI tools that are being refined on Palestinians against their will, they later get marketed globally as battle tested, and they get exported to regimes and police forces around the world and essentially extend the cycle of oppression. And the third and final mechanism of tech complicity is propaganda, which is the digital warfare of narrative, of censorship of Palestinian voices, and of misinformation. And so we've been seeing this, that as Gaza burns, algorithms on these social media platforms continue to bury the truth of its burning. And so we have companies like Meta, Google, TikTok, and X, which have repeatedly been censoring Gazan voices and Palestinian voices under the guise of safety and under the guise of community standards. And they've removed accounts of journalists, of aid workers, of survivors at the height of the genocide. And meanwhile, these same platforms have amplified Israeli military propaganda, which is Hasbara, and spread and verified claims and AI-generated fabrications that are being used to justify mass killing and manufacture consent for genocide. And I would like to emphasize that this is not accidental. It's from direct, intentional algorithmic bias because Western political pressure and long-standing partnerships between these tech firms and state agencies and their counterterrorism frameworks are at play here as well. And even like Meta's oversight board, like itself, found that its systems disproportionately suppress content that is in Arabic, for example, while allowing anti-Palestinian hate to circulate a lot more freely. And so we are seeing a digital mirror of the same apartheid that is on the ground in Palestine for nearly 8 decades now. And where one people's humanity and stories amplified while the other is erased with algorithms. And so I would like to plead for the jury to recognize that these tech companies' role in spreading Israeli propaganda is not just peripheral, and that it is also despite not being physical, it is also an active weapon that sustains the moral immunity of those who profit from genocide and that suppresses the voices of truth and reporting in Gaza. And in terms of efforts that have been done to resist this complicity, the jury should also be aware that this system persists not because people inside the tech are unaware, but because people that speak out are silenced, like myself and 10 other Microsoft employees, and just this year who have been fired for just denouncing its complicity in genocide and apartheid. So workers across many tech companies have tried to expose and oppose these ties and face the same retaliation and censorship. And publicly, these companies, they present our firings as policy enforcements, but in reality, these are just warnings that dissent against Zionism and against complicity in genocide will cost you your career in tech. And so this internal repression, in a way, mirrors the external repression that we mentioned, because the industry enforces silence from within so that it can sustain that propaganda-led violence from outside. And so I ask the jury to recognize that genocide today again, is not only physical, but it is also digital. And so therefore, accountability must also be digital. So I asked that the jury should recommend, first of all, corporate disengagement from all Israeli military, Israeli surveillance, and government contracts. And secondly, public disclosure from all tech corporations of all their cloud, AI, and data services that are provided to any branch of the Israeli state. And then lastly, that we demand legal accountability for technology executives that have knowingly facilitated genocide and apartheid and their international doctrines of corporate complicity. And so to conclude, the jury should consider that every genocide begins with dehumanization. And the tech industry right now has automated this dehumanization process because the same systems that classify Palestinian civilians as targets or threats are built by technologists who go home believe that they're creating solutions. And this dissonance is the big moral disease of our time. And so if technology is to have any redemptive purpose, then it has to begin with truth, first and foremost. And the truth that I would like to convey today, again, in the words of Israeli soldiers, is that the scale of the genocide in Gaza is only possible because of tech weapons provided by these corporations. I thank the jury for your time and for just bearing witness with conscience today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Abusad. And now we will talk about Western civilizations and complicity. And we will also have one more online session. Mr. Hamid Dabashi will be speaking. Mr. Dabashi, do you hear me?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. The time is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury of conscience, my name is Hamid Dabashi, and I am here in my capacity as a scholar of the history and theory of colonialism, as the sustained economic and political foregrounding of Western global domination. Today I will speak specifically about the roots of the current genocide in Palestine, in Gaza in particular, as the most recent phases of decades-long ethnic cleansing of Palestinians from their historic homeland. My testimony is based on my most recent book on this subject, After Savagery: Gaza, Genocide, and the Illusion of Western Civilization. It is impossible to exaggerate the terrorizing fact of the days and nights we are living. The political and military might of the entire Western world that thought and sold itself as the crowning achievement of our humanity has aided and abetted the mass murder of tens of thousands of innocent Palestinians. The proudest achievement of Western civilization, which is Western philosophy, as it calls itself, the history that it has colonized for itself, from Plato and Aristotle to Hegel and Heidegger, were all summed up in the miserable statement by the senior-most European philosopher, Jürgen Habermas, days after the most recent phase of the genocide of Palestinians started in Gaza, effectively giving a carte blanche to the Israeli settler colony to maim and murder Palestinians in their tens of thousands. We, the people of the world, especially in the global south, but extending to the non-white immigrant, exilic, and refugee communities in the north, are categorically outside the racist apartheid mind of the Western philosophical system. We are the wretched of this earth. That deeply and irretrievably tribal epistemic system that calls itself the West is exclusive to white Europeans as an ideological construct and does not allow others around the world, entry into that system, nor should we wish to enter that system. For that racist epistemic system must be morally, imaginatively, and politically dismantled. We in Asia, Africa, Latin America are a metaphysical menace to Western philosophy, and we are easily physically eliminated, as Palestinians have over the last 2 years, and indeed over the last century. The same way that we are metaphysically denied our existence. The history of European colonialism is the history of the physical elimination of what had already been metaphysically marred and marked as troublesome. Thus, the entire course of philosophy to the east of Plato and Aristotle is falsely alienated, orientalized, exoticized, and dismissed, while the Christian and Jewish disposition of the same philosophy westward is celebrated as philosophy. The savage European colonialism staged in Palestine does physically to the body of the colonized what Western philosophy had already done to their soul, defined it as an ontological impossibility. When the Israeli president, Isaac Herzog, a Polish, Russian, and Lithuanian origin, says he is defending Western civilization, he is absolutely right. The garrison state over which Mr. Herzog presides is the last bastion of the genocidal history of Western civilization. A history that covers the genocide of Native Americans, transatlantic slavery, the German slaughter of the natives in Namibia, and the European Jewish Holocaust. What we face in Gaza is not only the fate of millions of human beings, whom, on behalf of its Western supporters, Israeli slaughter at will. We must also grapple with how to read this colossal injustice in a prose and politics that overcomes the monumental propaganda normalizing, justifying, excusing this genocidal urge. We need and we must categorically alter the discourse, beginning with the body and soul of Palestinians. Israeli genocide in Gaza is the terminal state of genocidal colonialism after a long and languid history around the globe. Is in his seminal essay, Settler Colonialism and Elimination of the Native, Patrick Wolf wrote, quote, "The question of genocide is never far from discussions of settler colonialism. Land is life, or at least land is necessary for life. Thus, contests for land can be indeed, often are, contests for life." End of quote. On behalf of its Western alliance, not allies, Israel has intentionally committed crimes against humanity to transform the Palestinian National Liberation Movement into a, quote, humanitarian crisis. The term humanitarian crisis has deliberately designated by US and European media outlets and politicians to avoid calling it for what it is, a genocide. The connective thread between Israel and the murderous mirage of the West are outlets like the New York Times and in the US and the BBC in UK, as representative of the entire landscape of corporate, liberal and reactionary, and state-sponsored media. Rather than telling the truth as it is, these media platforms sustain the status quo, the political and normative supremacy of the dysfunctional American empire and all its subsidiaries, particularly its biggest military investment in Israel as a useful settler colony. The result is not fake news. It is processed news, just like processed food, full of chemicals, additives, preservatives, and artificial coloring. For the longest time, the world has been hoodwinked and cast in the false shadow of European moral philosophy. I have adamantly opposed the idea that philosophers like Habermas were being hypocritical in disregarding Palestinians as human beings. In fact, he is perfectly consistent and logical within his imagination, just as Kant and Hegel and Heidegger before Habermas did not bat an eye, dismissing the entire swath of humanity. More than ever before, it is now becoming evident that Eurocentric philosophy has always been a tribal affair, faking universality by virtue of the brutish military might of the West, and not by virtue of any epistemic credibility or rational argument. Dismantling the false claims of Western philosophy is a necessary step towards allowing for the ruins of Gaza to emerge as the metaphysical foundation of a radically different way of thinking of the world philosophically. The racist legacy of European philosophy, reflected in Habermas's views, has no place in that emerging philosophical imaginary of the world at large, except as the extension of those dismounted statues of slaveholders in European or American city squares. Those statues ought to be taken down and placed in some distant museum of human miseries. This is how we must from now on read Western philosophy. I thank members of the jury of conscience for their patience.
Thank you, Mr. Zavashi. And now we will be watching witness eye testimonies. And the first one is about targeting of the journalists.
أخطر شيء علينا كصحفيين اليوم هو التهديد الإسرائيلي قتل كل الزملاء بلا استثناء. صح إنه في يعني إحنا قدمنا تقريبا 200 وأكثر من 220 شهيد من بداية الحرب الإسرائيلية حتى الآن، من الزملاء، من المصورين والمراسلين والمحررين وفنيين الصوت اللي كانوا يطلعوا معنا في توثيق الصور بالصوت والصوره او توثيق عفوا للمجازر. طبعا في شيء صراحه انه يعني مرعب. يعني انا لما انضميت لقناه الجزيره كان في تخوفات انه ممكن يصير في استهداف علينا، في يصير قصف، لانه التجارب بتقول انه كل المراسلين بلا استثناء تحت طائله الاستهداف الاسرائيلي. ولكن انا يعني هي ممكن نقول تحدي، وممكن نحكي كمان انه لا، المسؤوليه الاجتماعيه واخلاقيات المهنه والصور اللي بنشوفها والقتل اللي عمالنا بنشوفه في الشوارع وفي الاسواق وفي المدارس وفي المنازل بحتم علينا انه احنا لا نواصل نقل هاي الصوره، على الرغم انه فقط اللي شايلين نقل وتغطيه هاي الحرب من اكثر من 600 يوم هم صحفيين ولاد البلد. عدد كبير من الزملاء تلقوا على هواتفهم انه لو انت كملت حيتم قصف منزلك، حيتم قصف بيتك او المدرسه اللي انت فيها او المكان اللي انت فيه او عيلتك، او حيتم قصفك في الشارع او ما شابه ذلك. كثير زملاء كانوا يتلقوا بعد تغطيات ميدانيه انه اذا رجعت حيتم قصفك مره واثنتين وثلاثه. هاي الاتصالات او هذا التهديد والارهاب النفسي هو لا شك يعني بيأثر، ما انه هو احنا في النهايه بشر يعني، والجيش لما يخاطبك الحاطب انت فعليا صعبه جدا عليك كأمك كوالدك كعيلتك كأحبابك، انت فعليا بتكون في مرحله صعبه جدا، ولكن مع ذلك انت بتكمل رسالتك. يعني انا لما دفنت والدتي ولقيتها نايمه وقتلت واعدمت برصاص جنود وبقذيفه اسرائيليه عند مجمع الشفاء الطبي، واخذت استلمت الجثمان وكفنت الوالده ودفنتها، العصريات يعني هو انا كنت مغطي، كنت مكمل تغطيتي المحليه وقتها ومواصل الرساله.
لا سيما يعني إذا بدنا نحكي عن الصحفيين بدنا نحكي عن الصحفي هيثم عبد الواحد والصحفي نضال لوحيدة الذين أخذوا قسريا منذ يوم 7 أكتوبر بينما كانوا يقوموا بعملهم الصحفي داخل حدود قطاع غزة.
هيثم ونضال كأمثلة على صحفيين مخفيين قسريا منذ 7 أكتوبر، هل يرفض الاحتلال أصلا التعاون بشأنهم وشأن زملائهم؟
الاحتلال يرفض تقديم أي معلومة عن نضال وعن هيثم، يعني يرفض إعطاء أي معلومة سواء كانوا داخل السجون سواء عمل قتلهم وإعدامهم، يرفض إعطاء أي معلومة. يعني الملف بالنسبة للاحتلال مغلق، فيش مجال للحكي فيه. يعني
بمجرد أن كنا نرتدي زي الصحافة بريس كانت هذه التهمة الأكبر. أن ترتدي زيك الصحفي وأن تذيع خبر المجزرة وأن توثقه كان تشبيها بأنك استشهادي. أن تنتقل إلى مكان المجزرة في الساعة 2 مساء ليلا وأن توثق هذه المجزرة ومن ثم أن تنتقل، كنت يعني لم أتخيل بأنني على قيد الحياة حتى هذه اللحظات بعد ذلك المشهد. يعني أستيقظ في الساعة 2 على أصوات الانفجارات متتالية، أذهب أصور مجزرة في أحد مراكز بيت حانوت، في أحد مراكز الشمال، مراكز الإيواء، أنتقل لأعتلي ما يزيد عن 15 طابقا من البرج، لكن ليس برجا، ليس مبنى، بل أصعد على أعمدة الكهرباء، وربما أصعد تينة الإنترنت في أحد مراكز اللواء، أعتليها يعني متسلقا.
لماذا يفعل الصحفيون الفلسطينيون ذلك؟ لماذا يتكبدون كل هذا العناء وكل هذه المخاطرة؟
حرصا على نقل هذه الجرائم. العائلات ترى أملها بنا، كل المواطنين في ظل غياب الصحفيين والمؤسسات الدولية. كل العائلات كان أملها بنا، يعني نحن نذبح ولا صوت لنا، نحن نقتل ولا أحد يسمعنا ولا أحد يرانا. كل صورة كان لها مقابل. نحن دفعنا أجسادنا وروحنا ودفعنا كل شيء مقابل هذه الصورة أن تصل للعالم أجمع بأننا شعب يعيش تحت احتلالا منذ 70 عاما وما يزيد. الاحتلال لم يبدأ منذ 7 أكتوبر، المجازر لم تبدأ منذ 7 أكتوبر. كنا يعني نحرص على نقل عدم إنسانية جيش الاحتلال.
Next video, witness eye testimony, is about attacks on the dead and the unborn.
الاحتلال حتى الذين دفناهم في مقبرة البطش، طفلي عبيدة وزوجتي دعاء ومعهم عشرات بل مئات بل آلاف الشهداء. الاحتلال في الحرب البرية ذهب إلى هذه المقبرة، جرفها تماما
يا الله،
ونكل بدثامين الشهداء. أنا لم أرى ولا أعرف الآن، أنت بتكلميني أنا الآن وأنا لا أعرف لا دثمان زوجتي ولا دثمان ابني وين، ومش عارف هم شو سوى الاحتلال فيهم. وأنا طبعا أتحدث بحال لسان حالي ولسان حال آلاف عوائل الشهداء اللي فقدوا دثامين أبنائهم مش عارفين هم وين راحوا. هل ذهبوا إلى الاختبارات عند الاحتلال؟ هل دفنهم في مكان ما؟
كنت نقطة تحويل من مستشفى الشفاء، وكنت لوحدي أعمل إجهاضات للستات اللي يموتوا ببطنهم البيبيات من القصف، تكون بالسابع أو بالسادس.
لماذا كانت تحدث هذه الحالات؟ لماذا قد يتوفى الجنين داخل الرحم؟
طبيعي، الأم بتكون برين إنجري، يعني انقصفت، قعدت تحت الردم وطلعوها من تحت الأنقاض. طبيعي بنقص عليها الأكسجين، وكانت إصابات بالغة في الدماغ أغلبهم أو في البطن. فطبيعي بتأثر الجنين، فكان يموت ببطنها الطفل. فطبيعي لازم ادخل يعني تعملي لها اجهاض عشان يبدوا يعملوا لو بدهم يدخلوها اي شيء، يعني مش حيقعدوا يعملوا اشياء وهي ببطنها بيبي متوفي يعني.
طبعا
كونه حيزيد المشكله يعني. صحيح. عند الام جابوها بسياره الاسعاف، كانت لغايه باب المستشفى. حكالي اللي هو المسعف انها كانت انه تتكلم معهم يعني لحد باب المستشفى، بعدها استشهدت. فاحنا عندنا قاعده طبيه اذا بتقدري تطلعي البيبي بخلال 8 دقائق من وفاه الام بيقدر يعيش. فانا طبيعي اول ما حكالي هذا الحكي على طول اخذت المشرط وقعدت على الارض وفتحت بطنها وعملت لها قيصريه بري مورتم وطلعت البيبي، وقعدت انا وزملاتي نحاول نعمل له ريسستيشن وننقذه. البيبي تقريبا قعدنا نص ساعه واحنا ننقذ بالبيبي، وفعلا البيبي لونه تحسن وصار بمبي وصار يبكي. بعد ما صار يبكي وكثير انبسطنا. مع الاسف فوجئنا انه بطنه عم تنتفخ، وطلعنا فلقيت في شظايا تخيلي داخله من الام للرحم للبيبي، في ثقوب في عند الرئه، في ظهره، في البطن، عند الكليه. مع الاسف البيبي فقدناه بسبب النزيف الداخلي.
من المفارقات يعني المستشفى تحمل الكثير من القصص المحزنه والسعيده. يعني تذكر احد القصص المحزنه، ام لا تشعر بحركه طفلها، يعني انا ارجع باسباب لك ان تتخيلي لا يوجد نظام صحي، بالتالي الام
ليست تبعت حمل
الام ليست في رفاهيه ان تذهب الى الطبيب وتتابع الحمل. لا يوجد تغذيه صحيه، لا يوجد فيتامينات، لا يوجد ادويه، لا يوجد الكثير
خوف ورعب مستمر.
صحيح. اتت الام، انا لا اشعر بحركه الطفل. لا انسى هذا الموقف. الام تحمل كانت في الشهر التاسع من الحمل، يعني على اوج الولاده. اخبرني الدكتور ان اقوم بفحصها على جهاز الالتراساوند، بالتصوير. قمت بفحص الام، لا اجد ضربات الجنين. توقعت بدرجه كبيره ان الام فقدت الطفل.
نعم.
الام صارت تخبرني هل هناك شيء، ماذا يوجد، لا تخفي عني اي شيء، ما تخبي علي، بلغه الام ما تخبي علي، ايش فيه؟ قول لي يا دكتور. طمأنتها، الله يسامحني.
كنت يعني لسه في عندك امل؟
طمأنتها. لا، مثل هذه الحالات اصلا ينبغي ان يكون هناك حكمان من اطباء او طبيب مختص، وانا لست مختصا، لكن توقعت، اخبرت الدكتور الموجود هنا. لم اجد نبض الجنين. الدكتور تفاجأ، ذهب ليفحصها مرارا تكرارا، لم يجد نبض الجنين.
After everything that we have heard so far, it's time to open a session for questions and answers. Members of the jury, good morning. And yes, if you have questions, go on.
Yes, I would like to say, as an ex-journalist, that the responsibility, that the complicity of the Western media should not be termed complicity, but responsibility. Because no war can be done without the preparation of an opinion. And nobody is going to kill its neighbor unless he's persuaded by the publicity media that the neighbor is a dangerous animal who wants to kill him or to exterminate its civilization or its culture. And no war will be possible, no crime of the kind of what happens would be possible without the preparation of the opinion, because normal human being is not going to kill his neighbor without a very strong reason. So, of course, I think it's responsibility of the media, but not only of the journalists, because journalists who oppose that are expelled under other pretexts, of course. But we must know, for instance, in France, but I suppose it's the same all over, I heard it's the same all over, that the medias are totally owned. There is very few independent medias, very, very few. They are owned by big corporations, which are very near to the government. And we know that the French government, for instance, has been selling more weapons to Israel these 2 last years than it has since 10 years. So there is a lot of economic, as it was said, interest. And the media, which is not free, is reflecting this economic interest and has a responsibility to shape opinion which prepare the war and aggression.
Thank you. Do we have questions? Yes, go on. Yeah,
Are the two in-person speakers, are they present? Are they present here? Have they gone? They're here. Okay. Well, the 2 questions then. The first question to about the media. Do you distinguish between different outlets? Are some U.S. publications more or liberal, let's say, more even-handed than the New York Times? That's the question about the media. And the second question was about academia, which is, I wondered how extensive the speaker spoke about the suppression of pro-Palestinian voices, the promotion of pro-Israel type information. How pervasive is this? Can we say this applies over most universities and colleges in the United States, or are we talking about a specific number? I didn't get an idea about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Katie, please.
Do you have time?
And Ms. Mora, too.
Excuse me, do you have time for other questions? Or?
Yes, of course. As soon as we get the answers, you will get the time or chance to ask the questions.
Because the 2 also will be asked questions.
It's okay.
So obviously, with only 10 minutes, I didn't have time to go into the details sufficiently of which outlets are the most culpable. And I totally agree, by the way, that it is responsibility. And something I tried to express, but perhaps not effectively, given the time limits, was that without these dehumanizing narratives, you wouldn't have consent for genocide, right? That's why, like, the dehumanization of Hamas as savage animals who run around raping, as opposed to Israeli soldiers who would never rape, is how the West, I think, one of the ways that consent is manufactured in the West. And I think the fact that they don't cover the actual documented rape is because that would contradict that narrative. In terms of which outlets are better, I mean, one of the things, there's actually a fascinating study that I'll link to in my document that looks at the way during the first 6 months of the coverage from the New York Times, LA Times, and Washington Post, there's a quantifiable analysis of the way those outlets downplayed crimes against Palestinians. Another thing is that the Sunday morning news shows is a very important source, and you can see that they have no Palestinian guests. Occasionally you will have articles that are more responsible. As I mentioned, the New York Times did finally talk about the sexual assault of a prisoner at State Taman, but as I also mentioned, didn't describe it as rape or sexual violence. So I think they all work hand in hand to create this kind of, complicity, responsibility, really like they act as stenographers in many cases for the Israeli government. And then the American government cites that media to repeat those claims. I don't know if there's time, but I have 2 clips that are less than a minute each that shows exactly how Dana Bash at CNN makes the same point that Netanyahu makes. I don't know if you would like me to enter that in. They're prepared if you would. Okay. Could we play 1 and 2? Thank you.
Be very useful.
Thank you.
What you just saw is 2024 in Los Angeles.
Oh, sorry.
Harkening
Can you
back
pause
to
that
the
1 second? I'm sorry.
1930s in
I
Europe.
have to introduce
I do
this. I'm
not
so
say
sorry.
that lightly.
So one of
fear among
the
Jews-
narratives that we've seen perpetuated by the media, and I actually was going to talk about this, but I didn't have time, is the claim that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. And one of the ways this was communicated was through the representation, the presentation of the encampments, the student protests and the encampments, as anti-Semitic, as violent, as vitriolic. And if you look at the actual, and I made a video about this I can link to, if you look at the actual encampments, the student encampments, there was violence, there was racism, there was vitriolic speech, but it was on the part of the pro-Israel protesters. And you saw people using the N-word, you saw protesters, pro-Israel protesters, impersonating a black woman by making monkey sounds. You saw people spitting. There were rodents released. There were people attacked with planks of wood. Violence was perpetuated against the protesters, but the protesters were subjected to violence perpetuated by pro-Israel protesters, and the victims of violence were pro-Palestine violence. And the victimizers were both pro-Israel protesters and the police. And as you'll see here, these protests were framed as examples of anti-Semitism. And they totally ignored the fact that the real victims of violence were the pro-Palestine protesters. So here we're going to hear Dana Bash and Netanyahu make this very similar point, and you'll see how irresponsible it is.
Mm-hmm.
What you just saw is 2024 in Los Angeles, harkening back to the 1930s in Europe, and I do not say that lightly. The fear among Jews in this country is palpable right now.
Okay, so that's Dana Bash talking about an LA student encampment, and next we have Benjamin Netanyahu speaking about the encampments.
What's happening on America's college campuses is horrific. Anti-Semitic mobs have taken over leading universities. They call for the annihilation of Israel. They attack Jewish students. They attack Jewish faculty. This is reminiscent of what happened in German universities in the 1930s.
So, to clarify, there were some Jewish students and Jewish faculty who were attacked, but those Jewish faculty members and Jewish students were the ones protesting for Palestine, not the ones protesting in defense of Israel. And then you had an instance of a Jewish professor who had been a professor of Jewish studies who was trying to protect and call out a physical attack on a student, and she was herself thrown to the ground. This Jewish professor was thrown to the ground by the police for trying to stop physical attacks on students. So again, you have a total, and I say this as a Jewish person, I'm not the right type of Jew, right? And Dr. Finkelstein, you're not the right type of Jew, which is why she was fired and why I've been censored. And I want to be clear that, my treatment pales in comparison to the treatment of Palestinian Americans, and I won't even deign to mention the treatment of Palestinian journalists who, as we know, have been systematically targeted, and with the silence of Western media, which gives permission for their colleagues to be systematically targeted. And I think we actually maybe need a word like journocide or mediacide to describe Israel's targeting of the media, because, of course, along with the targeting of healthcare workers, the targeting of media allows this perpetuation of atrocity propaganda. And the atrocity of killing these journalists is covered up because their media colleagues in the West do not talk about it. And of course, the atrocities committed by Israel against Palestinians are covered up because they cannot be covered by journalists. There's the fact that you would never know, ever know, from that and those sound bites, that Jews played a large role, and Jewish students played a large role in the encampments. And I'm not saying this to give ourselves credit. I'm saying this because that is a very inconvenient narrative that contradicts the claim that these were anti-Semitic protests. They don't tell you the fact that there were Shabbat dinners held at these encampments. There was a Passover Seder held at these encampments. And so every time the media engages in these tropes, they are spreading the lie that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, and that's another way to manufacture consent. And it also manufactures consent by vilifying the American representatives of Hamas. That's how they're framed, right? So like Hamas goes around raping people because they want to kill all Jews, according to the media, and then Hamas, and everyone can be Hamas, right? Because there's never any evidence of proof. And then the supporters of Palestinians are people who want to kill Jews, basically, and are Nazi-like. And that is so important that both Dana Bash and Netanyahu compared them to Nazis. Because what manufactures consent more than the idea that people who are in support of Palestine are Nazi-like? Okay, sorry if I went over.
Thank you for the question. I'll try to be as brief as possible. I can provide a very, very, very short list later for the jury, if you're interested, of the very few schools who have committed or at least made promises to divestment, the handful of schools who have allowed encampments to happen. They're usually quite small, they're not high profile, they don't have big donors. And so I think if we're talking about the schools that have actually allowed for vocal support for Palestine divestment, they're the exception that proves the rule. That is almost all schools across the United States, especially large state universities, Ivy League schools, and Ivy adjacent schools, which are actually not schools. They're hedge funds and real estate development companies that offer classes. They have been extremely repressive. And so when we're thinking about the few schools and the few administrators that have allowed for protests and divestment, it reflects the fact that that is actually not the norm in the United States. The norm is in complete repression, and these administrators are becoming more and more creative in obfuscating the actual crime of denouncing genocide to violating procedure, violating policy, and sort of hiding everything within secrecy. Many faculty, staff, and students who are accused of anti-Semitism, i.e. supporting Palestine and denouncing genocide, now have to sign NDAs before they can enter into any kind of adjudicated procedure, which means that we're not getting that data. But thank you for your question. I can provide more data if you'd like.
Thank you, very helpful.
We do have time for one brief question more, so go on. Yeah, well, yeah. In order for you to have a coffee break and get some rest before we start our next session.
Okay, I had one for each, but...
well, only Ms. Ibtikhal is with us, and our two speakers that are physically present, the rest of them had to leave, so...
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let me just get to the one, and then I will ask both speakers, if possible, if they can give us recommendations on what they would like to see for each. But this has been a very powerful session. I really appreciate it. Is Mr. Dabashi there, or is he gone?
No, he left.
Okay, all right. Okay, so for Maura, 24 years ago, when I was targeted, all professional organizations, media, they came defending academic freedom. Now, we see that mostly they get away with it. Where are the professional organizations, the AUP, the other professional organizations? Remember, there's scores of them. They were coming very forcefully. It seems like this part of academic organizations, professional organizations is gone. Are they also infiltrated? And then the other thing is I wanted to give to Lily. Is she around or no? No. She's gone?
No.
I'd like to know what kind of pressure are we talking about? Is it threats? Is it political? How do they apply that kind of pressure? Is it ideological? If any of the speakers here can tell us, when they say Zionist pressure, what are we talking about here? It's particularly for government workers. Are they just silenced and without any explanation, or is there any kind of, or is it withholding certain privileges? If these kind of things could be told, would be nice. And finally, for Ibtihal, is there any legal action that can be taken against these corporates, particularly tech, because these are private companies, and certainly if they are complicit in certain policies that are against the law, I'm sure there would be some kind of legal action, and have they looked into that?
Thank you. Ms. Abu Saad, have you heard the question?
Yes, I have. Thank you. I think certainly there is potential for legal action. Like the ground is laid for that. I think I guess like a barrier or an obstacle is just the decentralized nature of a lot of these corporations having, for example, an HQ in the United States, but the data center that hosts Palestinians like phone calls in the Netherlands, and then the operations in Israel. And so that is the challenge that I'm aware groups are trying to navigate, is the I guess international nature that form their operations, but I know for a fact that certain labor movement groups have started to look at this, especially in light of Francesca Albanese's recent report that mixes like international law with these companies' complicity. I think that is an avenue that we are trying to explore more, and that should be explored more on the part of international lawyers that are working on addressing complicit parties.
Thank you very much. And I'm calling for Maura to give us another answer.
Thank you for that question. So really quickly, AAUP National has been quite good in, I think that folks at AAUP National, the Middle East Studies Association, I imagine that people in leadership in those organizations have basically made it their full-time job to be writing letters and advocating on behalf of all of the faculty, staff, and students who are getting suspended and fired. And they're doing incredible research in collaboration with each other and other advocacy organizations across the country to make this data known and sort of think about defense strategies, and so that is happening in the US. I would say professional organizations are much more inconsistent across the board. So historically, MESA has been very good. American Studies Association has been very good. I think when they passed a boycott, they were actually sued by Hillel International, but they continue to do their work. I'm an anthropologist, and so I can say that in some ways, the American Anthropological Association has been supportive in the sense that they wrote a letter on my behalf denouncing my termination, but they wouldn't make it about Palestine. They made it about academic freedom. And I think that's what we're seeing being sort of obfuscated in a lot of the work of these academic organizations, is that they do not want to actually name what is at stake here. They want to make it about academic freedom as though it's a sort of uniform kind of thing. And I will say that the American Anthropological Association passed an academic boycott a few years ago, and members of the organization have recently called it back into question, and it's going to be voted on next week. So we make progress and then we get pulled back. I think there's Zionists at the heart of all of these organizations. So, thanks.
If the jury is okay with it, I wanted to respond to Dr. Al-Arian's question about recommendations. Someone I actually wanted to cite, and he's been cited a lot at this tribunal, is of course the late Rifat Al-Arir. And one of the things that he said to me, we were direct messaging on Twitter a couple months before he was killed by Israel in a targeted attack. I asked him how he was, how his family was. He told me, and then I said, is there anything we can do from here? And he said, thank you for offering more pressure on the media, more coverage, more Palestinian voices, more protests. Hopefully Israel is curbed ASAP. And I want to convey that message, but it also answers Dr. Al-Arian's question, because the more Palestinian voices are amplified and the more Palestinians are in the media, the more they are humanized. And I know that's a dangerous thing in some ways to even say, but the reality is they are so dehumanized. And one example of that is that Jake Tapper at CNN, who's one of the worst, along with Dana Bash, in perpetuating the notion that anti-Zionism or any criticism of Israel is anti-Semitic. He's smeared Rashida Tlaib, the only Palestinian member of Congress, as anti-Semitic. The one time he challenged an Israeli official, Mark Regev, was when Mark Regev basically blamed, and that's the Rafat Laria quote, by the way, was when Mark Regev blamed a Palestinian American producer's family for getting itself killed, basically, by not evacuating. And Jake Tapper said, where were they supposed to go? And this was a unique moment in which Jake Tapper at all challenged an Israeli source. And that was because he had empathy for this producer. It was a Palestinian American producer's family which had been killed. That empathy is non-existent, usually. So the more, that's why Rafat says, you know, more Palestinian voices. And that's one of the recommendations that I think I would make, which is that more Palestinian elevating Palestinians will help craft this manufactured consent. Thank you.
Okay, one more. You have to turn, yeah, thank you.
Sorry, I would like to know if there is a law in other countries assimilating anti-Zionism to anti-Semitism and punishing it, because in France they've been trying since quite a time, and with Mr. Macron recently, to pass a law telling anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, and anti-Semitism can be condemned, can be punished by jail. So if this law passes in France, somebody who is anti-Zionist can go to jail. I want to know if in other countries these laws have been passed.
Thank you.
I'm not a legal scholar, so I can't entirely speak to this, but one thing that I think is really important to note is that in the United States, in addition to Trump's executive orders, there is a reopening of terrorist designations. So what we're seeing right now is a lot of really critical advocacy work and organizing work. Leaders are being targeted and accused of terrorism, and so it's not exactly that they're being charged with anti-Zionism, but they're being charged with, you know, the Heritage Foundation has created this fictional Hamas support network through their Project Esther that came out last year, and so anyone who is doing this work can be accused of being part of the Hamas network, and you know, when the terrorist designations are reopened, I think we're going to see, you know, catastrophic accusations and imprisonments.
I would say that another comparable case, perhaps worse than France, but I don't know about France enough, I would say that another place where it's very repressive and there's a lot of penalization of anti-Zionism, although not officially, would be England, where we see these anti-terror laws being used to punish not just Palestinian action, which engages in direct action against Elbit systems, but you are no longer allowed to express support for Palestinian action because it's a proscribed organization, so you can be arrested for expressing support for Palestine action. In the United States, there is the IHRA, the International Holocaust Remembrance Association's recommendation to equate. What it says is that it has a working definition of anti-Semitism. By the way, the person who created the IHRA laments how it's being used and says it's being misused. But their working definition of anti-Semitism includes in its definition of anti-Semitism comparing Israel's contemporary actions to the actions of the Nazis and singling out Israel as a racist project. But now the United States obviously has a unique, in theory, protection of free speech in the First Amendment. Mahmoud Khalil was kidnapped because of alleged support of Hamas. And his support of Hamas was non-existent, but he was one of the negotiators for the student encampment. And the way that he was smeared was as pro-Hamas. And in fact, Marco Rubio, the State Department, pretended, this is a lie, that as a green card holder and not a citizen, he is deprived of First Amendment rights. Now, that's not in the Constitution. It's very clear that you don't actually have to be a citizen. But so that's how we're seeing the a criminalization of support for Palestinian rights, which is framed as pro-Hamas.
Thank you very much. Thank you to our jury members. Thank you to our speakers. This was very intense and it was very useful, obviously considering the number of the questions that we have. 15 minutes coffee break, and I will see you soon, hopefully on time, so we could start our next session. It's a day number 3, second session, the response of the international system. Our first speaker is online, and it's Ardi Imsils, the attack against UNRWA. Ardi, do you hear me?
Members of the jury, my name is Ardi Imsils. I am a professor of international law at Queen's University in Canada. I appear as an expert on Israel's attack against UNRWA. This statement is drawn from my publicly available submissions made before the International Court of Justice on behalf of the State of Palestine on 28 April 2025, much of which was affirmed by the court in its recent advisory opinion of 22 October 2025. I appear before you today in my personal capacity. In the brief time I have, I'd like to make 3 points. The first of these is a reminder that UNRWA's mandate is an essential element of the permanent responsibility of the United Nations for the question of Palestine. This responsibility originates in the unsuccessful attempt by the General Assembly to partition Palestine without the consent of the Palestinian people in 1947, and of course the ensuing 1948 Nakba. In 1949, the General Assembly created UNRWA to provide direct relief and works programs to the Palestine refugees until their plight was resolved in accordance with international law. But these rights have never been allowed to be realized. Because of Israel's prolonged violation of the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people, including to return and to self-determination, the need for UNRWA is as pressing today, if not more so, than it was in 1949. Operationally, UNRWA has provided generations of Palestinians with education, health, relief, and social services, and during emergencies, humanitarian aid in Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, and the occupied Palestinian territory. For these reasons, the necessity of UNRWA is indisputable to the continuation of Palestinian life. Members of the jury, my second point addresses why Israel wants to prevent UNRWA from exercising its mandate. In the short term, Israel is pursuing the erasure of the Palestinian people in Palestine, including through forcible transfer. In Gaza, almost the whole of the population, some 1.9 million people, has been forcibly transferred multiple times through Israel's indiscriminate bombardment and starvation campaign. Following multiple calls by government ministers to depopulate Gaza and to resettle it with Israelis, on 5 February 2025, the Israeli Minister of Defense, Israel Katz, ordered the preparation of arrangements for what he euphemistically called the voluntary departure of Palestinians. But with this brazen suggestion that the departure of Palestinians would be voluntary, Israel is not merely insulting the world's intelligence, it is simply assuming that the world has none. After killing or injuring close to 240,000 Palestinians, after turning Gaza into a moonscape of dust and rubble with well over 70,000 tons or more of bombs, amounting to much more than what was dropped on Dresden, Hamburg, and London combined during World War II. After destroying or damaging over 92% of civilian housing, 88% of schools, 84% of health facilities, 95% of water and sanitation systems, and 92% of roads, use of this Orwellian language by Minister Katz must be seen for what it is, an open call to expel as many surviving Palestinians as possible. Members of the jury, my point here is this. The elimination of UNRWA is essential to the success of Israel's dreaded plans. Given the scope of UNRWA's capabilities in providing emergency relief, stability, and resilience to the Palestinian people in ways that no other organization can operationally do, it is painfully obvious why Israel insists on eliminating the agency. Quite simply, UNRWA is the last hope that the Palestinian people, particularly in the Gaza Strip, have of surviving Israel's genocide against them. More broadly, Israel's long-term purpose behind destroying UNRWA rests in its complete denial of the existence of the Palestinian people, and in particular, the status, rights, and claims of millions of Palestine refugees to return, to restitution, and to compensation. But you needn't take my word for it. The Prime Minister of Israel has openly admitted as much on multiple occasions, including, it must be stressed, years before 7 October 2023. For instance, on 11 June 2017, Prime Minister Netanyahu proclaimed, and I quote, "I regret that UNRWA, to a large degree, by its very existence, perpetuates and does not solve the Palestinian refugee problem. Therefore, the time has come to disband UNRWA," end quote. Similarly, on 7 January 2018, Mr. Netanyahu stated, quote, "UNRWA is an organization that perpetuates the Palestinian refugee problem. It also perpetuates the narrative of the right of return, as it were, in order to eliminate the state of Israel. Therefore, UNRWA needs to pass from the world," end quote. Of course, as members of the jury will no doubt be aware, Palestinian refugee rights are not legally contingent on UNRWA's existence. Nevertheless, according to Israel's strained logic, it is UNRWA, not Israel itself, that is to blame for the continued exile and deprivations of the Palestine refugees. And to avoid having to answer for this, therefore, Israel simply wants to do away with UNRWA. Members of the jury, I now turn to the third and final issue I wish to address, namely the matter of how Israel has pursued its objective of destroying UNRWA. And in this respect, Israel's approach has been threefold. First, Israel has systematically attacked UNRWA personnel and property. Only since October 2023, well over 300 UNRWA personnel have been killed by Israel in the Gaza Strip alone, with hundreds more wounded, many for life. Numerous others have been abducted from UNRWA premises and tortured. In Gaza, Israel has damaged or destroyed well over 310 UNRWA premises since October 2023. These include schools and healthcare facilities, many converted into shelters in which thousands of Palestinian civilians have been killed or injured. In the West Bank, Israel has repeatedly violated its obligation to protect UNRWA premises and property, including UNRWA headquarters in East Jerusalem, which has been subjected to arson attacks by Israeli settlers and is now earmarked for settlement, having been shuttered by Israel in January. Second, Israel has attempted to undermine the agency's vital sources of funding. On 26 January 2024, the very same day that the International Court of Justice issued its first provisional measures order in the South Africa case, after determining that famine was around the corner in Gaza, Israel urged UNRWA donors to defund the agency, alleging involvement of UNRWA staff in the attack of 7 October. The resulting funding paused by 18 states added massive pressure on agency operations at a time when millions of beleaguered Palestinians needed UNRWA the most. Israel has repeatedly claimed, without substantiation, that upwards of approximately 12% of UNRWA employees in Gaza are members of what it calls terrorist groups. But as the court is well aware, or rather as the jury is well aware, forgive me, unsupported allegations do not a fact make, no matter how loudly shouted or oft repeated. The fact is that UNRWA has always responded to Israeli allegations in substance, in good faith, and in a timely fashion. I will return to that in a moment. Third, Israel passed 2 anti-UNRWA laws in October 2024, which entered into effect on 28 January 2025. This legislation has had grave implications for UNRWA operations across the occupied territory, including East Jerusalem, over which Israel has unlawfully asserted its sovereignty as affirmed by the ICJ in 2024. This includes, again, the shuttering of UNRWA headquarters and schools in East Jerusalem and the complete non-cooperation with UNRWA in the Gaza Strip. This legislation, together with its broader attacks, Israel's broader attacks against UNRWA, have been roundly rejected by both the Security Council and the General Assembly, indeed by the International Court of Justice. And it is there that I would like to conclude. I'd like to draw your attention to some of the findings of the ICJ of 22 October 2025, just a few days ago. In particular, the court has held that Israel's allegations against UNRWA have not been substantiated, that it is not possible to replicate the capacity of the United Nations acting through UNRWA to ensure that the population of the Gaza Strip is adequately provided for, and that Israel is therefore obligated to agree to and facilitate relief schemes to the Palestinian people in the occupied Palestinian territory through UNRWA, and not to impede such relief. In this regard, it is notable that the court went to pains to note that Israel has inadequately supplied the population of the Gaza Strip, to put it conservatively, and repeatedly reminded Israel of its obligation not to use starvation of the civilian population as a method of war. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to appear before you, and I stand ready to answer questions when the time comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Imses. And about politics of genocide, Daryl Lee will be speaking. Do we have a connection? Mr. Lee, do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. The time is yours.
Thank you. My name is Daryl Lee. I'm a legal scholar, international human rights lawyer, and anthropologist. I lived and worked throughout Palestine, including in the Gaza Strip. I am here in my capacity as an expert on international law, settler colonialism, and the question of Palestine. In the 10 minutes I have, I will address some of the problems stemming from the Genocide Convention, the 1948 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, to be precise, and how some of those problems have manifested in the proceedings before the International Court of Justice, the ICJ, concerning Palestine. Over the course of these proceedings, here in Istanbul and virtually, the jury has heard overwhelming evidence that the State of Israel has committed numerous acts that, under most reasonable interpretations of international law, meet the definition of genocide. I will not belabor that point here. Instead, my task is to remind you that law, including the law of genocide, is not made or interpreted in a vacuum of objectivity free of politics. I will do my best to provide a map of the politics of genocide and genocide accusations and the duopoly that the United States and Israel have sought to maintain over the term for decades. And I will remind you that it is people, not courts, and movements, not jurists, who remain the ultimate worldly arbiters on what is just. I'd like to show the jury only one image today. These are two hilltops on the western outskirts of Jerusalem. At the bottom of this image is Yad Vashem, the State of Israel's National Holocaust Memorial, a site of pilgrimage for visiting dignitaries and schoolchildren alike. At the top of the image, barely a kilometer away on a neighboring hill, is the spot where the Palestinian village of Deir Yassin once stood. Deir Yassin was the site of one of the most infamous massacres of the 1948 Nakba, and some of its stone homes are still standing as they have been repurposed by an Israeli mental health hospital. So the most famous monument to the most widely commemorated mass atrocity of modern times sits adjacent to an actual site of mass atrocity whose memory is actively repressed every day. 1948, of course, was not only the year of the Nakba. It was also the year that the international community adopted the treaty that would enshrine genocide as a crime under international law. Many of the states that signed the Genocide Convention of course, had committed mass atrocities of their own. Thus, care was taken to craft a legal definition riddled with enough ambiguities and loopholes to afford states a degree of plausible deniability. Thus, a chasm emerged. Morally and ethically, genocide came to be known as the crime of crimes, a superlative form of mass atrocity that should generate unconditional, absolute, and universal opposition. On the other hand, genocide had a narrow and highly technical legal definition around notions of specific intent and protected groups that left it open to manipulation by states. Powerful states could thus use genocide as a rhetorical cudgel against their foes while avoiding accountability for themselves and their allies. The State of Israel has for decades mobilized the memory of the Shoah, or the genocide of European Jews by the Nazis and their allies, as a justification for dispossessing the Palestinian people. According to this logic, European Jews have survived history's greatest crime, and therefore any crime Israel commits is necessarily trivial by comparison. For its part, the United States, especially from the 1990s onward, has repeatedly referenced its role in liberating the Nazi concentration camps to argue that it has a unique responsibility as the most militarily powerful country on earth to combat genocide around the world. According to this logic, the United States ended history's greatest crime, and therefore any crime the United States commits is necessarily trivial by comparison. Of course, these arguments are profoundly misconceived and ahistorical. They erase the collaboration between the Zionist movement and the Nazi regime. They erase the wartime refusal of the United States to accept Jewish refugees fleeing persecution. They erase the role played by the Soviet Union in defeating Nazism. And they erase the fact that the United States is itself a settler colonial state founded in genocide. Nonetheless, the jury should take note that the United States and Israel have forged a rhetorical duopoly over genocide to justify their respective agendas, portraying Israel as the ultimate righteous victim and the United States as the ultimate righteous avenger. The jury will be aware that over the past 2 years, the politics of genocide have been challenged like never before by the events in Palestine. In December 2023, the Republic of South Africa instituted genocide proceedings against Israel before the International Court of Justice. The following month, the ICJ issued a preliminary ruling finding these claims to be plausible. It also ordered Israel to refrain from violating the Genocide Convention, but it did not heed South Africa's request for an order directing Israel to end the war on Gaza. As the situation in Gaza continued to deteriorate, the ICJ dithered for months before belatedly demanding a ceasefire only around Rafah, which Israel blithely bulldozed aside like so many Palestinian homes. Since then, the court has been largely quiet as it considers the arguments of the respective parties, including the numerous intervening states. On the one hand, the inability of the ICJ to stop genocide is a reminder of the gap between the aspirations of international law and the realities of power politics. On the other hand, the expectation that any court can simply make a declaration and expect powerful states to automatically fall in line perhaps puts too heavy a burden of expectation on courts in the first place. There is no law in the world that is self-executing. To the extent law seems to work properly, quote unquote, it is because there is a political arrangement that makes it possible. This is not to defend or make excuses for the ICJ. It is to remind you, the jury, that at the end of the day, it is popular mobilization that supplies the conscience of humanity and that can build power to achieve justice. The ICJ's preliminary ruling shattered the taboo around accusing Israel of genocide. It radically reshaped the contours of public debates in the West, and it irreparably damaged Israel's ability to assume moral supremacy. It provided activists around the world a powerful rhetorical tool and helped legitimize their cause. I want to stress that this outcome was not a natural or inevitable response to the scale and brutality of Israel's actions. History is full of many examples of mass atrocities committed in plain sight that elicit far more muted reactions. Rather, it was popular mobilization that made it possible. The steadfastness of the Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip, from Beit Hanun to Rafah, has inspired a global solidarity mobilization that has challenged the US-Israeli duopoly on the genocide concept, and with it, their ability to tame public criticism. This mobilization, of course, has come at steep personal cost, first and foremost for Palestinians themselves facing genocide, and to a far lesser extent, those protesting across the world who have faced the truncheons of police and the loss of livelihoods. Nonetheless, we cannot relent. While the consensus in the human rights community that Israel has committed genocide grows stronger with each passing day, it is not inconceivable that the ICJ may ultimately absolve Israel of the charge. Of greatest concern here is that it may adopt the absurd theory that an act can be considered genocidal if the only possible motivation is to destroy a protected group. This could rule out, for example, the notion that a state might be pursuing a political goal of defeating an enemy army concurrently with trying to destroy the civilian population. Under this standard, for example, the genocide in Rwanda would not be considered a genocide. Once again, it is only sustained popular pressure including through venues like this tribunal that can push the ICJ and other institutions to align themselves with justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. And about critique of the UN system, for the next minutes, Craig Mokhiber will be speaking. Mr. Mokhiber, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good. We can hear you too, loud and clear. The time is yours.
Thank you very much, distinguished members of the Jury of Conscience, members of the Tribunal, ladies and gentlemen. Throughout the genocide, senior UN officials have adopted a kind of rhetorical shield that allows them to avoid taking a principled stand on the genocide in Palestine. Quote, only a court can determine a genocide, they say. But this is a calculated dodge because they fear a backlash from the perpetrator, from its powerful allies, and from abusive Israel proxy organizations. Only a court can decide, can be claimed about any crime, about which they never hesitate to comment. The same officials regularly invoke the word terrorism without the need for a judicial decision. Furthermore, the organization has obligations of genocide prevention, which is a logical impossibility after the crime has already occurred and a court has concluded its proceedings. This distinguished jury is the diplomacy of fear. And that has been the dominant response of the political corridors of the UN to the genocide in Palestine. But such moral abdication in the case of Palestine is not new at the UN. Indeed, the coincidence in 1948 of the adoption of both the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the Genocide Convention, and the horror of the Nakba that same year, was more than just a historical contradiction. It was also the birth of a virus, the virus of the Israel exception to international law, that has haunted the organization for decades, buttressed Israeli impunity, carved out space for genocide, and eroded the very legitimacy and sustainability of the UN itself. Today, Palestine sits directly on the fault line between those who believe that the global order should be determined by deference to power, great power politics, aggression, colonialism, and imperialism, and those who demand the building of a reliable international system constructed on international cooperation, human rights, equality, self-determination, and the rule of international law. Indeed, the genocide in Palestine has revealed the tendency, hardwired into the system from the start, to compromise mandates and principles in deference to state power. But this genocide has also underscored that there are, in fact, two UNs. The first is the UN of the Charter norms, constitutionally grounded in a mission of human rights and peace and development and international law. This is the UN of the human rights treaties, of the independent UN human rights monitors, of the International Court of Justice. It is the UN in which the use of force is prohibited in all but a few narrowly defined circumstances. This is the UN of decolonization, the UN in which all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, and in which peoples have the right to self-determination. It is the right in which colonialism, apartheid, gross violations of human rights, and genocide are absolutely prohibited. The UN that once officially recognized that Zionism is a form of racism and racial discrimination. And it is the UN in which officials rang the genocide alarm bell as far back as October of 2023. But members of the jury, there is another, darker UN, a UN that permitted the colonization of Palestine, partitioned the land against the will of the indigenous people, ratified the ethnic cleansing of Palestine by recognizing Israel in 1948, and tolerated decades of apartheid. It is the UN that suspended the application of international law for 3 decades in favor of a disingenuous political process called Oslo, under which the Palestinians were told that they, unprotected by international law, must negotiate for their rights with their oppressor, and that the mediator for the process would be the world's sole superpower and Israel's closest ally. And it is the UN that has remained almost entirely silent as genocide raged across the land, trepidatiously avoiding any reference to the crime or to its root causes. The UN that was unable even to order a ceasefire or to hold perpetrators accountable while they were openly committing genocide. This is the UN of moral failure. As the genocide in Palestine has shown, the veto power of the 5 permanent members of the Security Council, the only body with formal enforcement power, is the most obvious example of failure by design. That power has been used throughout the genocide by the US to prevent any meaningful act of protection for Palestinian civilians, enforcement of international law, or accountability for Israeli perpetrators. 6 successive vetoes have been exercised by the United States since October of 2023, bringing US vetoes to protect Israeli impunity to a total of 50. No sanctions have been imposed by the Council on the perpetrator regime. No protection mobilized, no judicial decisions enforced, and the Israeli regime even remains a full member of the United Nations with full privileges, despite its perpetration of the ongoing genocide, its apartheid status, its denial of the self-determination of the Palestinian people, serial acts of aggression against its neighbors, unlawful occupation of the territory of 3 surrounding nations, a transnational terrorist attack with booby-trapped pagers, numerous assassinations, and frequent attacks on the United Nations itself, its staff, and facilities. For its part, the General Assembly has adopted important resolutions to respond to the genocide in the face of a captured and moribund Security Council, and the Assembly has declared that all countries must comply with the detailed findings of the ICJ. It has adopted resolutions demanding a ceasefire, and most significantly adopted a resolution in September of 2024 endorsing the entirety of the findings of the International Court of Justice and its advisory opinion of 19 July 2024, as well as the provisional measures of the ICJ in Israeli genocide. And historically, it set a 1-year deadline for full Israeli compliance. But members of the jury, that deadline expired 5 weeks ago without any meaningful action. Instead, Israel's friends in the UN rallied to forestall any meaningful action for accountability and redress, instead to create a strategy of distraction by adopting the so-called French-Saudi proposal, now named the New York Declaration, which makes no mention of genocide or apartheid, diverts attention away from human rights accountability under international law and into a loose political process and the promise of a possible limited state at some point in the future. That would deploy a proxy occupation force, further denying Palestinian agency and self-determination, compel Palestinians once again to negotiate for their rights with their oppressor, and work to normalize the Israeli regime as it consolidates its conquest of Palestine. In sum, the true focus of these initiatives is not on saving Palestine, but rather on saving Israel and Zionism, even in the wake of a genocide. This is the UN of complicity. And as we speak today, Security Council diplomats are working to merge the lawless French-Saudi plan with Donald Trump's atrocious 20-point colonial dictate for Palestine in an attempt to legitimize it with the imprimatur of the UN Security Council. And so, on the UN's watch, Israeli impunity continues just as Palestinian subjugation continues. Even as the horror drags on and Israel shatters record after record for civilian bloodletting, the UNGA has yet to use the full range of powers at its disposal. It continues to recognize Israel's credentials, and the regime's voting rights remain intact. Even as it attacks and smears the organization, blocks its operations, raids and demolishes its installations, and abducts, detains, tortures, and murders its staff. The UNGA has yet to reactivate the UN's anti-apartheid mechanisms, has established no tribunal for accountability, has not moved to mandate a UN protection force to protect Palestinians from a genocidal regime bent on their destruction, even though it has the power to do so under the Uniting for Peace mechanism. And it has not solidified earlier calls for sanctions, a military embargo, and measures to isolate the Israeli regime and hold its officials to account. For its part, Switzerland, acting as depositary of the Fourth Geneva Convention, scandalously declined to convene the Conference of High Contracting Parties requested by the General Assembly, owing to objections from Israel, the US, and their allies, and despite the fact that it was requested by an overwhelming number of UN member states. And beyond intergovernmental bodies, the tendency to compromise UN principles in deference to power, especially that of the US and its Western allies, has also been evident in the positioning of the UN Secretary General and senior UN officials, where the Israel exception has been in plain view. Throughout the genocide, the UN's senior-most political leadership, including the Secretary General, the High Commissioner for Human Rights, and even the Special Advisor on the Prevention of Genocide, have remained unable or unwilling to directly address the genocide or even to utter the word. Instead, taking refuge behind the safe language of armed conflict, the amorphous promise of a two-state solution someday, and the necessity of humanitarian aid. Adopting a kind of both sidesism, which fails to recognize the true dynamics of colonizer and colonized, occupier and occupied, oppressor and oppressed, genocidaire and victims. And barely a whisper has been heard about accountability for Israeli perpetrators. As such, the significant reserve of moral and political power of the senior-most podiums of the organization have been left largely untapped. Root causes, normally the first area of inquiry in conflict resolution, have been almost entirely ignored. The seizure of Palestine in 1948, its colonization, the theft of land and homes within the Green Line, the ethno-nationalist state, the violent supremacism of Zionism, the system of apartheid, systemic inequalities, official racism and dehumanization, the plight of generations of Palestinian refugees, and colonial domination, none of these have received any significant attention in the statements of the political leadership or in the succession of failed political processes launched since Oslo. Perhaps worse, the political offices operating under the direct authority of the Secretary General have not only largely ignored the genocide in Palestine, but in some cases, under external, mostly Western political pressure, and without exercising the most basic level of due diligence, have non-critically reinforced the Israeli regime's fabricated propaganda for genocide and its justifications for international crimes. Month after month, as the alarm bell raged and as many human rights monitors repeatedly warned of genocide, the Secretary General's special advisor on the prevention of genocide remained entirely silent on the carnage in Gaza, prompting petitions from UN staff and civil society calls for her firing. The Secretary General's special advisor on sexual violence in conflict, under an organized pressure campaign from the Israeli regime and its proxy organizations in the West, refused to debunk and at times reinforced Israel's fabricated accusations of a Hamas campaign of mass rape, and therefore contributed to the regime's false narratives designed to manufacture consent for genocide. And the Office of the Special Advisor on Children in Armed Conflict, under political pressure from and through the Secretary General, repeatedly censored its own annual listing of countries systematically violating the rights of children to remove Israel and ensure its continued impunity. This is the UN of failure. But distinguished members of jury, as I conclude, I want to leave you with 3 points of light in the international system. In sharp contrast to the historic failings of these intergovernmental bodies and the political offices of the Secretary General, the independent human rights mechanisms mandated by the Human Rights Council in Geneva have maintained a principled, law-based approach to their human rights monitoring and reporting duties. An especially important role has been played by the Special Rapporteur, Francesca Albanese, who, in the face of a sustained campaign of harassment, smears, death threats, and slander campaigns by the governments of Israel, its allies and proxies, as well as official U.S. sanctions, Rapporteur Francesca Albanese has been undeterred, producing a series of meticulously documented analytical reports on the genocide and on its colonial roots, maintaining a continuous visible media presence and close collaboration with Palestinian and global civil society. And several other thematic rapporteurs, as well as the UN Commission of Inquiry, have also worked diligently to defend the human rights of the people of Palestine and to build the case for Israeli accountability, despite efforts to discredit or silence them. The jury will note that throughout the genocide, the contrast between the principled, fact-based, law-centered, and accountability-focused approach of the special procedures on the one hand, and the equivocal, politicized, lawless, and trepidatious rhetoric of the Secretariat on the other, could not be starker. And of course, the International Court of Justice is also a part of the UN system. Thanks to the court, the Israeli regime is today on trial for genocide. The court has issued several rounds of provisional measures and historic advisory opinions finding apartheid and racial segregation, and has held that the occupation of Palestine is entirely unlawful. And just this week, it found the regime's obstruction of aid, attacks on UNRWA, and use of starvation as a method of war are breaches of international legal obligations. These pronouncements provide even more proof of the legitimacy of the Palestinian cause and the illegitimacy of Israel's project and crimes in Palestine. Finally, the UN also includes courageous humanitarian workers from a host of agencies, foremost among them the people of UNRWA, who to this day continue to operate in the depths of Gaza's hell to support the survivors of genocide, despite the smears of the Israeli regime and its collaborators in Washington and Europe, despite the bombs, the bullets, the widespread destruction, the targeting of UN facilities, the abduction and torture of countless UNRWA staff, and the murder of more than 370 of them, many along with their families. They represent the best of the United Nations system, they embody its highest principles, and they deserve our unwavering solidarity. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Makaber. And the role of Gaza in the current experimental juncture will be the topic about which Ms. Mary Kaldor will be speaking. Ms. Kaldor, do you hear me?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much.
I hope you can hear me. Hello, my name is Mary Kaldor. I'm Professor Emeritus of Global Governance at the London School of Economics in Britain. And I suppose what I want to say in my evidence is along the lines of the last speaker's idea of chinks of life. The Gaza People's Tribunal can be viewed as part of a worldwide social movement committed to drawing attention to the ongoing tragedy that has been described so vividly that is being inflicted on the Palestinian people. According to the Armed Conflict Location and Events data, some 48,000 demonstrations were held between 7th of October 2023 and 25th of September 2024 in 137 countries, and the vast majority, 99%, were peaceful. The scale of the protests has continued since then. This movement, and I think it's incredibly important, involves the process of constructing, strengthening, and spreading international norms relating to war crimes, crimes against humanity, genocide, apartheid, and the crime of famine. A whole new generation is learning and teaching others about the salient of global human rights and the extent to which international institutions act really does depend on global public opinion. I use the term experimental juncture to describe turbulent periods in history when political institutions are out of kilter with far-reaching economic, social, and technological change. It's similar to what the Italian Marxist Gramsci called the interregnum, when the old is dying and the new cannot be born. What Gramsci called morbid symptoms include the wars in Palestine, Ukraine, and Sudan, the harsh treatment of refugees and asylum seekers, the rise of or return of racism, Islamophobia, or anti-Semitism, the failure to deal with the floods, fires, and droughts associated with climate change, or the crimes associated with extreme inequality, the spread of disease, or financial recklessness. The reason I use the term experimental juncture is to draw attention to the role of political agency. Experimental junctures are crises of political authority. They're existential moments when the political class has to act, but they don't know how to. So they draw on ideas prevalent in society, and some of these ideas are truly terrible and make things worse, like killing Jews, gypsies, and homosexuals, or invading other countries in the 20th century. It's only when politicians adopt or are forced to compromise over some of the better ideas that some sort of consensual narrative is re-established, giving birth to the new. The adoption of those ideas can be described as social innovation, and what it involves is the institutionalization of social movements. Institutionalization means that part of the agenda is adopted by the political authority and that the movements or parts of the movement get transformed into formal institutions, such as political parties, trades unions, or NGOs. Institutionalization is always an imperfect compromise and often involves the marginalization of more radical groups or movements. In the past, experimental junctures were associated with major hegemonic wars. The last great experimental juncture lasted from 1914 to 1945 and included 2 devastating world wars in which something of the order of 70 million people were killed. Both decolonization and the welfare state, and I should add the United Nations, were the innovations that came out of the compromises needed to win the Second World War. The withdrawal of the British from Palestine was part of the decolonization process, but as was also the case in Ireland and India, it was linked to ethnic partition that left a lasting bloody legacy, in particular in Palestine. As so many of the previous speakers have stressed, this involved the denial of self-determination for the Palestinians, as well as repression, war, and occupation, and now genocide. Ideas about human rights, crimes against humanity, or genocide also emerged during that period, but the subsequent Cold War and the rise of the return of geopolitics, the geopolitical mindset, constrained their realization. Now, the Cold War ended not just because of its own contradictions, but more importantly, as a consequence of a worldwide movement for democratization that led to the end of military regimes in Southern Europe, Latin America, and Asia, the end of apartheid in South Africa, and the 1989 revolutions in Europe. These movements were global, not only in the sense that they were everywhere, but because they were able to use transnational links to leverage human rights legislation. For instance, the 1975 Helsinki Agreement in Europe. The legacy of those movements was a new post-Cold War discourse about peace, human rights, humanitarianism, and civil society, as well as new institutions, the peace and humanitarian machinery of the UN and other multilateral institutions, the OSCE, the EU, the AU, or the International Criminal Court, among others, as well as the dramatic growth of international NGOs. Alas, that discourse, sometimes referred to as the liberal peace, for all its shortcomings, and there were shortcomings, was blown off course both by the renewed militarism of the United States, Russia, China, and other powers, and by the associated spread of free market fundamentalism. Neoliberalism led to the rise of new oligarchic classes who benefited from privatization and contracting out, as well as growing inequality, and who are inextricably linked to the rise of the authoritarian populist right, and I would add the undermining of the UN and the way it's supposed to function in these situations. It's their political resistance to any form of action that might address our current ills, and their apparent influence over the public political center ground that gives rise to the morbid symptoms that Gramsci talked about. Indeed, they tend to favor those experiments that come out of the far-right movements and make things worse. Yet, and too, an enhancement of those post-Cold War concepts is a precondition for exiting the experimental juncture, for bringing an end to the current turbulence. Of course, it might never happen. There's a risk of renewed hegemonic warfare that would inevitably lead to human extinction, or more likely, the current spread of intractable political and criminal violence in which armed groups, criminal gangs, ethnic warlords, as well as oligarchic regimes like Israel, benefit from violence, both economically and in terms of mobilizing extremist ideologies, and that could continue in time and space. But if there is to be a way out, then the Gaza movement, including the actions of the ICC and the ICJ, the way that groups and institutions have cooperated to document the crimes being committed, and the impact on global public opinion, will have played a key role in normalizing the kind of principles which will be required to underpin a new, more human-centered phase of history and provide the basis for more constructive experimentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kaldor. And next topic is the Gaza Tribunal as an alternative jurisprudential paradigm. Ashib Ali and Masuki Nisaya.
Thank you. We are very grateful to have this opportunity to address the jury. And we want to begin by acknowledging that standing international courts are seized of the question of Palestine and more specifically of Gaza, both in the contentious case before the International Court of Justice and in the criminal case before the International Criminal Court. And yet we view the Gaza Tribunal as an important, indeed essential complement to the work of standing international institutions and courts. We understand the Gaza Tribunal to be situated in a long submission. We understand that these tribunals have historically arisen and are required again today, and that need is being answered by the Gaza Tribunal because existing institutions are in fact incapable of providing a real-time intervention capable of delivering relief, in this instance to the Palestinian people, or providing real-time adjudication of their persecution and the violations of their rights to be protected from genocide. We have seen provisional measures issued and arrest warrants as well, and neither has generated the political will necessary for compliance, let alone enforcement. In our oral presentation, we wish to emphasize the ways in which the Gaza Tribunal may serve a complementary function to these standing international institutions in light of their limitations, and to also address what will be required for the tribunal to be able to realize that potential. I will address the question of the complement that the Gaza Tribunal may serve to fulfill in addressing two gaps in the international order, and I will then turn to my colleague Vasuki Nesia to address the ways in which we believe the Gaza Tribunal can realize its potential through the work of the jury of conscience and the positions that they must articulate. We understand that there are two critical gaps in the international order that make it all but impossible for standing international institutions to adequately meet this moment. The first of those are the geopolitical limitations of the international order as presently constituted, primarily as expressed through the UN Security Council, of which Craig Mokhiber and many others have spoken eloquently. The Security Council is an obstacle to realizing the potential for collective security based on law in the international order, notwithstanding the fact that it was designed in part to be able precisely to deliver such collective security informed by law. It serves as an obstacle to realizing this potential because the veto power within the Security Council expresses the geopolitical ambitions and hegemonic designs of powerful actors that are willing to countenance ongoing genocide and refuse to recognize the threat that genocide presents to international peace and security. As a consequence of the Security Council's absolute failure to realize its own obligations with respect to collective security, there can be no hope that the executive function of the international organization tasked with maintaining international peace and security will be able to meet this moment. In addition, there are jurisprudential limitations that impede both the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court of addressing the needs of the moment. As just two examples, I would point to the fact that neither of these institutions is able to hold corporations accountable for their manifest complicity in the commission of genocide, in the surveillance capitalism that has now been inflicted upon Palestinians in the West Bank, and in the ongoing trade in death and destruction that fuels Israeli state policies towards Palestine. In addition, neither institution is capable of instantiating a non-prosecutorial vision of justice and accountability that would, for example, provide a reparative account of the kinds of justice to which Palestinians are entitled beyond models of enforcement and criminal accountability on which the ICC is premised, and beyond the limitations of sovereign adjudication to which the ICJ is limited. There is no forum, as presently constituted in the international order, to vindicate the self-determining interests of the Palestinian people, and there is no international institution that is capable of giving voice to the demands of global civil society as expressed through solidarity movements such as the Sumud flotillas that we have witnessed over the last year. The structural limitations of what international institutions and international doctrine can address further reinforce the gaps that I've defined. For example, international law expresses a clear doctrinal bias in favor of states, thereby necessarily engendering an unequal playing field for the claims of stateless peoples like the Palestinians, or for their expression of the self-determining claims of communities that have been deprived the recognition of their sovereignty to date. In addition, doctrinally, international law is limited in its capacity to conceptualize collective harms and imagine meaningful collective redress. I've already mentioned the inability to express meaningful reparative claims to justice, and that's only one of the manifold ways in which collective claims fail to be cognizable or rendered legally recognizable in the international legal order. In part, this is because there's an enormous challenge in disentangling international law doctrine and legal institutions from the afterlives of the colonial and imperial orders that issued and engendered their shape, their structure, and their normative content. It's possible through the work of people's tribunals to imagine not only alternative fora, but also alternative jurisprudential paradigms through which a reparative vision of justice can be articulated. The absence of a positive horizon for empowering Palestinian communities to define their own self-determining future through existing international institutions and existing international legal doctrine are fundamental flaws and gaps so profound that they call into existence a people's tribunal like the Gaza Tribunal, and of course invest that tribunal with the enormous responsibility to giving expression to those aspirations which have been so brutally repressed, not only through genocidal violence, but through the violence of the existing international order and its legal doctrines. I turn now to my colleague, Basu Kinesia, to continue our reflection based on our written submission and to address the jury of conscience in what positions it may take to fulfill the potential that is expressed through the complementary role that the Gaza Tribunal plays.
Many thanks, Professor Bali. My name is Vasuki Nesaya. I'm a professor at NYU, and I'm here in my capacity as an expert on international law and co-author with Professor Bali and Ala Haya of a submission on alternative jurisprudential paradigms. In the 5 minutes I have, I will follow on Professor Bali's presentation by elaborating on how we believe that the limitations of existing approaches are not the horizon of our political and legal imagination. Rather, they are arguments for drawing on and building an alternative jurisprudential paradigm, and we believe this tribunal offers an opportunity to do precisely that. We would like to emphasize 4 dimensions of this opportunity. Firstly, we welcome the fact that the structure of this tribunal goes beyond a narrowly legalistic approach. Instead, it echoes indigenous and global South policies and practices and epistemic traditions that refuse to separate law from context. As you know, this tribunal draws on a tradition represented by Russell tribunals to offer a people's forum for international affairs. There are other important institutional innovations that offer inspiring precedent as well. For instance, truth commissions are among the most significant institutional innovations to emerge from the global South. Truth commissions offer important precedents as an institutional form that offers a more holistic approach to justice by giving due weight to history, analyzing root causes and structural dimensions of atrocity, and taking seriously the testimony of those persons most directly impacted. Over the past several decades, institutional forms such as the Russell Tribunals and Truth Commissions have enabled a reckoning with the past while connecting the dots between individual testimonies and national histories and counter-histories. Secondly, this is an opportunity to develop a broader understanding of the repertoires of custom that can democratize and pluralize the sources feeding international law. For instance, resisting a narrowly Eurocentric understanding of legitimate sources of law, we need to take seriously third world approaches to international law and other non-Western traditions, including that of stateless people and the ethical legal guidance of grassroots social movements such as BDS that treat Palestinian lived experience as foundational legal knowledge. In taking a broader approach to custom, these tribunals can model people-centered justice and hold the powerful to account. Thirdly, this is an opportunity to appreciate that solidarity has legal standing and legitimize the accountability claims from actors not directly harmed but bound by shared humanity and collective responsibility to prevent genocide. Over the last 50 years, the International Court of Justice has had a revolution in its own understanding of the significance of solidarity in establishing procedural standing when the court is dealing with erga omnes claims, namely obligations under international law that are owed to the entire international community, and the matter of genocide is surely that. Since 1955, when the Bandung Conference endorsed the UDHR in its final communique, representatives of the vast majority of the international community have situated human rights in relation to anti-colonial solidarity. The Declaration on the Right to Solidarity situates it as indivisible from self-determination, grounding it specifically in the challenge of preventing and removing the causes of asymmetries and inequities between and within states. Solidarity operates as a legal principle precisely when it challenges structural oppression and power imbalances. This is an opportunity to give due recognition to the mass solidarity that has been expressed by thousands of people marching in solidarity with the people of Palestine across the world. Dock workers refusing to load shipments, armed shipments bound for Israel, students building encampments, and the Sumud flotillas of solidarity. Fourth, the tribunal offers a bold, precedent-setting opportunity to recognize a people's right to self-determination without being cabined within statist models of recognition. The Palestinian people have a claim to self-determination that exceeds the state form. One source of inspiration here are Fourth World or original nations approaches to sovereignty that go beyond the received model of Westphalian statehood to instead center stewardship of the land, citizenship, and hospitality. As we have elaborated in our written submissions, indigenous treaty-making practices, both formal and informal, embody these different values and support a people's jurisprudence that democratizes the right to self-determination. Drawing from the principles we have gestured to here, we would like to emphasize the opportunity to activate international law as a tool for an emancipatory jurisprudence rather than an end in itself. We argue that the Gaza Tribunal has the potential to exemplify how alternative jurisprudential paradigms can preserve the transformative ambitions of international law at its best, even when formal mechanisms fall short, but also being a much-needed complement to those formal mechanisms by generating space for legal innovation, amplifying marginalized voices, and helping bridge normative frameworks with political change. We ask the jury of conscience to issue calls that reach beyond traditional international law jurisdiction by, firstly, recognizing the expertise of Palestinians as chroniclers of their experience and authors of the norms defining their aspirations. Equally, providing the space to articulate non-statist models for the self-determination rights of the Palestinian people. In addition, adjudicating the complicity of and demanding accountability from third states and non-state actors, including weapons manufacturers, financial institutions, universities, tech companies, and other actors enabling genocide. And finally, bridging documentation with mobilization, creating tools for movements to enforce the norms that formal institutions establish but cannot implement, with attention to how its own findings can be crafted to educate and equip civil society actors, not just legal elites, turning legal knowledge into tools for building an alternative jurisprudence of international law from below. Thank you for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you very much for this elaboration. And now I'm opening a short space for questions and answers for our members of the jury. So please, go on. If there are any questions, go on.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much for the panel. It's mostly within the legal community, so I have a few questions. I'll try to be very brief. For Mr. Lee, when you talk about popular mobilization, demonstrations, protests, sit-ins, conferences, flotillas, vocal use of social media, other platforms, alternative media, and so on and so forth, do you have any other suggestions other than what people have been doing? Do you have any particular things that could be more effective? For Mr. Mukhaber, when we talk about the United for Peace mechanism, short of an armed conflict, what measures can states take to force the Zionist regime to allow aid, lift the siege, withdraw from Gaza and the West Bank? What countries could actually lead such efforts in your view? Also, we have the situation with the concept of armed resistance, since this has been enshrined in international law. Setting aside whether it's prudent, useful, or undesirable, how can a colonized people practice armed resistance without being maligned or without being, as the International Court of Justice or at the International Criminal Court has indicted the leaders of Hamas in that particular thing? How would that be practiced? The fourth question, very quickly, Turkey as a member state, a member of NATO, let's say it wants to provide aid to break the siege, deliver aid, and then it gets attacked by Israel. Is that a NATO breach? And the same goes with the Houthis. If they have the right to stop a genocide, what are the obligations of Egypt as a border state that has been complicit as well in placing the in having the siege against the Palestinians and not delivering aid? What obligations on that? And finally, can the UN and its agencies target corporations that are complicit in genocide? Do they have the jurisdiction over that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we begin with the answers, if I'm not wrong, Mr. Lee was the first one. I would like to kindly ask you to keep your answers short and precise. Thank you. Go on, Mr. Lee.
Unfortunately, I don't know if I have a short and precise answer to that question. I mean, obviously, more of everything, all of the above. A commitment to ungovernability, I think, is maybe an important way of thinking about it. And also to think about the way that people are situated differently around the world, right? I mean, the point that Vasuki made about the dock workers is very important. Colombia's coal boycott, which also is, has its own strains. Everyone in the world, every regime in the world is linked to what's happening in Palestine in a different way, right? Everyone is differently situated in this system. So it's really about figuring out what the specific leverage point is wherever you are and kind of pressing on it as hard as possible. I apologize if that sounds very general, but unfortunately the question was also pretty broad, and it's difficult to be prescriptive at that level. I apologize.
Thank you. I'm Craig, I believe the next question was for you, if you've heard it right.
I heard several questions there, by all means. So on the Uniting for Peace, there is in fact a process that has gotten very little attention behind the scenes to bring a Uniting for Peace process forward, to bring a resolution forward for which there is a draft that includes things like the mandating of a consent-based protection force to be distinguished from the sort of colonial machinations of the Trump stabilization force or the proxy occupation of the stabilization force recommended by France and Saudi Arabia. This is a consent-based protection force that only would perform the functions of protection of civilians, the preservation of evidence of Israeli crimes, facilitation of the distribution of humanitarian aid, and help with reconstruction. But it also includes a number of measures that would pressure the Israeli regime to not interfere and actually to cease its many violations of international law. Measures like a military embargo, measures like sanctions, measures like the reactivation of the anti-apartheid mechanisms, and possibly the establishment of a tribunal. All of these things could be done by the General Assembly in the face of a US veto. I just want to say this about it because it's often confused. It's true that the GA doesn't have enforcement power, but it has power, as we saw during apartheid in South Africa, to nevertheless adopt these measures and to compel, to use a word loosely, other states to join on in these initiatives in a multilateral initiative to bring this pressure to bear. So it can adopt sanctions, it can enforce them, but it can create a mechanism for other states to join on in applying them. So that's what could happen under Uniting for Peace. The question about the Houthis, for example, I've written on this that the Houthis made very clear, Ansar Allah in Yemen, that what they were doing was applying their obligations as they saw them to intervene to stop the genocide in Palestine. And they did this through the initiation of a blockade in the Red Sea in order, as they understood it, to meet their affirmative obligation to take measures to stop the genocide that was being perpetrated against the Palestinian people. The US and its allies, on the other hand, in attacking the Houthis, had no authorization for the use of force and no justification for doing so, which makes it an act of aggression. It's completely the reverse of what was reported in Western media about what was happening, or the way the Security Council was addressing these questions. So, it comes down to a question that, do the jus cogens and erga omnes norms of international law cease to exist with a Security Council veto? The answer to that has to be no. The Security Council is established by the UN Charter. The UN Charter is a treaty. It is situated within international law, not above international law. And so those highest norms of international law continue to apply, and among them is the prohibition of genocide, the affirmative obligation of states to stop genocide and to punish genocide and to prevent genocide, the self-determination of peoples, and all the other things that are mentioned in this context.
Thank you very much. Ardi, you have something else to add?
Yes, I just wanted to briefly address the issue of armed resistance. I actually think that while the right of peoples who are subjected to forms of foreign domination, colonial occupation, and so on, do have a right to exercise force in repelling such regimes against them. The one thing that people are often forgetting is that because the state of Palestine exists juridically, that is, it is a juridical entity, it behaves like a state on the international plane, even though its ability to exercise its sovereignty is impeded by an unlawful, aggressive, occupying power imposing an apartheid regime on them. But because that state of Palestine exists, it also enjoys certain inherent rights of all states, including the right to use force when it is subjected to an illegal use of force, or an armed attack, as lawyers call them, under Article 51 of the United Nations Charter. They may invoke the right to use force. to repel said armed attack. The important facts for the jury to make note of is that on the 19th of July, 2024, the International Court of Justice determined that Israel's ongoing 58-year military occupation, which is a use of force, is in and of itself unlawful for being in violation of Article 2, subsection 4 of the UN Charter, the prohibition on the use of force in international law. And as a result, that triggers the right of the state of Palestine to use force if it wishes, if it so wishes, and then to call assistance from other states to help it. Now, the real question, leaving aside the right to resort to force to repel the unlawful occupation, is whether or not there is sufficient political will, both in the aggrieved state, immediately Palestine, and then also third states to assist. Now, Craig has just mentioned the Yemenis, and that's pretty much as far as it's gone. But I would encourage the jury in how it appreciates what we call as international lawyers the jus ad bellum, the right to resort to force, that it takes into account the fact that the state of Palestine is a juridical entity. It exists. It appears before the International Court of Justice, as only states may do, and as a result enjoys an inherent right of self-defense when subjected to an illegal armed attack, which the court has already determined it is, in effect, without saying it in so many words. There are other rights that the state of Palestine enjoys inherently, including the right to of inviolability of their internal affairs, the right to territorial integrity and political independence. And what is most important, and I'll close on this, is that recently a series of Western states over the past month or so have recognized the state of Palestine, which for many seems to be a symbol, and it may very well end up being symbolic. However, there are entry points for use of this, and to make it worth the while. Because these states are supportive of Israel, because these states are arming Israel, because these states are giving diplomatic and military and economic support to Israel, because they trade with Israel. I'm talking now about Canada, the United Kingdom, Australia, France, and others. There are entry points that these recognitions of the state of Palestine have furnished global civil society, all of them based on the fact that Palestine exists as a state and enjoys the right to have its political self-determination respected, and the principles of self-defense respected, and so on. And so where there are inconsistencies with these recognitions, say for instance, statements made by France or Canada that certain political parties may not play a role in the future government of Palestine, these things clearly violate the right of the state of Palestine, which they are recognizing, to have their own politics and to also enjoy territorial integrity and political independence and so on.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for being part of the Gaza Tribunal. Thank you to the members of the jury. And yes, I guess I will conclude this part of today's session. It is time for lunch, and I'll see you at 2. Only one small call. You can approach to see the side events and everything else that is part of the Gaza Tribunal and these 4 days. So you will follow our team. They will take you to see the exhibits and the rest of the side events during the day. And after that, you're going to a lunch. Thank you very much. to the stage to take your places so we could start and proceed our today's session. A small request for our team. We need chairs for the jury. They've been taken away. So once again, please, members of the jury, take your seats at the stage so we could proceed. This session is called Resistance and Solidarity. That's something that we will be discussing in the next 60 minutes. And the first topic to talk about is Gaza's resistance within its historical and political context. The first speaker is Mr. Ramzi Baroud.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the kind invitation, but also thank you for all the incredible work each one of you has done for Gaza in the last 2 years. Gaza has proved to be the litmus test of humanity, of morality, of civil society, of international law. If it were not for you as a representation of civil society globally, if it were not for you, Gazans would have been the only line of defense against Zionism, against colonialism, and against genocide. You made it possible by creating another line of defense for the Palestinian people. The Palestinian people are not only grateful, but they are also hoping that this movement that was created against the genocide in Gaza will not be a temporary movement that will be dismantled with the assumption that the genocide is over. The genocide is not over. It manifests itself in so many different ways, and the very reasons and the historical context that created or led to the genocide in the first place is still there and will be there until Palestine and the Palestinian people are free. So please don't stop speaking out, don't stop rallying, don't stop centering Palestinian voices, and don't stop creating the momentum that is foisting Zionism as the racist ideology that created Israel from imploding. You are making this happen, and again, Gaza is at the front line of this struggle. not just for the sake of Gaza and Palestine, but for the sake of humanity at large. I was born and raised in a refugee camp in Gaza called Nusayrat. You must have heard so much about Nusayrat in the last 2 years. Unfortunately, much of what you must have heard is affiliated with massacres in Nusayrat. Many of my family members were killed in Gaza, over 110 people as of last year. I stopped counting because there was no point of counting, and because all of Gaza is my family, and I think this is something that is shared by Gazans as well and Palestinians as a whole. We are all one family, and the loss of every family is my personal loss as well. I grew up in a family that was made of a father who was a former freedom fighter, although I believe that my father was a freedom fighter as much as my mother was a freedom fighter, despite the fact that freedom fighting did not necessarily always take place carrying Kalashnikov. They fought for survival, they fought for existence, they fought for their identity, they fought for self-assertion, they fought for their culture, they fought for their religion, they fought for their history, they fought for the prosperity of their family and for their children, and that, by definition, makes every Palestinian in Gaza a freedom fighter, and every Palestinian who is standing up to colonialism and military occupation. One time, I believe it was just before the first Intifada of 1987, I think I was about 10, 11 years old. I saw an Israeli Jeep speeding through the refugee camp. And they were going at an exceptionally high speed. And then after that, I saw two Palestinians. They were masked, and they were running at very high speed as well, hiding in the graveyard. We call it the Martyrs' Graveyard in the center of Gaza. Those from Gaza know what I'm talking about. And I asked my dad who these people are. He said they are members of the Islamic Jihad. That was a time before Hamas itself was created. There was no such Hamas to be used as the example of so-called Palestinian militancy, terrorism, and supposedly bad political decisions. Gaza during that time, or armed resistance in Gaza during that time, was controlled largely by two major groups: the socialists, the PFLP in particular, and the Islamic Jihad. Prior to that, we had the Palestine Liberation Army that was part of the PLO, and Palestinians were fighting back then. If you look at the history of Gaza, you are going to find a history of resistance, cultural resistance, popular resistance, but also armed resistance. One thing, and I'm here speaking as an intellectual, if we are to have an honest conversation about Palestine, we are to get in serious trouble, especially in the West. The sensibilities of Western society cannot cope with the idea that Palestinians have utilized and used armed resistance since the Nakba, the catastrophic destruction of historic Palestine. It's not something that we are ashamed of. It's not something that we should hide or need to hide. But we live in a very toxic academic and media and political environment that the mere recognition of the fact that Palestinians have used arms to resist has been such a liability that people are just scared to say it. So if I am standing to debate the issue at Harvard or MIT or Oxford or anywhere, I have to find a way to zigzag around the idea of armed resistance. I replace the word resistance with resilience so I'm not misunderstood. I emphasize popular resistance, but I don't talk about armed resistance. Some of you already speak Arabic, but I'm going to teach you a few words here just as a refresher course. One is the word muqawama. Muqawama means resistance. But muqawama for us Palestinians has a different cultural connotations than the word muqawama in Western platforms, Western academia, Western mainstream society. For them, the word resistance could be a bad thing, as in terrorism, or could be a subject that is open for interpretation. As Palestinian culture, history, and struggle is like going to the market, buying cucumbers and not buying tomatoes, I like Palestinian non-violent resistance. I don't like the violent resistance. I like peaceful resistance, but I don't like this other form of resistance. Well, let me tell you some maybe bad news for some of you. In our culture, there is no distinction between the forms of resistance. For us, it's only called muqawama, and we express that in so many different manifestations. We're not shying away from it, and we are not hiding it. And the reason is that if we do, we are denying not only a fundamental right of our people as a liberation movement fighting for its own survival, but also freedom and justice, but we are also being dishonest about Palestinian history. You see, the problem for Israel is not the armed resistance of the Palestinians. The Israelis have understood something that many of us, especially in the West and so-called progressives in the West, still don't understand. Israel understands. Israel knows that resistance in Palestinian society is not just about arms. When they come and say, Palestinians should give up their weapons or hand over their weapons. What weapons? How many tanks do we have? How many fighter jets? How do you even count? What are the weapons that are being given and what are the weapons that are still in the tunnels? Most of the weapons that are being manufactured in Gaza right now are being repurposed from the unexploded armaments thrown by the Israelis at the Palestinian population in Gaza. If you want us to give away our weapons, if you want the Palestinians to give away their weapons, stop lobbing your bombs and your missiles or the Palestinian population in the first place, because there would be no weapons to be repurposed. So the issue here is not about the legitimacy or lack thereof of Palestinian weapons and Palestinian resistance. It's a diversion from the main issue. What pushes Palestinians to resist in the first place? Take away from us the reason that makes us resist, and we will not resist. And when we resist, do please try to understand that we do not cater our resistance to your sensibility. We resist because nobody came to our rescue. I was, as a child, I was told, my father was a communist, but who was also an Arab nationalist. And he told us, like many men in his generation, that the Arabs will be coming to liberate Palestine. The Arabs are coming. So as children, we thought it's just a matter of time before the Arabs show up. And nobody showed up. I actually do remember one time taxi drivers in Gaza, because you have to feel bad for these guys. They are going around in a circle in this tiny little place. So they start spreading rumors just because they are bored, I guess. And one time the rumor was that the Algerians are coming, and they are coming via the sea. As children, we all rushed. It was during the first Palestinian Intifada. Again, we were being shot and killed for simple protesting the Israeli occupation. We were desperate for an outside help. We went to the beach and we waited. And we waited until sunset. We saw absolutely nothing in the horizon but the Israeli Navy ships. No Algerians came, no Egyptians came, no Jordanians, no Iraqis, no anything. So this generation of Gazans is different than our generation. My generation, that of the first Intifada, we learned the alphabets of self-assertion. We went to the streets and we threw rocks at the Israeli army. I wasn't very good at it, but the idea is that we needed to assert ourselves that we have agency. We are a people who are capable of speaking for ourselves. We cannot marginalize, and even though we have been betrayed by our Arab brethren, we are capable of rising and taking a moral stance. And we did. But this generation is even tougher than our generations. They took that realization to a whole new level. Nobody is coming for your liberation. As Che Guevara has said it, before there are no liberators, the people liberate themselves. So the Palestinian people have been in an active process of self-liberation. Do not blame the Palestinians for taking that moral stance after 77 years of complete marginalization and betrayal and international conspiracy by the US, Israel, Zionism, and the whole Western bloc to, in the words of Jared Kushner, for the Palestinians, they can only have one option and one option only: to put up or what is the right term? To put up or to shut up. Well, we neither put up nor do we shut up. And that's why what happened in Gaza happened. It was the outcome of our own failure. So don't blame the resistance for our own failure, and don't put the Palestinians once again in the corner to self-justify and to explain and to apologize for not behaving that the good victims that we needed to behave. And those who are expecting Gaza to be good victims, you know nothing about Gaza. You know absolutely nothing about Gaza. 1948, the Palestinian Nakba. You have hundreds of thousands of people being pushed out of historic Palestine. 250,000 or so of them came to Gaza. Within days, they formed groups called the Fidaiyin. That's before ideology. That's before politics. That's before Hamas, Fatah, and clashes and disunity. The Fidaiyin were peasants. They were fallahin. My uncle was a member of the Fidaiyin. And all they did is that they tried to go back to their villages in southern Palestine to reclaim the crops that they harvested but they did not collect, or the money or the gold left of their wives in their homes after they were expelled from these homes. That was the Fidaiyin movement that evolved over the years, but there has been no time in history in which Gaza did not resist, in which Gaza put up or shut up. It never happened, and it will not happen. And the reason that I have always been saying that Gaza is the center of Palestinian history, is the core of Palestinian history. Gaza is very small, 360 square kilometers, about 180 square miles. And yeah, we talk about the natural gas at the Mediterranean Sea, but it's not like Gaza had these natural resources that Israel, if Israel wants to exploit the gas, they would have done so with or without Palestinian permission. What makes Gaza special is not its territory or its gas or its natural resources, it's the people of Gaza. It's the people of Gaza. And this is why Israel has invested, not in destroying the resistance, because they know that there is no way they could have done that. They invested in ethnically cleansing the Palestinian people out of Gaza, because you remove the Palestinians of Gaza, you remove the heart of resistance from Palestinian society. The fact that we are still there, the fact that the people are still there, even though they are sitting on the ruins of Gaza, the ruins of everything, the mosque and the church and the school and the university and the home and the kindergarten and the art gallery and everything in Gaza, the fact that they continue to do so, it means that the Palestinian people, the heart of Palestinian resistance is still beating. And the fact that it's still beating means that resistance in Palestine would remain alive. Yeah, feel bad for the Palestinian victims, feel bad for the innocent children who were pulverized along with their families. Thousands of them are still under the rubble. Feel bad, because we are human and you should feel bad. But don't think for a minute that resistance in Palestine will stop under any circumstance. Thank you.
Self-defense, resistance, and inverse reality. This is the topic for Mr. Wadia Said.
Thank you all for being here, and thank you to the members of the jury for listening to my statement. My name is Wadia Said, and I teach law at the University of Colorado in the United States. In this brief statement, I intend to address the issue of self-defense in the context of the Gaza genocide, as well as articulate the legal basis for a Palestinian right to resist Israeli occupation. To do this, we have to understand the overall context, not merely as it relates to the question of Palestine, but to the legal status of the Gaza Strip and the nature of the Israeli presence there. In doing so, we must confront how reality has been reversed and distorted in many instances. Also, this exercise is of great importance, especially when we consider the fact that Palestinian nonviolent resistance, such as the kind we saw in the First Intifada between 1987 and 1993, or the Great March of Return in 2018, has been historically met with tremendous violence and repression by the Israeli authorities. As a threshold matter, the International Court of Justice made clear in its July 2024 advisory opinion what was already well understood by many international law scholars, namely that the West Bank, Gaza Strip, and East Jerusalem have been illegally occupied by the Israeli military since 1967. This is consistent with how the ICJ ruled in its 2004 advisory opinion, which found that the wall Israeli authorities built in the West Bank to be illegal under international law. Essentially, the occupation constitutes a violation of the Palestinian people's right to self-determination and must end, as ordered by the ICJ. In fact, the ICJ set the end of September 2025 as the date by which Israel must end its occupation of the 1967 Palestinian territories, although that clearly has not occurred. The ICJ's 2024 opinion removed any doubt as to the occupied status of the Gaza Strip, rendering definitively invalid the Israeli position that the redeployment of its forces outside the territory in 2005 meant that the Strip itself was no longer occupied. This background is useful to note because, as many scholars and states have noted, an occupying power does not have a right to self-defense in territory it occupies. Among other claims, some have tried to argue that Israel retains a right of self-defense. In the United States, if you were ever to visit, you would probably see politicians repeating that phrase the same way that they breathe air or drink water, that Israel has a right to self-defense, but it doesn't in territory it militarily occupies. The argument has morphed to the point where Israel retains a right of self-defense because it was subjected to an armed attack by a non-state group from the territory of a different state, Palestine. But arguments along those lines have been basically rendered invalid by the ICJ's ruling. Even those parties who recognized a purported Israeli right to self-defense initially have had to acknowledge that the Israeli authorities have an obligation to respect the principles of international humanitarian law, that is to say, necessity, proportionality, and distinguishing between civilians and military targets. Whatever the case may be, there is never any justification for genocide, not based on arguments about the nature of the events of October 7th or via the claim of self-defense. Even though the United Nations Independent International Commission on the Occupied Palestinian Territory recently found that Israel's actions in Gaza constitute a genocide, to most observers that fact was clear, as its military campaign quickly morphed into a mass reprisal intended to destroy the civilian infrastructure of Gaza and force its population out of the besieged enclave. The result is that the entirety of this military offensive is completely illegal. Further, all arguments about Hamas using civilian infrastructure and homes and individuals as human shields, which even prior to October 7, 2023, were highly contentious and speculative at best, these have been exposed as not based in fact, given the staggering civilian death toll and the Israeli military's feeble efforts to justify their targeting in this regard. I'm sure we all remember Israeli military spokesperson Daniel Hagari showing a calendar as evidence of how Hamas was based under a Shifa hospital. And that's the level of evidence we've been getting. Despite Israeli attempts to negate any Palestinian right to armed resistance, such as declaring the Gaza Strip a hostile territory in 2006 and insisting that its military actions against Palestinians constitute a, quote, armed conflict short of war, what that means is the Israelis are saying, we can shoot at them, they can't shoot back at us. The Palestinians clearly possess such a right. The Fourth Geneva Conventions recognize the right of people under military occupation to resist that occupation, a fact that's been repeatedly reaffirmed by several United Nations General Assembly resolutions over the years, allowing this principle to achieve the status of customary international law in the opinion of numerous jurists. Although not accepted by the United States and Israel, the first protocol additional to the Geneva Conventions of 1977 more specifically support the right of a non-state national liberation movement of a people militarily occupied to use armed force to achieve liberation. The repeated findings of the ICJ that the military occupation of the West Bank, Gaza Strip, and East Jerusalem violates Palestinian self-determination is critical in underpinning this right. A main objection to a Palestinian right to resist resided in the idea that a people cannot unilaterally declare that their right to self-determination is being denied by military occupation as a basis to use force against that occupation. The ICJ's rulings recognized both a Palestinian right to self-determination and its violation by the Israeli authorities, thereby rendering this point moot. Palestinians may use force to resist their occupation. To deal with the questions related to October 7th directly, it is correct to note that international law does not condone the taking of hostages or intentionally targeting civilians. In the United States, Israel, and allied nations in the global north, however, officials invoke October 7th as the origin of all violence in this current stage of the Palestinian cause, thereby obfuscating the entirety of the Palestinian experience prior to that date. In fact, for over the past 18 years, the Gaza Strip has been a blockaded territory, subject to total Israeli control over its airspace, borders, access to the sea, trade to and from the Strip, as well as periodic military campaigns of increasing severity. Surely, there must be a difference between an occupied people targeting the military apparatus of its occupier and other prohibited acts. There's also the widely recognized fact that the Israeli military caused a significant number of deaths on October 7th via its activation of a policy called the Hannibal Protocol, which calls for killing Israeli personnel before allowing them to be taken captive. A true accounting for October 7th would include establishing the Israeli role and its corresponding legal accountability for producing such a high death toll on that day, and also grappling with when international law allows an occupied people to resist using armed force, as attacks on military personnel and installations enforcing a siege are surely different than killing civilians. In addition to the Israeli rejection of any Palestinian right to resist, the United States recognizes the same position. The United States has classified Hamas as a so-called foreign terrorist organization. That's a legal classification. And that determination rests on the logic that, quote, foreign organizations that engage in terrorist activity are so tainted by their criminal conduct that any contribution to such an organization facilitates that conduct, end quote. This position necessarily demands that every act of violence, and also nonviolence, by the way, carried out by Hamas and affiliated Palestinian groups is illegal, even if it involves shooting at Israeli tanks and soldiers invading the Gaza Strip in service of a genocidal campaign on illegally occupied land. In recent times, the US government has taken this position to extremes. As in March of this year, the State Department's official spokesperson stated, quote, every single thing that is happening in Gaza is happening because of Hamas. This is a position that justifies illegal collective punishment and views all Palestinian life as legitimate collateral damage in an endless war against a people's fight for self-determination and liberation. If this were a criminal law, I teach criminal law in my day job, and if this were a criminal law theory of self-defense, it would be laughed out of the room. Regardless, it appears that the US government believes that Hamas and the Palestinian people in Gaza as a whole are accomplices in crimes against Israelis, and when the Israeli military targets Palestinian civilians, it is Hamas that is responsible for their death. Stated another way, it seems that the government believes that what occurred on one day can justify over 2 years of genocide and deliberate targeting of all aspects of civilian life in Gaza. The argument continues that because it was foreseeable that Israel would engage in hyper-violent mass reprisals to carry out a second Nakba, any Palestinian group confronting the Israeli military bears responsibility for whatever that military does. This is reality stood on its head and inverted to the point that a genocidal army can be absolved of its innumerable crimes through a rhetorical sleight of hand based on what was supposedly foreseeable. On a final point, while there is no legal basis for taking hostages in international law, there is the shattering hypocrisy of referring to Israeli detainees as hostages and Palestinian detainees as prisoners. The parameters of this discussion are deliberately limited to a recognition of Israeli rights and assumption of Palestinian wrongdoing. How can this be when since 1967 over 1 million Palestinians have been jailed by the Israeli authorities under military law in service of an illegal occupation with none of the usual rights afforded a defendant in a civilian criminal court? This is before we even examine the actual conditions of detention and the use of torture by Israeli authorities, and we've heard from many distinguished speakers about that during this very tribunal. This historical record also includes Israel's widespread practice of administrative detention, where Palestinians are held without trial or charge on an indefinite basis. Currently, some 3,500 detainees suffer from this status. And while condemnation for Palestinian groups holding Israelis is widespread in the global north, such condemnation neglects to appreciate that the Israeli Supreme Court has continually, in its own right, upheld the practice of the military using detainees, both dead and alive, as so-called bargaining chips, to be used in further prisoner exchange negotiations. In other words, essentially legalized hostage taking. That is why we witnessed the recent release of over 1,700 Palestinians from Gaza who were held by the Israeli authorities without charge and in horrific conditions for the purpose of tormenting them and releasing them once Israel's conditions for a prisoner exchange had been met. The term hostages certainly sounds apt. These short statements underscore the legality and broad legitimacy that envelops the Palestinian cause, which ensure that the struggle will continue until the occupation ends and Palestine is free. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we should talk about Global Summit Flotilla, something that the whole world has been following too, alongside ongoing genocide. Yasmin Akar will be speaking about this.
Dear jury, dear guests and organizers, my name is Yasmin Ajar, steering committee member and organizer of the Global Summit Flotilla as well as the Freedom Flotilla Coalition. I speak to you as an organizer, a witness, and a human rights activist. I have sailed with unarmed vessels carrying food, medicine, and human witnesses to Gaza. The challenge is siege that has existed since 2007 and was further intensified during the ongoing genocide. We act because the world's institutions, laws, and governments have failed to protect Palestinian lives, and because silence is complicity. Today, I will speak in 3 registers about the realities on the ground and at sea, the violations of international law, and the responsibilities we all share to resist injustice and demand accountability. First, the factual frame. For 18 years, Gaza has endured a brutal, illegal, and inhumane siege. The blockade violates international law, including general international law, international humanitarian law, and human rights law. It restricts everything: airspace, waters, borders, movement of people, and the flow of essential goods. Every aspect of life, daily life, has been controlled by the occupying power, even determining the number of calories allowed per person. A bureaucratic calculation that reduced human beings to statistics. After the genocide began, the siege became a siege upon a siege, a system of deliberate deprivation designed to punish, weaken, and control the Palestinian population. Families remained trapped without sufficient food, medicine, fuel, or water. Hospitals operate without electricity and supplies. Children are malnourished, weakened, and dying. This is not suffering. It is a systematic assault on life itself by the infliction of life conditions calculated to bring about the physical destruction of a whole people. The endurance of this colonial system has never been the work of one state alone. It has been sustained by a network of international actors whose complicity extends from the conference room to the factory floor. Through arms transfers that supply machinery of war, diplomatic cover that shields impunity, and economic partnerships that convert devastation into profit. The siege, thus, becomes not only a policy but a structure of governance, weaponizing the very conditions of existence. Food, medicine, fuel, and water are transformed into tools of violence, distributed or withheld to discipline an entire population into submission. Generations have been born under blockade, their lives defined by scarcity and surveillance. Malnutrition, illness, and psychological trauma are not collateral outcomes, but the predictable consequences of a system built to degrade, dehumanize, and exhaust. International support, political, economic, and military, has woven this oppression into fabric of global order, while corporations extract profit from its maintenance. In this sense, the siege is not an aberration of international politics, but one of its most revealing expressions, a regime of control sustained by those who claim to defend human rights, yet continually enable their destruction. The so-called US-backed aid was part of the very same system. Aid distribution centers became death traps. Dozens of starving people were murdered in cold blood at these sites. This was not humanitarian failure or bureaucratic mismanagement. It was deliberate violence embedded in policy, a calculated cruelty that uses promise of survival as bait. Such acts reveal the nature of the system itself, not one of control alone, but of annihilation. When food becomes a weapon and relief a means of extermination, the intent is no longer merely to crush, but to erase. The siege and its so-called aid apparatus function together as instruments of genocide, mechanisms through which life is reduced to something that can be granted or withdrawn at will. International law and global institutions have repeatedly failed Gaza. Investigations were delayed or buried. Enforcement mechanisms ignored. The media manufactured consent, portraying Gaza as a security threat rather than a besieged and starved people. It must be said clearly, the use of starvation as a weapon of war and the imposition of collective punishment are illegal. These crimes leave enduring scars, especially on children whose bodies and minds have been permanently damaged by deprivation. Nowhere is this more visible than in Gaza, where nearly half of the population are children. They are growing up amidst deprivation so severe that it stunts their physical development and fractures their sense of safety and possibility. For these children, hunger is not an episode, but a condition of life. Malnutrition, trauma, and loss have become the fabric of their childhoods. An entire generation has been marked by violence that seeks not only to destroy the present, but to extinguish the future of Gaza itself. Second, the criminalization of aid and the work of the Global Sumut Flotilla. The missions of the Global Sumut Flotilla and the Freedom Flotilla Coalition have always been humanitarian. Our vessels carry food, medicine, and human witnesses. Under international law, humanitarian aid and civilian vessels are protected. Yet, the flotilla missions have been criminalized over and over again. After the Conscience was bombed in Malta in May, we sailed with a small vessel called the Madeleine, carrying just 12 people. We carried only 8. Yet we were attacked with chemical agents, intercepted in international waters, kidnapped and imprisoned. Despite these challenges, we returned, as promised, with 42 vessels and 462 people from across the globe. Organizing such a mission in only 2 months is a testament to the power of collective action. What was first a single boat mobilized the world. Doctors, engineers, human rights defenders, students, lawyers, and journalists united under the banner of global solidarity and resistance. The global Sumut flotilla was again attacked at sea. Drone strikes targeted dozens of boats, first in Tunisian waters, then in international waters near Greece. This was not only a breach of the law of the sea, but a demonstration of impunity. The occupying power pursued a civilian humanitarian initiative across borders, attacking in national and international waters without restraint. Many of us were taken to Kitsiot in the Negev desert, a prison notorious for torture and inhumane treatment. We endured conditions designed to break human dignity: beatings, sleep deprivation, psychological violence, sexual assault, dogs in the corridors and cells, tight handcuffs, blindfolds, and snipers' lasers fixed on our foreheads. Blatant violations of international human rights law. The walls bore blood, bullet holes, and the names of Palestinian hostages, especially from Gaza, who had possibly endured months, years, decades of imprisonment and torture. What we lived for a week was just a fraction of what Palestinian hostages endure for years. It must be clear, the attacks and interception did not stop us. It only strengthened our resolve. The global Sumut flotilla mobilized millions worldwide through demonstrations, student occupations, dock workers' strikes, and global pressure. Military vessels from Italy, Spain, and Turkey were mobilized. To say, not out of goodwill, but because states feared the anger of their citizens. This was the work of the people, not of governments that remain complicit by maintaining ties to the Zionist entity. Our actions may have accelerated ceasefire negotiations, but our missions are not over. The siege continues. The genocide continues. Aid remains criminalized. Third, law, colonialism, and the duty of conscience. International humanitarian law, the Fourth Geneva Convention, the Rome Statute, and customary law exist to protect human life. Collective punishment, deliberate deprivation of essentials, and attacks on humanitarian actors are explicitly prohibited. Yet these laws are ignored when political and economic interests outweigh human life. This failure is not accidental. It is deeply rooted in colonialism, apartheid, and global capitalism. The Zionist entity's siege, illegal blockade, and attacks are not isolated acts. They are part of a broader settler colonial project of dispossession and domination, serving to maintain Western and white supremacy in the Middle East. These crimes are enforced and enabled by the United States, which provides military, political, and economic support. But the United States is not alone. European states, particularly Germany, where I'm from, bear a profound historical and moral responsibility. Germany, invoking its own past crimes, has chosen not to prevent genocide, but to justify and materially and morally support another. Through arms sales, diplomatic protection, and the repression of solidarity movements, Germany has become a central pillar sustaining Israeli apartheid and genocide. Its historical guilt has been weaponized to shield a colonial regime and silence those who stand with the oppressed. This is not a conflict between equals. It is imperial domination rooted in colonial logic and white supremacy. And all of this is sustained by Western powers that continue to view Palestinians, Muslims, and Arab life as expandable. Sailing vessels unarmed into international waters under siege is dangerous, but we are aware of the risks our missions hold, and we continue because our lives are not more valuable than the lives of Palestinians. Sumut, steadfastness, is our guiding principle. The refusal to normalize injustice, starvation, and genocide. We ask this jury to recognize in legal and moral terms what has occurred and what persists, that the deliberate use of starvation, the blockade, the criminalization of aid, and systemic attacks on civilians constitutes crimes under international law, that those who enable or conceal these crimes, including the occupying power and its imperial backers, must be held accountable, and that inaction is complicity. This is not merely a legal argument. Laws exist to protect life, not to shield impunity. The people of Palestine are not statistics. They are human beings whose protection is our collective responsibility. And this is why tribunals like this one matter. When governments fail, when international courts remain silent, it is civil society, survivors, witnesses, and people of conscience who must act. Tribunals or flotillas are not symbolic. They are an assertion of people's justice, of the right and duty to document, to speak, and to resist. They are the living expression of global solidarity against colonial violence. And finally, we stand with the Palestinian people. We stand against colonialism, apartheid, and imperial domination. We stand for global solidarity and for humanitarian principles that cannot be negotiated or compromised. And we will continue to resist. Thank you.
Thank you, Yasemin. And now we will be talking about the Hind Rajab Foundation. It's a story that went globally and touched every single human heart out there. So the story about Hind Rajab Foundation will be told by Jake Rom.
To the conveners and to the jury, thank you for inviting me to speak today. My name is Jake Rom, and I'm here in my capacity as a representative for the Hind Rajab Foundation. Although we are a young organization, I imagine that many in the room will already be familiar with our work. But for those who are not, allow me to make a brief introduction. The Hind Rajab Foundation was established in 2024 by several volunteer lawyers and activists determined to use both national and international justice systems to hold Israeli soldiers to account for their war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide in Gaza. Our incredible research team is capable of tracking the Israeli military as it commits crimes across the Strip. We know where and when these crimes are occurring, and we know who is committing them. Based on this research, we compile extensive dossiers of evidence and build prima facie legal cases, which we then present to prosecutors in the relevant national jurisdictions under the theory of universal jurisdiction for traveling soldiers, or under the principle of nationality for dual nationals, as well as to the International Criminal Court when appropriate. Crucially, our work focuses on the rank and file Israeli soldiers, from the commanders down to the lowest ranking infantry. The choice to focus on the rank and file, to cast as wide a net as possible, is not motivated by a desire for easy wins, as if such a thing were possible in the present environment. The culture of impunity that undergirds the daily atrocities committed in Gaza permeates all levels of the Israeli military. Even if high-ranking officials face scrutiny or arrest warrants, and even this has been woefully lacking, individual soldiers feel themselves beyond the reach of the law. This is readily apparent from the brazenness and glee with which Israeli soldiers document and publish their crimes on social media. In order to begin breaking this culture, states must impose consequences, not in a piecemeal fashion, not on a few of the worst individuals, but on all of them, everywhere. Only a concerted global effort will puncture this wall of impunity. This is why international mechanisms, though welcome and though an important aspect of our work, are not and ought not be the primary actors in bringing Israeli genocidaires to justice. International mechanisms, as we have seen, move slowly and suffer from a lack of resources and from a vulnerability to political meddling. They are therefore ill-equipped to handle the vast number of perpetrators who must be brought to trial. Instead, action must be territorialized. States must make themselves into sites of accountability. Our work therefore focuses primarily on national courts, where we have already enjoyed some success. Investigations into individual soldiers have been launched in Peru, Romania, and elsewhere. In July, for example, Belgian authorities arrested and interrogated 2 visiting IDF soldiers in response to one of our filings. And although the Belgian authorities ultimately released the soldiers and referred the case to the ICC, the arrests and the firm invocation of universal jurisdiction were steps in the right direction. There has yet to be a conviction, but this is an iterative process. Each request for prosecution is more than just a legal document. It is also a way to create a record and a narrative. In each filing, we charge individuals with both war crimes and genocide because it accurately captures the scope of their crimes, but also because it is a way of situating each violation within its proper context. The destruction of civilian property not justified by military necessity, particularly dwellings, for instance, is a war crime, but it is also one of the primary modes by which Israel is rendering the Gaza Strip uninhabitable. It therefore must also be understood as the constituent act of genocide, of deliberately inflicting on the Palestinians conditions of life calculated to bring about their physical destruction. That is, the charge of war crimes alone, though heinous and serious, fails to capture the severity and totality of what has occurred and continues to occur in Gaza. The law is reactive and cognizes only discrete harms, but the crime of genocide, unlike war crimes, is necessarily systemic in nature. It is a crime which implicates the whole of the perpetrating society. Further, the recognition of what has taken place in Gaza as a genocide places affirmative legal obligations on states, in addition to those already imposed by the Geneva Conventions and other treaties. As our work has proceeded, states, initially reluctant to collaborate, have become more willing to pursue accountability. Recently, for instance, we have begun working closely with Europol to assist with war crimes investigations across the European Union. Every day, the world becomes smaller for Israeli perpetrators. There are a number of factors contributing to this development, but one is the simple work of naming which a legal filing accomplishes. Each charge pins the perpetrator to their deed in the historical record, and because the individual acts as a cog within the Israeli military, the state is pinned to the deed as well. As more and more filings are submitted, evidence against individuals creates, in a pointillist fashion, a composite picture of the totality of Israeli criminality in Gaza, a picture which becomes overwhelming in its horror. The political case against Zionism, then, is bolstered by the legal cases against its enforcers, and vice versa, thus increasing the prospects of success with each filing. The law is clear, and the tools necessary for state action have long been available. The problem is only one of political will. Like working a muscle, states become more comfortable and familiar with the long dormant tools at their disposal, the more they're compelled to use them. And the more states so compelled, the more they are collectively able to protect one another from political backlash and to articulate and enforce a vision of international law which truly applies to the weak and the powerful alike. Political will stems from popular mobilization, from the Palestinians, from organizations like ours and many others, from tribunals like this, from people of conscience like those gathered here and around the world, who do what states will not, who demonstrate that accountability is not only possible, it is necessary, and it is non-negotiable. The recent so-called ceasefire, which Israel has been violating since it began, makes this pressure even more urgent. There is a risk that states will use this slight downturn in the killing to return to the status quo, thus paving the way for the resumption of the genocide in its accelerated phase. It is incumbent on all of us, however, to keep up the pressure such that there will be no return. Because for the people of Palestine, the status quo means only more dispossession, displacement, and death. Jean-Paul Sartre stated at the 1967 Russell Tribunal for the Vietnam War, from which this tribunal draws inspiration, quote, "This crime of genocide is perpetrated under our eyes every day, making accomplices out of those who do not denounce it." His words ring just as strongly today, but he did not go far enough. Denunciation without action is still complicity at worst, or an unacceptable derogation of duty at best. Let us recall the International Court of Justice's decision in the 2007 case regarding the genocide in Srebrenica. There, the court held that states are obligated to employ all means reasonably available to them to prevent genocide, and that this obligation arises at the instant that the state learns of, or should normally have learned of, the existence of a serious risk that genocide will be committed. We are well beyond a serious risk. The genocide is happening as we speak. This obligation to act became operative at least as far back as October 2023 and becomes more urgent with each passing day. Action, by which I mean the arrest, prosecution, and punishment of all those who have perpetrated or are complicit in this genocide, and nothing less is our demand. It is my sincere hope that one day soon, these trials will take place in the courtrooms of a free Palestine, before Palestinian judges, before a Palestinian jury. That will be true justice. But until then, it is the legal obligation of every state in the world to prosecute the Israeli genocidaires wherever they may be found. To that end, esteemed members of the jury, we urge you in your report to stress the legal and moral duty of all states to undertake these prosecutions in their national courts in order to achieve a modicum of justice for the victims and the survivors, and to begin breaking Israel's wall of impunity. Thank you.
And the next speaker is joining us online. The subject he will be speaking about is the boycott, divestment, and sanctions, and also movement. So please welcome Mr. Jamal Juma. Are you with us, Mr. Jamal?
Yes, I'm with you.
Good. The time is yours. Hello.
Thank you very much. My name is Jamal Juma. I am from Jerusalem. I'm the coordinator of the Palestinian Grassroots Anti-Apartheid Wall and Settlements Movement. Also a member of the PNC, Palestinian National Committee of BDS. You know, I'm supposed to be standing there physically with you today, but the bloody military occupation forces and the fascist settler militias make the olive season this year is very bloody, and it's difficult to live really in such a situation. And I'm afraid maybe soon we will have another West Bank tribunal as well. Anyway, this year marks the 20th anniversary of the BDS, Boycott, Divestment and Sanction movement, a movement that was born out of the horrific killing of the Palestinians during the Second Intifada, the assassination of the activists and political leaders, Jenin refugee camp massacre in 2002, and the acceleration of Israeli settler colonial project constructing the apartheid wall, from the construction of the 800 kilometers apartheid wall to fragmentation of Palestinian communities into isolated ghettos, hundreds of military checkpoints, more than 500 colonies and outposts, and 1,400 kilometers of apartheid roads. The need for a coordinated, principled, and global response became undeniable. Over 2 decades, BDS has grown into a vibrant global Palestinian-led anti-apartheid movement, uniting activists, academics, trade unions, churches, legal organizations, and grassroots groups across more than 120 countries around the world. It stands today as one of the broadest social justice coalition of the 21st century, rooted in the principles of equality, freedom, and justice. With the moral authority of the popular Palestinian consensus, BDS has influenced state decisions to impose targeted sanctions on Israel. It has played an indispensable role in pressuring some of the world's largest investment funds to divest from companies and banks that enable Israeli atrocity crimes. It has galvanized the collective power of unions, associations, and other grassroots formations, representing tens of millions of workers, farmers, students, artists, academics, and justice organizers, to make local governments, as well as colonial Western academic and cultural institutions, divest or break ties with apartheid and its complicit institutions. Even Israeli economic experts now acknowledge this shift, affirming the role of BDS movement has played in the Israeli economy's spiral collapse, as 130 leading Israeli economists describe it in September. Also, the chairman of the Israeli Export Institute recently stated that BDS and boycotts have changed Israel's global trade landscape. He added, economical boycott and BDS organizations presents major challenges, and in some countries we are forced to operate under a radar. According to S&P, Israeli projected GDP growth for 2024 stands for 0%, while approximately 60,000 businesses have closed amid growing global isolation. Amid the intensified genocidal assault on Gaza and global attention on Gaza, the BDS movement has succeeded in shifting the discourse around Israel from traditional diplomacy and complicity to one of accountability, divestment and sanctions, reframing Israeli regime as one of the settler colonialism, apartheid, and military occupation. This shift is not merely rhetorical. It is reflected in the decisions of universities, cultural institutions, and unions that have paused or ended relation with complicit entities. Millions stood up to say that complicity is not an option. In the face of horror, the movement transformed outrage into organized power, solidarity into tangible pressure, and despair into determination, providing that the global consensus, when mobilized, can still shake the foundation of oppression and the settler colonial apartheid regime and anyone dare to be complicit with it. At the governmental level, the influence of BDS increasingly visible. Over the past 2 years, several governments, particularly in the global south, have taken bold steps, freezing cooperation agreements, reviewing arms trade, and reassessing diplomatic relations with Israel. City councils and parliaments across Europe, Africa, and Latin America have debated motions declaring themselves apartheid-free zones and adopting ethical procurement policies reflecting a growing global alignment with the principles of human rights and international law. While a ceasefire may momentarily pause the genocide in Gaza, it can't alter the deeper structure of occupation, apartheid, and genocidal intent without meaningful accountability, legal, economic, and political. The conditions for repeated war crimes and genocide will remain intact. Pauses bombing cannot substitute for systematic justice, and that so-called peace built on impunity will continuously collapse under a regime of genocide. For 2 decades, the BDS movement has embodied strategic nonviolence resistance and collective moral courage. Today, our task remains urgent to intensify pressure on states, corporations, and institutions that enables Israel's crimes, to uphold international law in practice, not just principles, and to ensure that our collective struggle leads to freedom, justice, and the right of return for our Palestinian people. I will end with the Palestinian civil society react to the Trump-Netanyahu genocide right after the ceasefire, which we and BDS mobilized the Palestinian society to. It says, in response to the illegal colonial Israeli-US Trump plan, Palestinian civil society insists on full Palestinian rights and calls for escalating BDS pressure to end all state, corporate, and institutional complicity with Israel's regime of settler colonialism, military occupation, apartheid, and genocide. Even if ceasefire is reached, the genocide, the famine, the repercussions of the annihilation of Gaza will not end. Solidarity is more needed than ever now. But it begins with ending complicity, which is a moral and legal obligation. The Palestinian consensus asks of the global solidarity movements, particular trade unions, masses, movements, as well as people of conscience to respect and advocate for the comprehensive right of Palestinian people, at least the very least 3 rights listed in the historic BDS call in 2005, and isolate Israeli regime of oppression by ending all state corporate and institutional complicity with it. Together we can and must disrupt all complicity in Israeli final solution for the indigenous Palestinian people. Together we can dismantle Israeli apartheid just as South African apartheid was dismantled And anything less than that would be a failure for our humanity. Thank you very much.
Mr. Juma, I would like to ask you just to stay with us because we are now starting a part of the session with the questions and answers. So if someone from the jury has a question for you, we would be happy to hear the answer. So,
sure.
Thank you very much. Dear members of the jury, if you have any questions, we are open to that at the moment.
Thank you very much for all the presenters. My first question is for Ramzi and Wadia. What recommendations you would give the issues you addressed, particularly resistance, armed resistance, self-defense, not only with respect to Gaza and the West Bank, but also with respect to Lebanon and Syria, where you have an Israeli aggression all over the place. And then I have a question for Jack on the US legal system. You mentioned a few examples in Europe, Latin America. Are there any particular impediments when it comes to the US legal system that you can't overcome, or we only have naming and shaming? In other words, is there a statute or jurisdictional problems with that to prosecute or to bring in other charges? Since usually federal courts defer to the executive branch, but are there certain laws that we can use? And do you have a list of these countries, which countries are easier than others that we can have as recommendations? On the other question, which has to do with the overall strategic goal of resistance. In 1937, Ben Gurion gave a speech in New York when he was asked what would constitute a win for the Zionist movement. He had an interesting answer in which he says, when we change the paradigm from being a Jewish problem into an Arab problem. So today we talk about the Palestinian problem. In his mind, that would have been the win. And I think we need a shifting paradigm, and that's the essence of my question. Should we talk about the Israeli problem rather than a Palestinian problem? And with that, then the strategic goal would be the dismantlement of the Zionist structures because there is an Israeli problem. Do you agree with that statement? And do you see the question of liberation versus dismantlement or dismantling Zionist structures as one of the same, or are they different? Thank you. That goes for all panelists, whoever would like to answer that.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Wadia, yes, you can approach. And I'm calling for Mr. Ramzi if he's around to come to us, because we have a question for him.
Thank you for the question. I think to the extent that your question calls for, Dr. Sami, your question calls for, strategic analysis or something about how resistance movements operate, I don't think I'm in a position to answer. But I do think that what we've seen, especially with the Israeli and American, unfortunately they always seem to go together, reaction to the ICC warrants in particular, the level of kind of out of control response of, sanctioning the judges on the court, sanctioning the prosecutor, it shows that that has struck a nerve, right? So there is value, in a kind of a global picture, there is value on returning to international law, even with all its drawbacks and limitations and Eurocentric focus. There is, I think, value in insisting on those aspects of international law that recognize Palestinian rights, including a right to resistance, right, to pressing them. And I think, you know, obviously Lebanon has its own problems, Syria has its own problems, but if they were in a position to also make arguments along those lines, I don't think it is without merit or without value to basically structuring, I hate to use the word marketing, but to basically using it as a way to resist what you call the Israeli problem, right? I think it's important that even though we recognize all the drawbacks of international law, we still take what it can give us as a way to showing that the Israelis are the ones who are engaged in illegitimate action. So that's what I would say to that. Thank you.
Mr. Ramsey, I would like to ask you kindly to approach because we do have a question for you. Can you please just repeat the first question so Mr. Ramsey could hear it since he was not in the hall at the time?
Very well. I mean, in light of what you represented as resistance, armed resistance, self-defense, and so on and so forth, and that extends not just to West Bank and Gaza, but also to Syria and Lebanon, what would be your recommendations for these items? Not only for those who are the victims, but also for worldwide. What do you mean by, since resistance is not just one form, but all kinds of forms. So if you have any comments about practical things.
Absolutely. So the question is the recommendation to the jury or to the...
No, for us, because we have to give recommendations.
Right, absolutely. So I think one of the issues is that we approach the question of armed resistance, or we approach the question of resistance in this kind of ideological or political and culturally sensitive manner. Therefore, we kind of impose our own division of what resistance is on the Palestinians. And as a result, the Palestinians kind of have to respond to our own perception of what resistance is. The first recommendation is to try to understand al-muqawama, or resistance, from a Palestinian point of view. If you understand it from a Palestinian point of view, and where the Palestinian voice is going to be centered in offering an understanding of why Palestinians resist and under what circumstances and how and why, then this element of judgment that we usually cast on the Palestinians is going to disappear. Now we understand why they do it. Now, what method of resistance? Notice it's the Palestinian people themselves that determine that. 1987, for example, during the first Intifada, we threw rocks and we held protests and we carried out general strikes. That was a popular form of resistance. But then by the end of the Intifada, when the Palestinian voice was not enough to make the desired change internationally, you began seeing kind of the formation of various small cells of young people in Gaza, in the West Bank, and that was kind of the beginning of the return to armed resistance. So this is why this understanding is particularly important. The final thing is that the judgment on the Palestinians regarding the issue of resistance kind of changes the power dynamics. When you tell Palestinians, resist this way, fight this way, I can only legitimize you, accept you, embrace you even, or platform you, if you adhere to these sets of ideas and positions, then in doing so, you place yourself, not yourself, Dr. Sami, but that person himself, places himself in a power position that he is in a higher moral standards. And we have to be in a position of defending and explaining. I honestly think, and maybe this is going to get me in some kind of trouble, let's imagine a scenario in which the Palestinians did not resist. And I'm talking about all forms of resistance in Gaza. Those 2,000 Merkava and other military vehicles were not destroyed. Nobody talks about that, by the way, for some reason. That's more than any other Arab army since the beginning of this so-called conflict. That was done by the young people of Gaza. And these young people are part of the larger mass that is Gaza. They're not aliens, they are not foreigners, they are not invaders, they are not militants coming across borders, they are Gazans. Imagine if they did not resist. And if they did not send a message to Israel that no longer will firepower determine political outcomes. Imagine what would be in Gaza right now. Settlements will be everywhere. The beaches of Gaza will be now casinos, and Israeli soldiers will be wining and dining on the beaches of my refugee camp in Gaza. This happened, yes, because of the steadfastness of the people, yes, because of the sumud of the people, but also because of the resistance of the people and all of its manifestations, including armed resistance. So my recommendation is step back, try to understand resistance from a Palestinian point of view. Do not cast a judgment. Try to understand so that you develop a deeper and better relationship with how Palestinians choose to resist and why. Thank you.
I do call Jake now, Mr. Jake Ram, to answer his question.
You're right to notice that the United States is a unique and difficult jurisdiction for our work, but it's not for lack of the legal tools. The United States does have universal jurisdiction codified into its laws. It has codified the Genocide Convention. There's a Clinton-era law passed in 1996 called the War Crimes Act. And what the War Crimes Act does is it establishes extraterritorial jurisdiction over war crimes, over grave breaches of the Geneva Conventions. And this is true of acts committed by US nationals abroad, but it's also true of grave breaches committed by anyone in the world, as long as they are physically present on US soil, which is basically the same as anywhere else. The difference, however, is that everything that, every charge under the War Crimes Act needs to be certified by the Attorney General. And it also requires some input from the Secretary of State. And there's certain factors that they have to weigh. And so, this always presents a problem because of the United States' position vis-a-vis Israel and, the concept of international law and war crimes in general. But particularly now, it's difficult. We are working on things in the United States. I'm not going to say what they are, but there's things happening. But we're not naive. We understand that Pam Bondi is likely not going to certify a war crimes charge against an Israeli soldier, especially as the United States continues to commit war crimes and crimes against humanity, both in complicity with Israel and also more recently against people in the Caribbean, right? But so there are still things that can be done that are different than name and shame in like a traditional human rights sense, which is to say we don't just publish the names of every soldier we have, right? We have a long list of people that we've been tracking, of people who have committed crimes, people who we're building files on, but we're not interested in doxing people. We're not interested in publishing names so that people can just know the names of the perpetrator. We're interested in doing legal filings. We're interested in charging these people with crimes with the idea that they will be held accountable. And of course, that is up to the prosecutors in each individual jurisdiction, because we're not a state. We can't arrest anyone. We can't even charge them. But what we can do is try to use the process of the law, the mechanisms of the law, and the law as it is written to highlight, one, the manifest criminality of Israel and the Israeli soldiers, to make make these issues like cognizable in a much more bite-sized is perhaps the wrong word, but bite-sized fashion for the public, which is often it's often difficult to think in structural terms, to think of, what can we do against a structure like Nakba, a structure like settler colonialism, against an entire entity like Israel. And there's heroic work being done in terms of arms embargoes, people militating for the severing of economic ties. But part of what a legal filing does, a war crimes charge does, is it puts a face to it. It makes the entire process of criminality easily understandable in the form of one person's actions. And indeed, like the entire mosaic of all of this criminality speaks to the nature of the state. And what it also does is it contains within it a kind of revolutionary demand that hides behind a discrete one, which is to say that if any country And they will. I am so confident that they will. But if and when a country charges, arrests, prosecutes, and punishes an Israeli soldier for war crimes, that will signal the emergence of a new kind of international order, right? What we are asking states to do is, for the first time ever, really, apply international law to a powerful state while it is still in power. And if they are capable of doing that, and if and when they do that, that will introduce, really for the first time, rule of law on the international level, and it will start signaling to powerful states, not just Israel, but also the United States and others, that they can no longer get away with this because law is becoming operative and no one is above it anymore.
And for Mr. Juma, if you have heard clearly questions, I believe that your question was, should we discuss the Israeli question or the Israeli problem?
Yes, I agree. I think so. I think this is what has to be shifted, like that Israel became like the problem of the world, not just the Palestinians, like the problem of the region, the problem of it seems that like the problem of the United States as well. So the people all around the world is now talking about Israel as a criminal, as an apartheid, a genocidal state. So that's why it should be their problem. It's not the Palestinian problem. Palestinians are standing in their land, they are resisting, continue resisting, and they will not give up their land. So yeah, totally agree with that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your answer.
Thank you.
Thank you to members of the jury and thank you to all of the speakers. 15 minutes coffee break and then we're back to continue and proceed with the third day of the Gaza Tribunal. with our planned session. We will be talking about solidarity in the next minutes.
Sorry.
So again, I'm kindly inviting you to take your seats so we could proceed. The first session and the topic we will be talking about is the Oslo Solidarity by Charlotte Quayle and Dr. Mads Gilbert. They will be speaking, elaborating, and analyzing together.
Kommer det?
Ett ögonblick.
Den har introducerat oss.
Ett ögonblick.
Thank you.
Jeg føler vi skal vente litt. Nei? Bare føler vi skal vente litt. Skal folk holde på å komme inn?
Should we start or should we wait for people to... Okay.
Dear guests, Mads and I are here today on behalf of our small organization called the Oslo Solidarity. When I got to know Mads 2 years ago, I was desperate. It had become clear that a man-made Israeli catastrophe was taking place in Gaza. And like almost everyone else, I knew I had to do something, but I had no idea what. So I joined the traditional solidarity movement. I started going to demonstrations, and for a while I found some comfort there. But at a point, I was standing outside the Norwegian parliament as the politicians were about to vote over the recognition of Palestine. We were a couple of hundred activists screaming for the recognition, but they didn't listen to us then. What we were doing had no effect at the time. I'm not in any way saying that traditional solidarity activism doesn't have an impact, but I believe we have to be more inventive and we must speed things up. And I'm an artist. I make music. A big part of my job is to give messages wings, to make them fly. I have a platform and some people listen to my voice, but I felt that I lacked knowledge. So I joined forces with Mats.
And thank you. And I would ask if our friends could please stop the talking and have quiet in the room. It would be very nice. Thank you.
Or close the doors.
Or close the doors. So, while Charlotte is an artist, I am a medical doctor and a scientist. On my part, I had been doing the traditional solidarity activism since the popular protests against the Vietnam War when I was a young medical student. At some time, I felt a need to fill the void between the slogans and the harsh realities of uncaring people of colonial powers not really giving a damn about the consequences. So for me, evidence became a new weapon of the solidarity to gain more power. From my first war surgery solidarity mission to Beirut in 1981 and 82, which was a horrible eye-opener, and until now, I have been obsessed with gathering as much evidence as possible and to produce scientific studies on the effects of armed colonialism in general and the Israeli settler colonial brutality in particular, and their use of myriads of devilish weapons developed to kill and maim the oppressed people who dares resist and fight. But, my friends, knowledge alone has no wings and may be left behind in dusty rooms and libraries and in discourses between quiet scholars. I felt, as the famous Australian journalist John Pilger once said, I am not a voice for the voiceless. I'm just amplifying those who the powers with intention are making voiceless. So we started our work with a Solidarity Stunt project where we actually covered about 100 statues in the famous Oslo Vigeland Statue Park with Kefias. And sometimes you know that plans may not have so clear objectives, but give us energy to create new alliances across uncharted land. And such alliances help us discover unseen possibilities. We can't just work with or alike, me with doctor and scientists, but we need to cross borders and value the differences as new power for the solidarity.
Or as I would say in a slightly less complicated way, Mats knows something I don't, and I know some things he doesn't. Our different ways of seeing things can be a huge asset if we join forces. There is no inherent contradiction between, I'm losing my sound, okay, between art and science. On the contrary, they can be complementary.
So we had this new idea. In the thick of the darkness surrounding us all from the horrors of Gaza, could art and science be new allied in voicing and lifting the knowledge to many more people to amplify the resistance of the Palestinian people? So we, a small odd group of an artist, a medical scientist, a music producer, he's not here, and a master of political science, she's not here, we decided to establish Oslo Solidarity, a name very deliberately chosen with a goal to re-establish the name of Oslo, our city, as a real metaphor for solidarity, not a term associated with false negotiations and backstabbing the Palestinians.
We wanted to see if new expressions could mobilize new people and groups, in addition to the traditional street marches and slogans. It is a fact that the majority of the population on this planet is against the oppressing and the killing of innocent people. And the solidarity movement for Palestine has grown very strong these last 2 years. But we need the rest of the world to join. We believe that one way of increasing the mobilization speed can be to work together with people or groups who have different skills and experiences than yourself. In our case, that means mixing our knowledge and networks of art and science.
Exactly. So what did we do? We did several things. First of all, we created the Oslo Solidarity, the Oslo Conversation, which was a new space for open dialogue on stage between leading key scholars, Palestinians, an experienced moderator, and a large public presence. This was a 90-minute conversation between Dr. Mustafa Barghouti, professor, the Jewish historian professor Ilan Pape, myself, and a Norwegian member of the Norwegian Parliament's Foreign Affairs Committee. The event went from idea to reality precisely because we merged our networks. My colleagues were on stage, Charlotte's colleagues produced the whole performance. None of this could have been pulled off alone, and the hall was packed.
And we also organized New Year's Promises to Gaza, a large solidarity concert with Norway's most renowned artists on stage in January 2025. We raised $75,000 and we donated the net funds directly to Palestinian Medical Relief Society. The storyline during the concert was the Palestinian voice of Dr. Khalil in Gaza, sharing his daily life at work, when displaced, and when at home. And we established the Artists' Choir for Palestine in order to offer artists who may be both shy and individualistic a group or a scene to express their solidarity together. Since the establishment in April 2024, we've been singing every week on streets, in tramway stations, for NGOs and ministries to encourage good people to use any available peaceful tool to work for justice in Palestine.
So why is solidarity important and why do we need various expressions? Solidarity is not an act of charity. It is an act of unity between people fighting towards the same goals on different grounds, as was said by the late first president of the Free Mozambique Republic. The Palestinian struggle against colonialism, inhumanity, racism, and genocide is our struggle, because we are one humanity, and who knows who's next to be attacked and occupied by the colonizers. Solidarity is poor man's arms against oppression and apartheid. We own it, but only if we use it actively. Solidarity strengthens the just struggle in occupied Palestine and the armed resistance, as it does for any people resisting occupation. We can all be influential agents of change. We are all needed. We all have a voice and a talent, but you have to use it because time is a critical factor. We need much more variety in the expression of solidarity. Shall we mobilize the silent majority who are in favor of and really support the Palestinian struggle? Many new forms of active solidarity are needed to engage.
So what have we achieved and what lessons have we learned? Well, art is different from traditional activism, and we need other platforms. Singing instead of shouting has turned out to be just as effective. And for many people, this non-aggressive, sort of friendly form of protesting is easier to take part in. We've raised awareness and substantial amounts of money, which are transferred directly to Palestinian NGOs, not Western ones, which raises a new important discourse. We've changed from always donating to Western relief industry to now always supporting the Palestinian NGOs. And joining forces seems to be an instrumental key to make things happen. Find someone who knows something you don't, and get things done together.
So, dear friends, let us close this small talk and invite you to join us to see a final example of this combined work of science, music, and art. And we will present you a final example, the Winter Bird Project. Actually, the Winter Bird Project is a joint effort combining the poet and the translation of the poem by the Palestinian author Narwan Darwish, who lives in Al-Quds in Jerusalem, a video from Gaza, from Rafah, made by a very professional video artist, whose name we cannot tell you because of security reasons. The composer of the music and the vocals is Charlotte, and the music producer is Måns Lundberg from Sweden. So truly an international joint effort to find a new way of expressing our solidarity, and you will now hear the song. Please sound.
How many bedrooms do I need to get a bit of sleep? To get a bit of sleep. How many chairs to sit myself down? How many roads to walk back to you? My distant country. This time I've gone, and I'm not coming back. Your job now is to slip out, lovesick and afraid, and come and search of me.
Thank you.
Thank you to Charlotte and to Dr. Metz. And now we will be watching a video called World Beyond War by David Swanson.
The governments could do even more. Here are 14 things they could do. Things that many of us have been demanding they do, individually and collectively, through Uniting for Peace in the General Assembly for many months now. Since we shifted our focus in this particular part of our anti-genocide efforts from demanding a genocide case in the International Court of Justice, achieved through the governments could do even more. Here are 14 things they could do. Things that many of us have been demanding they do, individually and collectively, through Uniting for Peace in the General Assembly for many months now. Since we shifted our focus in this particular part of our anti-genocide efforts from demanding a genocide case in the International Court of Justice, achieved through the decency of the government of South Africa. Imagine a large block of governments, or all but Israel and its most fervent accomplices, being compelled to do these things. 1. Arrest Israeli or any other officials facing arrest warrants from the International Criminal Court. Prosecute Israeli criminals under universal jurisdiction. Establish a complete embargo on weapons or weapons parts to or from Israel and to or from any nation not upholding such an arms embargo on Israel. 4. End diplomatic relations with Israel. 5. End financial transactions, trade, and travel to and from Israel. 6. Train and send unarmed civilian defense teams, food, medicine, doctors, and aid workers to Palestine. 7. Develop a major public educational campaign about the genocide in Gaza and the propaganda that has facilitated it. 8. Support a Uniting for Peace action through the UN General Assembly to implement worldwide numbers 3 through 7 above, and to do steps 9 through 12 as follows. 9. Economically sanction Israeli war criminals. 10. Expel Israel from the United Nations. 11. Recognize the nation of Palestine. 12. Move UN meetings and headquarters out of the United States. 13. Break off military relations with and expel from your nation troops belonging to any government that is not upholding an arms embargo on Israel. And 14. Halt membership or support for weapons-dealing institutions that do not uphold an arms embargo on Israel. The Abraham Accords, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, etc. Uniting for Peace is a means for the General Assembly to circumvent the veto-crippled Security Council if 2/3 of nations choose to do so. Were they to do so and pass a significant share of the 14 measures I've just listed, the genocide would end and the world would be remade in various ways. The collapse of NATO would be more than a side note. Were the world to pass all 14 measures and act on them, vastly more people would need to gain a deeper understanding of what some of them mean. In particular, the one mentioning unarmed civilian defense teams. No amount of seminars, websites, online courses, and articles, short of buying a corporate media outlet, seems capable of changing the fact that almost no one will ever know what that means. There is an introduction to the concept with an interesting list of successes that you can find at worldbeyondwar.org/list. And of course, we have spent years failing to get a Uniting for Peace action off the ground, but that project has now been made vastly more difficult by various individuals and organizations with the absolute best intentions, proposing that such a step include the use of an armed military force. Many have a bit carelessly thrown their support behind such an idea for some very weak reasons, including, 1, the proposal is sometimes worded so vaguely that one can tell oneself that it's a proposal for an unarmed protection team, as long as one doesn't read too closely or click too many links. 2, numerous ideas more likely to succeed, more likely to be approved by governments, and more likely to have desirable results when acted on, have thus far failed, and therefore it's time to try something else even if it's a bad idea. Yeah, not a good argument. 3, there's a false idea newly minted that one cannot do uniting for peace at all without doing a military intervention. Nonsense. And 4, lots of other good people are supporting this, so even if it seems a bit crazy, one must support them regardless, especially if they are Palestinians. As if we are not grown adults, capable of amicable disagreement, with a moral responsibility to point out when a train is running off a track.
So after David Swenson, we will listen to Metin Duran right now, and the topic is Anatolian Civil Society Platform.
Esteemed members of the jury, I think it's too late for them, and conscientious people from all corners of the world who follow us. I salute you with Islam words. Peace be upon you. Allah'ın selamı üzerinize olsun. Yuhayyikum bi tahiyyatil İslam. Esselamu aleyküm ve rahmetullahi ve berekatuhu. I came here to speak about the terrorist state and its members who commit genocide and massacres, acts that make us ashamed of our humanity even as we speak. We have platforms supporting the Palestinian resistance consisting of organized civil society organizations in all cities of Anatolia, and there is an Anatolian civil society platform as a superstructure that unites this platform, the Anatolian Civil Society Platform, Anadolu Sivil Toplum Kuruluşları Platformu. Throughout my speech, I will refer this platform as ASTP. In fact, civil society organizations present in every city were active before the October 7 attacks. They rarely came together and were able to communicate. However, after October 7, civil society organizations across cities have united around the common issue of Gaza. These platforms that formed in the cities later created ASTP. In other words, this is so important, in other words, Gaza became the unifier of the Ummah, and Gaza became the unifier of humanity. At times, various events were organized, sometimes with everyone in the city, joined these organizations. Sometimes only children took a part, and at the other times, joiners were only healthcare workers. In fact, we must thank to Gaza. We realize that we are much more than we thought. Gaza taught this to us. As Zionist Israel continued to kill civilians, the crowd standing against it grew larger. People with different worldviews, religions, and ethnicities united in the face of the genocide. From the Far East to America, people all around the world revolted. They resisted the genocide despite Israel's shameful stance the rest of the world has made Gaza the center of its life. But first of all, before talking about the children, women, and civilians innocently killed by Zionists, we need to talk about their reasons for killing them. We must learn and we must think about their reasons to kill children and women and civils. They claim that the land of Palestine belonged to their ancestors 3,000 years ago. They are asserting a right to these lands. I want to empathize. If we accept this claim, if we say that they are telling true, then 5 million United States citizens would have to leave the entire continent to the Native Americans and return to Europe. If we accept this claim as true, then we, the Turks, have to leave Anatolian lands and return to steppe of Asia. There is no chance we can accept this offer as a correct. The lands they claim belong to them are the lands they were expelled from 3,000 years ago. And these lands belong to Palestinians and Gazans. 100 years ago, Theodore Herzl and his associates devised a plan and began systemic genocide. After 1948, this genocide, ignoring and torture, began to be carried out by a so-called state. It's important, by a so-called state, and in the last 2.5 years, it has become a lawless act with no regard for human rights. They thought that by killing Gazans, they could make them give up. They thought that by killing, they could intimidate the peoples of the world. They will never succeed in this. There are millions in Anatolia who wholeheartedly support the Gazans. Every association and foundation that is a member of ASTP will support this resistance until their last breath. Over past 2.5 years, more than 2,000 associations and foundations have organized almost daily actions, press statements, and marches. Most recently, they launched the Sumut Flotilla from Mediterranean toward Gaza's territorial waters. They strove to break the blockade and to deliver food and medicine to Gaza. Perhaps our activists on the ships could not embrace Gazans physically, but they made consist-bearing people everywhere see Israel's operation. And now the Sumut continues its journey on the land. The Sumut is moving now on the land. How is it doing? How do they make it? Every activist, young or old, children or adults, women or men, are holding panels and conferences around the world to expose Israelis' activities. And their slogan is the same. We will organize new flotillas and new land convoys. We will continue the resistance until Gaza and Palestine are free. ASTP will continue to uphold its claim to end oppression, which is the common denominator of all humanity. Each of our volunteers will continue their work with this awareness. For this reason, we fully support the meaningful work done by the Gaza tribunals. All ASTP associations stand behind this tribunal and behalf of humanity. Dear juries, and the people in the saloon, there is one more problem. Dual citizens and dual passport holders who fought in the ranks of Israel are as guilty as those who govern the state of Israel. They violated international law, killed Gazan women, children, and civilization. They must be prosecuted. Two, I ask that you place this issue on your agenda. There are lots of people, they are living with us in our countries, for example, in Turkey, Istanbul, and they are also going to Israel and fighting, and they will come back after the war. They are thinking that. And our people, the Turkish people, doesn't like it. They must also, it's the subject of this tribunal. We are not tired. Yes, we want to war to stop, not because we are excited or we'll give up, but because we want hope for all humanity. We know that the Zionist ideology, whose history is full of such massacres and which killed even its own prophets without mercy, will not be reformed. But at least we can make sure the guilty are punished. Free Palestine and free world is possible. Gaza Tribunal will show United Nations and European Courts of Human Rights the way to penalize war guilty. For this reason, I thank all members of the Gaza tribunals. I hope, as the last sentence, I hope to read the final declaration of this court together on the free shores of Gaza. I extend my respect to all of you. Thanks a lot.
Worldwide Lawyers Association is something we will be listening to and listen about for the next 10 minutes. Hussein Dishli and Hassan Basri Bulbul will be speaking about this.
Distinguished colleagues and dear participants, today we are going to speak about global legal solidarity with the Palestinian people, which is itself a call for global coordination for Palestinian liberation. When we speak of Palestine today, we speak of an ongoing Israeli genocide in Gaza and 77 years of uninterrupted Nakba, 77 years of incremental genocide, apartheid, dispossession, and the systematic denial of the most basic human rights and freedoms. Throughout these decades, international law and international community that claims to uphold it, including the UN, has failed the Palestinian people. Thus, our concern is not merely what the law is, but what law ought to become in a world that cannot and must not forgive, forget, or unsee the atrocities inflicted upon Palestinian people. The central question before us is what should be the role of lobbyists, legal scholars, and legal communities in the struggle of Palestinian liberation. To speak of global legal solidarity is to reimagine the law itself, not as a static instrument of state power, but as a living terrain of resistance. International law, as many critical scholars remind us, was not broken by empire, it was built for it. Yet, it can be turned against its origins through coordinated critical praxis. Lawyers committed to Palestinian liberation must conceive of themselves globally as a single, coordinated legal organism, developing incremental victories, interlocking cases, and complementary strategies across jurisdictions to form a coherent and cumulative legal movement. Fragmentation has proven fatal. The proliferation of uncoordinated, substandard filings that end in publicity rather than progress give the appearance of activity while undermining real accountability. Solidarity must therefore be deliberate and studied, anchored in coordination, shared standards, and political clarity. We must build a global legal infrastructure capable of serving Palestinian liberation, not merely addressing or representing Palestinian suffering. So the first pillar of solidarity is accountability. But accountability must move beyond litigation as a ritual of punishment. It must become an architecture for truth, restitution, and transformation. Strategic and offensive litigation against perpetrators of genocide, war crimes, remains indispensable. Yet legal action must also target the structures that sustain those crimes, the corporate networks, financial flows, and diplomatic shields that enable Zionist impunity. As articulated in the Gaza Tribunal legal sessions, accountability must be infrastructural, designed to dismantle criminal networks globally under frameworks like joint criminal enterprise-style liability. We must then pursue comprehensive documentation of all Palestinian injuries. We must integrate reparations into every accountability framework. We must develop centralized evidence tracking systems. We must expand universal jurisdiction filings. Accountability must also seek societal catharsis, acknowledging that justice is not only about punishing crimes, but dismantling their causes. Genuine liberation demands that law pierce the surface of violence to expose its ideological roots, genocidal tendencies, racial supremacy, colonial property regimes, and imperial immunity.
Distinguished colleagues, members of the Tribunal, and comrades in justice. My colleague Hassan has delivered the first part of the speech, and I continue from where he left. He mentioned the first pillar of solidarity as accountability, under which I would like to add just a statement, which is that after advisory opinion July 2024, no lawyer solely collect only criminal testimonies or evidences, because as granted in the advisory opinion, Palestinians has a right to reparations, and any lawyer or any member of legal profession conducting this work from now on shouldn't neglect collecting civil claims, any material loss that Palestinians were sacrificed, that they sacrificed. As the second pillar concern of legal solidarity is protection, both as legal defense and as a solidarity infrastructure. Across Gaza and the occupied territories, the Palestinian legal community itself is under annihilation. This is not rhetoric. This is a material annihilation, coordinated and deliberate. In Gaza, the legal infrastructure has been systematically erased. According to the report of the Palestinian Bar Association a few months ago, their headquarters in Gaza flattened. More than 215 lawyers killed, 220 injured, 907 law offices destroyed, courts completely suspended, over 3,400 lawyers displaced, thousands living in tents or makeshift shelters, their archives incinerated, their families grieving. Lawyers are not there only to protect their individual or corporate clients, but also there to protect and defend the rights of their nation and people. To destroy lawyers, Palestinian lawyers, is to destroy the very capacity for self-determination and liberation. Therefore, global legal solidarity must prioritize protection of Palestinian plaintiffs and legal workers who face surveillance, prosecutions, arrests, assassination for pursuing justice, or simply supporting their people, and they are being prosecuted with the accusations of terrorism. We should provide them an international legal accompaniment. Foreign lawyers appearing beside Palestinian claimants will create a literal shield, reducing risks through visibility. Another angle under this is capacity building. Capacity building of Palestinian legal community. We must channel resources, funding, and international partnerships to rebuild law faculties, courts, and legal archives in Gaza and across occupied Palestine. Support employment, training, and protection of Palestinian lawyers, judges, law students, and scholars, many of whom are unemployed, displaced, or endangered with magnificent skills. Defending the defenders globally is a must. Opposing the US sanctions that criminalize Palestinian human rights organizations and ICC officials. These sanctions constitute a legal counterinsurgency, which is an assault on the very idea of accountability. Protection, however, is not charity. It's a co-struggle. As Noura Erakat has argued yesterday, the Genocide Convention omits the cultural and political distraction and legal distraction, yet these are integral to genocide's totalizing aim. Protecting Palestinian legal institutions and community is therefore an act of anti-genocidal resistance for self-determination. The third pillar is legal diplomacy. The use of law as a diplomatic weapon and diplomacy as a vehicle for law. Our collective efforts must merge legal expertise with political coordination. This includes diplomatic briefings and informal bloc coordinations, tailoring legal memorandums to friendly states to Palestine, advising them on litigation, sanctions, and multilateral defense strategies. Mobilizing diplomatic blocs to enforce arms and trade embargoes against Israel, invoking obligations under ICJ rulings. Dignifies self-reliance and mass organizing is a must. Therefore, it's essential that interstate initiatives such as Hague Group and international civil initiatives should be supported by legal profession. By providing legal frameworks and models to turn these alliances into an economic alliance which is autonomous and self-reliant and immune from colonial sanctions. Without building these economic protection mechanisms, states and civil societies' capacity to take concrete actions will deem to be limited. Advocating for the reinstatement of Resolution 3379. Equating Zionism with racism, as you know, which was revoked later on. This is a cornerstone for redefining global anti-racism norms, working towards legislations across multiple jurisdictions based on this definition and identifying to support for Zionism as a hate crime. Legal diplomacy is not symbolic lobbying. It's a counter-hegemonic coordination, transforming international law from a theater of impunity into a field of resistance. To conclude, friends, the task before us is immense and clarity is power. The destruction of Gaza's legal community, criminalization of international advocacy, and the global campaign to erase Palestinian agency all testify one truth. Justice itself is under siege. When lawyers are killed for defending victims, when judges are sanctioned for issuing warrants, when law is punished for seeking justice, then the very promise of law stands in ruins. But ruins are also foundations. From them, we can build a legal order grounded in solidarity, in decolonial politics and ethics, and in the inviolable dignity of every people living within. Global legal solidarity with Palestine is not an act of charity, it's a defense of law and justice itself, of its possibility, its purpose, and its future. Our duty is clear: to hold the criminals to account, to protect the defenders, to coordinate across borders, to train, mobilize, and unite. And to do all this not as fragments, but as a coordinated movement, as if a global legal organism acting for liberation of Palestine and Global South. From when Palestine, for when Palestine is liberated, law, especially international law, will finally begin to mean justice. Thank you.
Thank you to all of our speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, Gaza Tribunal had a really hard job in the past 365 days, documenting, searching, reading, tracking everything that has been going on in Gaza since October 2023. Gathering evidence and documents and data, information, numbers, all of those that will be used in legal form one day once the process begins. It was a hard task for them, and it was a hard task for those who were working on a project, Witness I, that is part of the Gaza Tribunal. These people really had a hard homework to do. And we have been listening to some of those reports in the past 3 days. Tomorrow we will be having a final conclusion. But 3 days are not enough to us to tell what everything we have found out so far, everything we have seen, and every document, evidence, and proof that we have gathered. But it's enough to be loud enough to know that this is our obligation. And now it is time for all of those experts, professors, scholars, to bring you the final reports. So when they do, one by one, those reports will be given to the members of the Gaza Tribunal sitting in the front row. So for now, as of the first one of them, is Mr. Selman Aksunger on the behalf of Witness I. He will bring the first report.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think everyone here has a pretty much idea of what Witness I is. You have been seeing these videos, clips throughout the program. Witness I is a platform, is a media platform designed and created, established by media professionals in order to make a digital archive of the testimonies, statements of the people who are really at the moment living under the shadow of a genocide, and also trying to amplify the voices of the people who are showing solidarity and sharing the Palestinian cause. Over the past 2 years, Witness I has collected testimonies and evidences, digital video evidences from over 100 people. And at the moment, it's a privilege and honor for me to hand over these evidence that are showing the genocide, especially from the people who are living in Gaza. And it's a very much of an honor for all of us to be able to contribute in this project as a Witness I. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Aksunger. And now it's time for Mr. Resul Uzar, on behalf of Human Rights Association, to approach and to give us his report.
Thank you very much for welcoming us. In fact, you have done a great effort just to support the civil society. That's why, in your age, I am giving my greetings to Mr. Richard Falk, that nobody can spend the time in this age for the oppressed people's rights. Thank you, heartily thank you. We are Muslim there. Solidarity Association for the Oppressed People and Human Rights. In fact, we are following Gaza Tribunal from the first day, and there is a really very great effort. And today we are just representing our reports to Gaza Tribunal, that we know that it's just a drop in the ocean. Everything was happening in front of our eyes. It doesn't need any legal even support. We have watched everything in the televisions, but you are just registering for the history. So we are the eyewitnesses. That's why I am representing my reports to Mr. Richard and the esteemed jury. Thank you very much.
And now I'm calling for Mr. Ashraf Nasrallah to also give us his report. He is the president of International Jurist Union. He will be speaking in Arabic, so all of you who have headsets, you can switch to English or your language, Turkish, to understand what he is saying.
السيد الرئيس السادة أعضاء
Esteemed President, esteemed members of the jury, here I'm honored to be standing here. I'm Ashraf Nasrallah. I have been in Gaza and I'm a judge in a high court there. I've come to the Turkey after the genocide in the Gaza. 60 days after it, I survived. I cheated that I got away with my family. I've seen hundreds of females, males killed by Israel. I've seen the bodies, and it was a tremendous experience for me, devastating. And they did not let any international organizations to be in the Gaza, and we to the International Justice Court, we applied them to prepare this report. We worked for 2 whole years, night to day, and we are working to reflect what's happening in Gaza. with these reports that we are going to present to you includes a lot of details. They show what the invaders have done. Also, it has approximately 250 murders toward journalists, and we are providing this to you with their details. And it also has the crimes against civilians, especially their attacks on the civilians. And in Gaza, children, women were blocked from accessing food, and even the animals could not avoid the attacks of the occupants, invaders. We also have another report, and this is that by the invaders, over 100 scientists and academicians were killed by the invaders. And Turkish
في قطاع غزة ومشفى
and attacks have been reported. Similarly, the Shifa hospital was also reported. The prayer houses were reported by being attacked. In our report filed, the dear members of jury and to everyone listening, I wish to express that this genocide's responsibles should be tried. No one is above the law. Palestine's people seek your help. Thank you. In name of him and to all, but to members of jury and to everyone, I wish to say welcome to our country. International Union of Worldwide Lawyers Association, in terms of justice and fairness, we are founded by 42 countries members, and at this stage the tribunal session will be the lead, because for Arabs, for Palestinians, it's not about just Palestinians or Arabs or Turks, it's for humanity. Those that speak law or justice commit genocide, war crimes, invade. And to all that are in law illegal, they do this against the humanity's responsibilities, and I wish the best to all of us.
And with this final report, we do close today's session. And we kindly invite you to join us in the morning at 10 o'clock, where we start the final day of the final session of the Gaza Tribunal. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you very much for your time. Someone left his watch. Yeah, we found him. Thank you.